Welcome everyone. Can I please request everyone to take their seats? For people to move from the hallway into the main room, we're just going to start in a minute or so. Can I please request everyone to take their seats? We're about to begin. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was full of energy, passion, and data. So, with high hopes, I'd like to welcome you all to the day 2 of the Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference 2026. We look forward to another day of meaningful discussions and collaborative thinking. So, really, let's try to build on the strong momentum we have going for us. So without further ado, I'll jump straight into it. Session 7, it's about collaboration of the Global South towards climate action. This session focuses on strengthening collaboration among countries in the Global South in addressing shared climate challenges and advancing collective climate action. I would first request our online panelists to join us. Ms. Anupa Rimal Namekani. She is the IFAD Lead Regional Climate Change and Environment for the Asia Pacific Division. Ma'am, you're on screen now. Please proceed.
Can you hear me well? I guess that's a yes, because I haven't heard from anyone.
You're on screen and audible. Please proceed. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks a ton. So thank you for this opportunity and to deliver the keynote address at the Beat Pakistan event. It is an honor to join you on behalf of IFAD. Apologies, I am not there in the meeting myself. It would have been quite nice to be part of the meeting together in person. I'm Anupa Rimalamichane, as introduced, the lead climate and environment specialist for Asia Pacific. And before I start, I would like to pay my greetings to all the excellencies, colleagues, UN colleagues in the room, and partners and stakeholders who are part of this meeting. Our theme, Scaling Climate Resilient Agri-Food Systems from Global Commitments to Local Impact, is both timely and urgent. Let me begin with the Pakistan context and why action must move faster than statements. Pakistan is on the front line of climate change, as we all know, and there's been a lot of episodes in the past which has been becoming more recurrent in terms of floods. Agriculture contributes 23% of GDP and employs 40% of the workflows, which is rising to 80% in rural areas. And 90% of farmers are about or around 7.4 million people, are smallholder farmers and exposed to floods, droughts, and heat waves that are already disrupting their livelihoods and their infrastructure. So agri-food systems and our farmers are not only the victims, but they are also a major part of the solution. Yet globally, only 0.8% of climate finance reaches to smallholder farmers, and these numbers are shocking. And this is precisely why partners, UN agencies, MDBs, all the stakeholders, including government, needs to step in, and that is where IFAD also comes in. IFAD is a UN specialized agency and and an international financial institution dedicated to smallholder farmers and rural transformation. Next year, we mark 50 years of our operations, so we will definitely love to celebrate with all of you. We are focused to steward funds to deliver measurable results for governments, partners, and private sector by strengthening smallholder resilience and driving rural transformation. I also would like to just share a bit about IFAD because IFAD is an accredited to Adaptation Fund, Global Environmental Facility or GEF, and the GCF, which is the Green Climate Fund. We have been able to mobilize over 1.2 billion in climate finance and environment funds across 77 projects globally, and helping to connect global finance to farmers, water systems, rural communities, just to name a few. Why IFAD matters globally on climate finance and the work that we do. Beyond mobilizing external climate finance, IFAD commits to allocate 45% of its program of loans and grants to climate-related initiatives and activities. We focus on last mile delivery. We blend loans and grants with climate finance. We align with national priorities and the Paris Agreement and serve as an implementation partner that we can deliver at scale. Let me turn on or probably mention about Asia Pacific region. Why scale or where scale, complexity, and opportunity all come together when we talk about climate change. Asia Pacific is IFAD's largest and most dynamic portfolio. And I think it's almost all for all of the different various agencies working in the region. The current lending program of IFAD is about 2.356 billion for Asia Pacific. The region currently includes 51 active projects, which obviously keeps moving up and down, totaling about 2.75 billion plus 16 climate funded projects, which are purely from the climate funds, worth more than 200 million. And what we do is we're supporting resilience from coastal, peatlands management, watershed management, to rangeland pastoral systems and all of it through these funds. Overall, APR is about, portfolio in IFAD is about 7.7 times larger than our Latin American portfolio. So that can already give you the scale in terms of the work that Asia Pacific requires to do, not just by IFAD, but by all the other agencies. Pakistan is a high priority country for IFAD, and with 5 active projects. Our financing totals to US dollar $5.51.5 million, leveraging total financing to US dollar $1.4 billion. Our aim is very straightforward, is to help the government to reduce rural poverty, strengthen food security in ways that are gender, youth, nutrition, and climate sensitive. Across Asia Pacific, we keep 5 priorities at the center: climate resilience, technology and productivity, strong value chains and private sector engagement, inclusion of youth, women, and indigenous communities, and a differentiated approach that matches solutions to country context. Pakistan, facing high climate risk, sits at the intersection of these priorities. We cannot dissect climate from other priorities. It has to go hand in hand. If there is one major takeaway from both global and regional experience and the initiatives that I've been part of, this is climate ambition is not constrained by ideas. I have been part of many country discussions, country programs. it's not constrained by ideas. They are great ideas, but it is constrained by finance and by delivery systems. And I think this is where the climate environment funds are a critical enabler. IFAD has mobilized around, as I mentioned earlier, US 1.2 billion, and in Asia Pacific alone, 200 plus million on climate and environment funds. And I do know that all the other agencies are also really mobilizing a lot of resources for Pakistan and for other countries in the region. And the whole objective is to expand mitigation and adaptation through agriculture and rural development. That's where our focus lies in IFAD. These partnerships that we build is to fill gaps, de-risk investments, and help countries deliver at scale. And for Pakistan, the way IFAD is working is we're working on a blended finance approach. And the blended finance approach, honestly speaking, is not optional anymore. It is essential because we really need to look into how can we combine resources, co-finance resources, build complementarities within our system so that we can work better together. In Pakistan, just to highlight few projects, is we've already translating into concrete investments. For example, we've got an approved Sindh Coastal Resilience Project, which is about 100 million IFAD investment, but within the IFAD investment, about 53.9 million is focused on climate finance initiatives. This is extremely important for us, and I want to highlight the fact that we are not only talking, but we are actually doing it in our new projects by categorizing primarily what are the climate initiatives, how are we trying to help the communities become more resilient in the areas that we are working. There's a new project in the pipeline, Balochistan Livelihood Support Project, where IFAD's investments are being combined or in plan to be combined with the GEF resources. And this project is already in the pipeline in terms of the design, and it's moving forward. So what does shifting from vulnerability to opportunity look like? Pakistan reflects the challenge we see globally. Climate shocks, rising water stress, and limited market and finance access for smallholder farmers. But it also shows what or where scalable solutions exist. What comes very clear is climate resilience raises productivity and stability. For example, if you look at irrigation by having a very sustainable irrigation system can increase yields by 2 to 3 times. Solutions must run across value chain and water at the center when we look into agriculture. And scale depends on strong institutions, modernization, and technology, and that keep young people engaged. As I mentioned earlier, there's an opportunity where we can work on development paradigm on various angles while we are addressing climate issues. To transform Pakistan's agri-food systems, 3 shifts can accelerate progress, and which we are also looking towards in our work. First is scale climate finance to smallholder farmers by moving beyond pilots and blending climate funds, IFI resources, domestic finance, and private capital. We already have recently got an approval on a private sector project with Acumen in Pakistan and IFAD. The second is invest in systems like linking irrigation, market, finance, information, and strengthening early warning system and rural infrastructure. Third is crowd in private sector across value chains, agro-processing, renewable energy, digital agriculture, all of these topics using public finance to de-risk investments. Let me close with 3 key messages, if you allow me. First, climate change is already shaping agriculture in Pakistan. There's no denying it. We have to act on it. But it is also a chance to modernize and build resilience. Second, resilience is achievable when solutions are integrated, financed, and designed for scale. Third, partnership is a multiplier effect, linking government, development partners, private sector, and communities to move from projects to system-wide change. So these are for us extremely critical, and we are also shaping this while in the work that we are doing in Pakistan and in the region, and not just in Pakistan, because as I mentioned earlier, the challenges are very similar in the region. So let that be the standard that we hold ourselves to. Climate resilience for smallholder farmers is the test of our commitments and the foundation of food security, stability, and growth. So let us fund what works, what can deliver at scale, and we can act now. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I would hand it back over to the organizers.
Thank you, Ms. Lamakane, for a very insightful discussion. We're now going to have a panel session. I'd like to welcome two individuals who are already seated on stage. Mr. Mohammed Yahya, who is the UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator for Pakistan, and Ms. Dr. Iram Sattar, who is a water law and policy and negotiation expert. She's come all the way from New York for this session. And can I invite the other panelists to please join us on stage now? Mr. Renato Redentor Constantino, who is an international policy advisor for the Climate Vulnerable Forum. Ms. Rumina Khurshid Alam, who is the coordinator to the Prime Minister of Pakistan on climate change. Ms. Seema A. Khan, she is the principal at the Seed Advisory Group. His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Toha, the High Commissioner of the Maldives to Pakistan, and Her Excellency Ms. Rita Dhital, the Ambassador of Nepal to Pakistan, and lastly, Mr. Tom Wang, the founder and executive director at People of Asia Center for Climate Solutions.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I hope everybody has had their coffee, tea, karak chai, whatever you like, because we're about to start a very interesting panel discussion. We have a very diverse, well-experienced panel from academia to diplomacy, and diverse from different parts of the Asian continent. So please be ready, engage. But before that, you have to listen to me for 2 minutes, I promise, and situate the discussion. It's really, I want to thank John for inviting me to moderate this session. You've heard for the last 2 days that we are at a moment of urgency, especially for climate vulnerable countries in this region. Pakistan's reality is unmistakable, from catastrophe of floods to prolonged droughts to glacial melt. This experience is really not unique to Pakistan. This is why we have this panel. It reflects a reality across South Asia, small island nations, least developed countries. And what unites all this is a clear vulnerability to climate and the number one risk for these countries' development ambitions. So this session essentially is grounded on the central theme that South-South cooperation is not a substitute for global solidarity, but is a cornerstone of it. So today, the entire discussion will be how South Asia and Asia can help itself. With less and less solidarity coming from the rest of the world, regions like this have to work together and find solutions for themselves, and you'll hear the experiences today from the experts that we have. The question before us is simple but urgent. How can we move from parallel effort to shared trajectory to deliver real results? Within this framework, us at the United Nations, we see South-South cooperation as an accelerator of climate action. That's why the panel that brings voices from the mountain states, I will not test your geography, who represent the mountain states, maybe I will later, to island nations, to regional neighbors, to humanitarian finance experts, to policymakers, and to the private sector. You will hear diverse opinions and perspectives from these expert panelists, so I will urge all of you to pay close attention. I also promise you as a moderator, I will keep them within the time frame of 5 minutes. It was supposed to be 7 minutes, but I'm told because of time now I have to reduce to 5 minutes, but we'll see what Dawn colleagues tell me. I have 3, 4 of them in front and they'll give me a sign. But we want to keep it within limited time and make it as engaging as possible. So allow me to quickly introduce our panelists and who they are so you know who you are listening to. Dr. Iram Sata, you've heard, I had the pleasure of sitting next to her. She's a Pakistani national with an SJD from Harvard University, expert on water, federalism, and transboundary water governance, especially in the Indus Basin, the neighborhood. So you'll hear more from her. We have Renato Contastino, international policy advisor on Climate Vulnerable Forum. He's a Filipino expert and advisor on Climate Vulnerable Forum V20 Group and a managing director of the foundation, Contastino Foundation on Civic Engagement. We also have my sister and a leader in this country, Romina Alam, a coordinator to the Prime Minister on climate change. You've seen her, she's been an activist, she's been engaging on climate issues for many years. She serves at the Prime Minister's Climate Coordination Coordinator since 2024, oversees the national climate and international engagement on climate. So every time you've gone to COP, you will see her representing Pakistan with pride and for the last few years. Tom Wang is a founder and executive director of People of Asia on Climate Solutions. He has 20 years experience in development sector and communication. He founded the People of Asia Climate Foundation in 2018. He has led communication work on Greenpeace, World, Animal Protection, and campaign on tobacco-free kids in China. So a lot of experience, Tom. Thank you very much for joining us. Then I have Seema A. Khan, principal at the Seed Advisory Group. She's a creative leader who has been at the forefront on climate and the global climate finance across the world. She was the general counsel of the internet-born era trade, escape.com. A lot of experience. In Saudi Arabia, she served as a chief strategy officer for the Saudi Arabia General Investment Authority. Again, thank you very much, Seema, for joining us and welcome. And then we have my member states, people who I report to indirectly or directly, 2 ambassadors. We have Mohammed Toha, His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Maldives to Pakistan, Ambassador. Thank you very much for joining us. And Her Excellency Rita Detail, Ambassador of Nepal to Pakistan. And both of them have extensive experience on everything to do with diplomacy and negotiations and multilateralism. So colleagues, I think you'll agree we have an incredible panel. So we'll start with the questions and hopefully we'll finish on time. Please pay as close attention as you possible and please welcome this incredible panel. Thank you very much. No? Okay. First question goes to Dr. Iram. She, as I said, came all the way from Boston to join this. So we're very delighted that you were able to join us today. I think that your question relates directly to the work and experience you have around the Indus Basin. And the question is about shared water resources. We are asked to share water resources in a politically contested region, but also climate-impacted region. So how can South-South cooperation on shared river basins strengthen climate resilience and reduce conflict risks and deliver results for the people? Easy question, no?
What a rich morning. 5 minutes on this. We're going to solve it. Delighted to be here, honestly, and I'm going to be super quick and efficient because that's all we've got. If any of you attended the lecture that I gave yesterday, I brought up the concept of ethical leverage. Pakistan, as you know, sits where the transboundary water sharing is very, very complex. There is obviously India in the east, but there's also the Afghan, the Kabul River that goes, sort of like touches Afghan. Transboundary water condition sharing here is definitely not easy. That's clear. But I also think that we can expand the lens of this from just transboundary river sharing, because Pakistan is a huge ecosystem. There's a massive delta. And that massive delta has huge sort of like an impact because of rising sea levels, increasing salinity, right? Lower downstream sort of flows. So for me, and I'm just going to mention this personally, this is, my dada, my father's father, happened to be from the Maldives Islands. Now, not everybody is from the Maldives Islands, they're dadas, but mine was. And I have an immense personal sort of feeling where I think that we need to think very seriously about small island nations and what is happening and what is rising sea levels going to do. This is thousands of years of cultural heritage. What will people do who have to be displaced? So just like small island nations are under threat, people in the delta are under threat. So the threats are sort of like compounding, and I think Pakistan needs to think about this. So for me, I think Pakistan sits at this really interesting intersection of a lot of complexity that touches many nations here. Obviously, there's glacial melt, right? All of that's happening in the upper Himalayas. That touches, sort of like countries like Nepal. The concept that I mentioned, which was of ethical leverage, I think that's what we need to think about. I think you develop a lot more credibility to speak internationally and to speak in coalitions if you do well within the polity that you're in. And I think Pakistan can experiment at all of these scales. Imagine Pakistan does really well in helping save the delta. Wouldn't that be an amazing experience? There are delta regions around the world. I mean, the Mississippi is a massive delta that has problems, right? So my sort of thing is, and I will just allude to this, as we know, we live in great geopolitical complexity. Mark Carney was just giving this speech at Davos about how, the middle powers need to rise. And not that we need to allude to Mark Carney specifically, but absolutely, we can take responsibility. We have such a laboratory and an ecosystem where we can think about things, do them well here within our jurisdictions, and then share with partners. And absolutely, we can have lessons that others can learn from. So I think we should approach this with immense confidence that we have an experimentation possibility. And all of the transboundary sort of water sharing, I mean, as we know, right, and just specifically on rivers flow, right? They have no idea where we have drawn political boundaries. That's a human thing, okay? The river has no idea. So we are the ones who build human reliance on those rivers. But if we can do a little better to manage economic complexity, ecosystem complexity, living livelihoods within our border, I think we'll have a lot better platform from which to speak with confidence to other places around the world, right? That says, you know what? Guess what? Our interprovincial water sharing can be a model. So instead of contestation between Punjab and Sindh, which is a perennial issue of water sharing, why don't we try and do this really ethically within so that people feel that they are getting a just deal here, there is development and there is ecosystem preservation, then we share those with the world. So I always think that if you look inside and fix yourself first, you'll have a lot more standing to interact with other people at other scales and in global context. So we can be a lab, we can be a place where lessons generate from, but we have to look inside and sort of correct ourselves. And that's what I think we should do with confidence, because we have so much that we can experiment on, right? And that's amazing. I mean, this is a hugely diverse place where we are sitting, and we have a lot that we can learn from here, do better, and then write it up, speak it out, go to conferences, tell people, look to us, look, we had this problem too, this is how we solve it. And, let's add to sort of global knowledge also. So I think we should be very sort of comfortable and fun and confident and think that we have solutions that we can bring to bear.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Maybe if we have time, we'll come back. If you can tell us more on examples in the region, if there's examples of water sharing, cross-border water sharing that has worked very well. Now I go to Renato. Renato, I have your name as Red. Is that your? Everybody knows you as Red, so you don't mind, hopefully.
My name is too long.
So Renato, the question for you is really about what has been the most effective South-South cooperation mechanism, especially in alliances like V20? Maybe also, Renato, you use the opportunity for colleagues and audience who don't know a lot about V20 as an introduction. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Again, the dilemma is 5 minutes. So the Climate Vulnerable Forum and the V20 Group of Finance Ministers, founded in 2009, 11 countries. By the time I joined in 2015 as an advisor, it was 20. Now we're 74, and we represent 1.7 billion people around the world. Our members include the most vulnerable countries who have done so little to contribute to the problem. The session began with a statement that South-South cooperation is a cornerstone. I say it's another way to spell leadership. And if we talk about leadership, this is the right place to do so, because as probably the whole world knows, is very thankful for the leadership that has been displayed by Pakistan in trying to sort out warring big powers. And this is the kind of leadership that we actually need from those who are interested to bring about peace. What have we done in particular in the CVF and V20 that would matter? There's many, but I would like to focus on a couple of things. We have been flooded with a lot of data and numbers since yesterday. I think I'd like to put a context onto this in terms of the politics and the changes that we are able to leverage because we are determined to deliver change. So we were established in 2009. In 2015, 2 months before the Paris Agreement was gathered, the CVF established what is called the V20 Group of Finance Ministers. The initial response of the finance ministers was one of surprise. It took them about 2 months to realize that, yes, they are at the center of the climate crisis resolution. For so long, many people up to now think that climate change is an environmental issue, which is just a subset of the entire problem. We are in the middle of a development crisis, and we need the economic managers of all our member countries to take the lead. By establishing the V20 Group of Finance Ministers, we actually set the bar very high for the rest of the world. Europe, North America, other advanced nations did not really know what to do. It was V20 being established that set the tone, because we said, if we do not have an economic plan, an economic and development strategy to address this crisis, what are we doing? What's the point? Initially, the ministries in the advanced nations were sending back some of our letters saying this has to go to the aid department or to the development ministry. And we said no. Our members are not looking for charity. We are looking for partnership. Our goal is not to ask or beg for aid. Our goal is investment and trade. And so the V20 thus focused on the issues that mattered most to our peoples. Yes, there are ecological problems, but much of this has to be addressed and can only be addressed when we look at cost of capital, when we look at the risks, when we look at investments and what we need to do to bring them in. This is why we also established what we call the Global Parliamentary Group. It's not about declamations or statements or manifestos talking about who is the most responsible. The Global Parliamentary Group of the CVF and V20 was designed to ensure that regulations are in place so that we can attract the investments that we direly need and to keep them. Because otherwise, again, the question, what are we doing? What's the point? The climate crisis is not simply an environmental issue. If it's a development problem, then we have to tackle it in the right way. Our goal is not to reduce emissions per se. Our goal is to advance resilience in development, which is also why we formed, again, to pioneer a global response. We formed the Central Bank Governors Group to tackle monetary policy and what is needed to bring about financial change that would make changes last and endure. So everything has been about finance and economics that dovetails with the best work that is happening with the Environment and Foreign Affairs ministries. But economic outcomes is ultimately what our people will measure us by, what our people will really monitor. Because for us, emissions reductions are great, but ultimately, even if the climate crisis is the largest problem that we have all ever faced, it is not necessarily the most important. To a family, food, jobs, shelter, and health are just as important. Luckily, our economic managers also understand that if we bring development to the working families of our nations, that is also our greatest contribution to the global climate crisis, because we save when we switch to renewable energy instead of relying on fossil fuels. And that savings can go towards social services, towards adaptation, towards resilience, towards better infrastructure. When we chase resilience as the main priority from our macroeconomy to our micro neighborhoods, we know that we will bring about things that will change for lives for the better, and at the same time make things more efficient. Because in the end, the belief of CVF and V20 is that when you place the resilience at the topmost priority and you deliver infrastructure that lasts and changes in supply chains, in logistics and urban services, when you transform society as a priority, we contribute to the global climate good in far bigger ways. Right now, we're in a crisis moment. I think it's actually important to state what it really is. We are in an impasse that is best explained by one of the world's best poets, who happens to be Pakistani. Faiz Ahmad Faiz once wrote, "Dusk, neither dusk will fall, nor darkness arrive. Neither night will end, nor dawn arise." What we need is leadership to get out of this impasse. And leadership means using everything in the toolbox: science, policy, politics, and yes, including poetry.
Thank you very much, Renato. And hopefully we'll have time to come back to what you just said, and specifically in relation to for climate action to work, the people have to see the benefit of it, especially those deprived. I think that is an important point and something that always comes back in this discussion. So I'll quickly move to Romina. Romina, you know, and you've represented Pakistan in many of the COP discussions. We're preparing for COP31. Where do you see as the strongest opportunity for deepening South-South cooperation? Is it finance? Is it technology? Is it adaptation? And what specific input and support is needed to translate this to reality? And I know your Prime Minister, I think that I was meeting some of the ministries, and they told me the line that the Prime Minister wants you to go through is what they call Shabazz line, or Shabazz speed. So the results is an important factor for government. Where do you see this going on South-South?
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning to all dear fellows. And for me, today is a great day. First of all, very quickly, I just wanted to say great tribute to Dawn, because media is something which is very much a strong component where the voices can reach where maybe me or you can't reach. So one of that thing, that the continuity, I must say. And then today I'm really, really happy to see on my right and left that sitting among with my friends, of course Red, and of course my dear Yaya as well, and Seema and all of them, and sitting in middle of them, because in the COP29, it was just memories which I'm refreshing, that Red also know that it was the craziest time of my life at the COP29, because it was moreover like running to get the thing done, not only for Pakistan, for this region. And over there, we discussed about the regional solution. And I really want to congratulate and to pay thanks as being a human, not as being just a coordinator, but as being a human, I really want to pay thanks to UN. But other than that, the organizations which are in the UN like they're working like UNF, if you're talking about the Indus Water Basin, treaties and all that. And then, of course, CVF. CVF is something people mostly, they said that, Rumina, you talk a lot about CVF. It seems like you're with them. I said, no, I'm not with them. They are with me. We are with them. It is because when we talk about right now, I don't want you to talk about anything technical because you see, one thing, it's in my personal humble opinion because I don't want anyone to take it in a wrong way that as being a parliamentarian, my job is not to be an expert, I believe. This is my understanding. I need to have the expertise from the expert and to bring them together and then to align the policy for my people, for the public, because me representing the people, so I always say I'm from the people, by the people, and because of the people. So today when we are talking about the solutions, when we are talking about the South-South cooperation, so for me, COP, and at the COP as well, I don't mind to say that I've very clearly mentioned that we can't go for the global solutions. We need to come up for the regional solutions because we cannot give a Panadol tablet to everyone for every issue. Every region has a different problems. So if we talk about specifically about this region, we know and we understand the developed countries, the way they're treating the developing countries. And most probably, this region is suffering. Our children are suffering. And we are not in the state of crisis. We are in the state of war from the climate change. Because the way we all are suffering now, me, you, and most of us, we have led a beautiful life. But what about the children who are coming through? So it is their human right as well. It's their right. So how much we are focused? So I believe strongly, as you mentioned about the Shabazz speed, I am really thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister, the trust which he has showed, but moreover, I'm really thankful to all the organizations who are sitting over here, who always have the trust on me that yes, with her or along with her, we can get the things done. And we have done that. And we are looking forward to do that. And in that matter of fact, Yaya, my dear brother, I don't know I'm on the Shabazz speed, but yes, of course, as being my leadership, I tried to make, and that in the COP, of course, those who attended the COP, they knew that they said, like, how can you make it possible? But that is all a teamwork. And it was not alone Rumina or Pakistan. It was the regional support. It was CVF. It was UNF. It was everyone, even the media as well. So, you know, how we can work, that is more important. And then getting back to this particular thing, I don't know how the COP's going to work because it is not now for me as I don't want to call myself an activist because this is not something I have to do as an activist. This is something I always say that now, because as Red mentioned, as all of us, my dear lady, she also mentioned about when we're talking about the water, that now this is not me and you, it's us. We all need to support each other, and South Asia or South-South cooperation or this region can do wonders. We don't have to look for here and there for the support, for the funding, for the grants. We can do the trade with a respectful way. That if we don't have money, it's okay. You have wheat, I have rice. Let's swap. Let's come and talk about the solutions. I don't want to give here any, and most important thing, I hate this word, that when we say that the vulnerability, this region, the people, either it's Maldives, either it's Pakistan, either it's Sri Lanka, either it's Bangladesh, anyone, all these countries, the people, the developing countries people, they are the resilience nation. And if you talk about Pakistan, we have proved in the floods that we are not looking for the aid, man. We're looking for the trade because this is not something we created. And this is not the God-made crisis, please. This is not the natural calamities. These all are the man-made disasters. So we need to grow up, I strongly believe, and strongly we have to stand for each other. And how it can be possible? By sitting, and I think these sort of the forums where the media, where the CVF, where the UNAP, or the UN, yourself, Mr. Yaya, who is sitting over here, and the private partners, we have to take the development sector and the private corporate sector along. Because G2G is something which goes. But moreover, it's B2B as well. public to public, people to people, academia to academia, that how we can get the things done. Because now we are not living in some globe. Now we all, I strongly believe, and I always say that we are the citizens of the planet. Because if the planet is not going to be there, excuse me, no one is going to be there. So what we are looking for, because now, not only the state of war, I'm saying, like the climate, look at what's happening in the world. Like one place we're talking about, please, where the glaciers are melting, the water crisis, the food security, and what's happening. One developing area, like we all know, and I don't want to go in that details because this is something we're talking about climate, but this is something about the food security. It is something about the human rights challenges. It's something about the children. It's something about everyone, living things, and those as well, life under the water, life above the sky, you know. So these are the things where I believe that these forums can play a pivotal role as a bridge where we all now need to sit. We don't want to go for those solutions that, okay, let's go for the COP. What about the loss and damage fund? Where is that fund? Nothing happened. So please, excuse me, I just don't want to hurt anyone, but this is something we all need to understand, that we need to stand for each other. Because today's Pakistan, tomorrow it can be someone else. Today's Maldives, tomorrow it can be Sri Lanka, tomorrow it can be anyone. Are we waiting for that let the water go above our head? No. So if no, then let's sit together, come up with the solution plans. Because I'm here not to give the technical things, I'm here to learn from the technical, and everybody know that when it comes to technicality, I always believe that, and I'm not a perfect person, I love to learn. So when urge of learning is there, things we can do, this is something we have to stand, and climate justice is something which we don't know we're going to get it, not get. So justice is right now very much important, but moreover important is survival. Are we ready for that? Are we waiting for that someone else is going to come and tell us that this is adaptation, that is mitigation? Adaptation and mitigation is very important component, but if my child needs a bread, if my child is hungry, I'm not going to care about the mitigation or adaptation, guys. We need to think about as a human that how the realistic solutions we can give to the people. And now it's a great time because everyone is talking about the climate change. Everyone is talking about the things. And you see, in Pakistan right now, the biggest challenge is now heat waves are going to be, they are very much there. So these are the things I think, I tried my level best, but last one thing, please no blame, no shame, just take actions. We need to come up with one aim and we have to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I allowed Her Excellency Romina to have 8 minutes because I always say that nobody has ever voted for me. She has votes. So because of that, people who get votes, we get more time. So thank you very much. And I really like the idea of leadership. I think also Renato also pointed out on this. One of the things I think hopefully could come out of this conference is that because Pakistan has shown global leadership in giving us a ceasefire in this region and ending a war that hopefully sustainably soon, that leadership in Pakistan, if that is transferred to climate, I think the results could be even much more bigger. So I think your government and the government of Pakistan, I think, has an important role on the climate discussions globally. I'll move now to Tom Wang. Tom, the question for you is, what is your opinion on emerging opportunities for global South actors to upscale technology? And I mentioned technology because we're all amazed what China has been able to do with EVs and batteries and the entire technology around renewables in a very short period of time. And you've heard from Renato that we can only convince the poor, the masses in many of South Asian countries to go renewable if they benefit from it. What has been your experience and how can technology be the solution? Over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would really want to thank CVF and also John to invite me here. It's great to actually hang out again with Romina after half a year. We were just in Beijing last September. Technology, we were also talking about technology last September in Beijing. It didn't really happen overnight in China. RED was in China back in 2004, 2005. That was when we were talking about a law in China called the Renewable Energy Law. And that was the time when China still thought climate change was a Western country-led hoax. But in order to clean up China's own air, in order to provide more energy security, China was looking at energy or renewable energy as the new technology to provide new sources, new kind of like mix for China's overall energy. So that was when it all started. Now, exactly 2 decades later, we can see China is the world's largest renewable energy developer and also researcher and manufacturer, investor, and exporter and everything. So it took China 20 years, but that's also happened pretty fast in a relative way. However, I think when it comes to technology, of course, policy is important, finance is important, money is very important. At the very beginning, China provided a lot of subsidy to develop the manufacturing, to develop the R&D, and also to develop the installation of renewable energy inside China as well. However, I think more important than technology is people. Just yesterday, when I was walking around this venue, I met a lot of young Pakistani people, and they came up to me speaking beautiful English and even Chinese, and I was really surprised. And almost everybody uses WeChat because it's just so easy to stay in contact. And that's what I think will play such an important role in the coming decades between China and Pakistan, and between China and the whole world, really, because people are the ones who will be showing or who will be taking the real leadership, especially young people. For PAC, my organization, People of Asia for Climate Solutions, one of my favorite programs is called Future Renewable Energy Engineer Program, where we started in 2023. That was 10 years after Super Typhoon Haiyan hit the Philippines and took thousands of lives just, like after a few days. And some of those people were only 8 years old when Super Typhoon Haiyan hit the Philippines. And in 2023, they were 18 years old. And we went to their high schools and said, do you want to come with me to China and study renewable energy engineering? And they said yes. So that was in 2023. We took 18-year-olds. No, actually 2 of them were still 17 only. But yeah, anyway, we took them to China and started this program, put them in a university in China to study renewable energy. This university is in the middle of the desert, but it has the best sunlight, it has the strongest wind, and that's the perfect place to study renewable energy in China. And when they were leaving the Philippines, I was saying, look, there are 7 billion people in the whole world, and you, 18 kids, are the only 18 in about 3 or 4 years who can speak very good English, very good Chinese, who know about climate change, as the ones who have survived some of the worst typhoons in the Philippines, and you know about renewable energy. But more important than those are that, you have business partners already by the time you leave China, because you have been growing up, you have been studying, you have been going to the same classrooms as Chinese kids. So when you graduate, already you have business partners built in your network. So I think this is something that we can really, really do here in Pakistan, because Pakistan, I believe, is probably in the whole world at the best advantage, or has the best advantage to actually escalate and scale up green energy or renewable energy technology transfer with China. For the following reasons, CPEC, we know that started back in 2015 when the Belt and Road Initiative was only 2 years. And before that, way before that, Pakistan and China have the longest diplomatic relationship in the whole world, again. And more than that, now between China and Pakistan, we were talking about water sharing. We're also sharing glaciers between China and Pakistan. We have so many glaciers between these two countries. But also, more importantly, again, we have that trust and friendship that a lot of countries do not really get today. And that's why, as Red was saying, peace is so important. When we talk about today's disputes, today's wars, a lot of this have started because of fossil fuels. But if we are actually developing renewable energy, it's not just the jobs that will come along for our young people. It's not just safe climate. It's also safer region, a safer world for everyone. So I strongly believe that the people are the ones we can do. In China, we actually have a nickname for Pakistan. It's called the Pakistani iron. And the word iron here refers to friendship like iron. It will not break easily. That's the kind of friendship we're talking about between China and Pakistan. So with this kind of trust, with this kind of friendship, with this kind of expectation, I really hope that, in the future, the renewable energy collaboration is not just the Chinese company coming into Pakistan and build a country, build a project and then leave, right? So that's not kind of long-term friendship building. That's not the kind of people-to-people project we're looking for. I think the real opportunities in the future are really a lot of students from Pakistan going into China, and at the same time, a lot of technologies coming into Pakistan, a lot of manufacturing, a lot of research and development coming into Pakistan, so that this renewable energy really lands here, gets planted in here, and starts to grow very strong roots. So I do end it here with the strong words for our young people in the audience. Go to China, use your beautiful language skills, speak Chinese, and then come back with business partners, with the technology, and show the whole world that this is so possible and it can happen even faster than what China has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. On technology, we already seen a lot of Chinese technology. Only a few months ago, I could not see an EV car, but now in Islamabad, you run into a lot of EV cars, showrooms. So the exchange is happening. I think the next stage of that is things being manufactured in Pakistan for it to create jobs and technology, etc. So thank you very much for your intervention. So now we will move to the private sector perspective. Sima, from your perspective, the private sector has been innovating a lot, and there's been a lot of social innovation on South-South exchanges. Concretely, where do you see the most immediate opportunity for scale-up solutions and the private sector's role on climate action?
Thank you very much, sir. Assalamu alaikum, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Before I say anything else, I'd like to say thank you to the Dawn group for inviting me, and also to Her Excellency, Madam Romina, who, by her passionate speech, actually demonstrated why she is respected globally for not just representing Pakistan, but really being seen as a representative for the people of the world. You said region, I would say the world. It's from that perspective that I would like to speak to you. Just out of curiosity, in the audience, may I see a show of hands as to how many people are from the private sector here today? And how many are from either public sector or the non-for-profit? I wish to have seen more from the private sector today. To answer your question, I think it makes sense to, before we can see where is the opportunity, we should know who is patient capital, because they're the ones who will see the opportunity. What is the global south? because that's where the opportunity is globally. It's not in Silicon Valley, it's in the global south. And then the third is, where are those opportunities and how do we take advantage of them? So who is patient capital? In one sentence, patient capital is not extractive capital. There is actually a battle in private sector globally occurring today in every single country. Patient capital is the Wallenbergs of Sweden, who just stepped in and invested an undisclosed amount to save Stegra. Stegra is the first green steel manufacturing plant in the world. It's a commitment to provide Sweden's contribution to the energy transition. This is important to note because the battle is between elements like a Wallenberg family patient capital that is thinking 100 years ahead, who is thoughtful, and who is seeing the difference between extraction, which is taking only for yourself and profit now, versus future. So if you keep that in mind, what is patient capital? And without naming names, I think any one of us can think of what is extractive capital. That actually moves us to who is the global south. The global south could be anyone from the BRICS, China all the way to Brazil, to emerging markets. I define global south as where are the resources. And this is why patient versus extractive capital is important. Extractive capital is telling countries who own the resources that they need to buy the technologies in order to save their resources while investing to extract the resources. Think about that. That conundrum is amazing when you think about it. Buy our stuff so we can take your resources to sell you more of our stuff, is basically what's happening. Patient capital is in negotiations with the people who are around this group to discuss where is the intersect between money, policy, and national development, because that's the most profitable. The Wallenbergs are some of the most wealthy family in the world out of families. You will never hear about them because they act to show how they invest. And that is similar to an example within Pakistan, which is the ED Foundation. It is a type of capital. And the minute we start to see the non-for-profit sector as a type of capital is when we change it from seeing money sucked in to actually sustainability coming out. That aspect of thoughtfulness, of learning how to navigate your public sector, every single country has public sector issues. But if you learn how to navigate your public sector to drive that intersect between capital, policy, and who's actually benefiting, that's where you're going to get the maximum amount of profit long term, coming back to patient capital. So where are the opportunities? I noted that the global south, regardless of levels of development, are where the resources sit. The opportunity is in three areas. One is soil restoration and agriculture. Agriculture is more than food. It is fashion, it is your clothing, it is what you eat, it is your water. All of these are highly profitable industries. And what I find fascinating is while you have huge agricultural industrial giants selling genetically modified seeds to the global south, they are cultivating natural seeds from the global south to plant in developed nations and remove genetically modified seeds. I urge the private sector that is involved in agriculture to use this valuable resource as a bank and think of ways to capitalize it and to monetize it for the benefit of your own people. This is just one example. If you think of every single natural resource, it is very similar. So that brings to me to, if we're looking at this, where is the opportunity? The opportunity is right in front of us. I think it was Ren who said that it's not the large scale, it's not the macroeconomic policies, it's the people on the ground. That opportunity of working with farmer cooperatives, trade centers, women in arts and crafts, these are actually the most profitable because these are the people where you can give back the most value as well as take the most value. And that creates the resilience. I'm a member of this group called the Institute of Sovereign Investors. It's a group of former sovereign leaders who are actually working at this intersect. And one of the areas that we have found to create the most resilience is the evolution of sovereign capital to look at all of these resources as ways to create banks that then benefit the people. So, sir, you asked me what's the opportunity. The opportunity, I think, is right in front of us, but it means that we must think, we must be considerate, and we must be mutual in our decision-making around capitalizing on that opportunity. I'd like to close by saying that when I sat in the public sector seat, I used to feel really sorry for the private sector that was talking to us because they were usually surrounded by every single public sector official on the table. Now I feel sorry for myself. So I'm waiting for the ambassadors to tell me that there is something wrong with what I've said.
Thank you very much, Seema, for that intervention. So I got a note that I have to move faster, but the good thing, a problem for me is that I have two ambassadors who also happen to be my member states. So I have to be sensitive to that. So we will move quickly to the ambassador of Nepal, to Pakistan, Rita Dittal. And Rita, I think the question for you is what practical lessons or policies can be shared from a South-South perspective with Pakistan as a mountain state? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Yaya. It's a distinct honor to join such a distinguished panel, and I thank Dawn Media for the opportunity. As shared by previous speakers, climate change is a great threat to humanity and to ecosystem, and poor and developing countries are affected more by this. Nepal and Pakistan both have negligible contribution to the emissions, but we are among the nations that bear the greatest burden. When we come to the glacier melting, I think it's a shared vulnerability for countries that has high mountains, including Nepal and Pakistan. And glacier lake outburst floods not just only threaten the water security, livelihoods, and infrastructure, they also are hampering the key economic sectors such as tourism and agriculture and hydropower generation in Nepal. To share with you the Nepal's experience, Nepal, as you may already know, is in a very climate-sensitive geography and is vulnerable to socioeconomic conditions. Since 1970s, we have experienced major gluts, which has resulted into significant loss of lives, damage to properties, and destruction of critical infrastructures, including hydropower plants. If you have been following the news recently, in 2024, August, 2 glacier lake outbursts caused massive flood that swept away Thame village in East Nepal. At least 47 glacier lakes have been identified in Nepal as the potential threat for outbursts if the temperature continues to rise. Of course, within our national capacity, we have been doing what we can at the national level. Our approach is most of nature-based solutions and community-led initiatives. And so what we are trying to do is focus on reforestation for slope stabilization and protection of buffer zones around wetlands to mitigate the downstream floods. Apart from this, Nepal from the early 2010 has adopted local adaptation plan of action. So rather than centrally focused planning system, we are focusing on community-led initiative where the local knowledge is combined with the scientific knowledge to bring the best results. Most recently, Nepal has also done engineering of the engineered lake lowering. The identified lakes which has potential threat of outbursts, we have been using engineering to lower the lake levels, and recently Nepal has access fund from Green Climate Fund project. It's a 7-year project, and it will be focusing mostly on community-based adaptation initiatives. Key components of it are, of course, expanding and upgrading hazard monitoring and early warning systems, reducing water levels in 4 of the identified glacial lakes, and also strengthening riverbanks and flood-prone areas through reforestation and protective infrastructure such as check dams and also vegetative gabion walls. Following the successful intervention in Chorolpa and Imja glacial lakes in the past, the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, in partnership with the UNDP, are initiating the lowering of the 4 lakes that have the potential to burst if the temperature continue to rise. And we are also advancing a major initiative to reduce the risk of glacial lake outburst floods in the Koshi and Gandaki river basins. The project also aims to catalyze public and private investment in climate risk reduction, setting an example for other countries to follow. At the regional level, Nepal headquarters EC Mode, which is producing, monitoring and producing disaster data to the member states. And I think last year there was an MOU between EC Mode and Pakistan, and there's a project which is working on ecosystem restoration in Pakistan already. When we come to South-South cooperation and what Nepal can share with the rest of the countries, we admire the Pakistan state-of-art technology in disaster risk monitoring at the NDMA. I think Pakistan is currently implementing GLOF2 project focusing on installing automated weather station monitoring tools. What Nepal can share would be, of course, the community-based approach that we are following up, and Nepal's community forestry program has been a success story which we started during 70s, and it can be one of the areas where Pakistan can look at. And we have been using micro hydro development in Nepal, which is helping the rural community to electrify the rural community and at the same time reduce the level of the glacier lakes in the mountains. I have already received a note, so I will cut short my speaking notes and would like to conclude that Nepal has been an advocate for the mountain agenda, if you allow me, Mr. Yaya, to say that since COP13, and what we are doing at the national level, of course, is not adequate to deal with the challenges that the climate change requires international support. We need to strengthen global and regional partnership to accelerate climate finance, access to advanced technologies, and enhance capacity building. Nepal stands ready to work collectively with other countries at risk with a common voice in international forum, calling for urgent global collective action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. and sitting next to me so I can send a note. But now I have a problem because Ambassador Doham of Maldives is very far away from me, so I can't give him a note, but I am confident he will limit his intervention to 5 minutes. Ambassador, I think the question for you, a country that has been impacted than any other country I know visibly, is Maldives. As a frontline country, what interventions or shifts are you seeing on climate negotiations? And how can we get more predictable financing accountability on that front? Over to you, Ambassador.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning to you all. I would like to thank the Dawn Media for inviting me, inviting the Maldives, and organizing this beautiful event today. Actually, Maldives has been very vocal in this special topic for a very long time. We had the first cabinet meeting underwater to emphasis on this point. Therefore, we have been very vocal in SIDS, IOCs, and many other platforms in the UN. And although we have succeeded in some ways, but we have a lot of work to do, unfortunately. So when we see between Maldives and Pakistan, of course, we share a lot of common points in terms of culture, in terms of religion, and all. But in terms of geography, we are very different. Maldives is a very low-lying country. We are at a very vulnerable state. Most of the islands in the Maldives is only 1 meter above the sea level. So that's very low. We had been struck with the disaster tsunami in 2004, which led to huge consequences, and a lot of people died, and a lot of damage to the whole country, as well as Pakistan, but in a different way, similar consequences. For example, the 2022 floods, the glaciers melting, and other vulnerable situations in Pakistan leads to the same results: loss of lives and loss of crops and severe damage to countries. So we have to act, and we have to act fast and in a responsible manner. So both our countries, although, as I mentioned, we are different in geography and scale even, but we have to stand on the front line of climate vulnerability. So in Maldives, rising sea levels, we are threatened with long-term sustainability and coastal erosion and extreme weather situations directly impacting the tourism as well. The tourism is the main source of income to the Maldives. And climate change is an existential issue for the Maldives. And for Pakistan, floods with heat waves, water stress, large-scale humanitarian and economic impact happen due to climate change. So we, although Maldives contributes almost 0% in global emissions, greenhouse emissions, but we suffer the most. But at the same time, we try to be an example to the countries by implementing severe measures like His Excellency, the President of Maldives, Dr. Mohammed Muiz, stated that Maldives is committed by 2028 to go to transition the country in energy So we are going to use at least 33% of our energy consumption from sustainable, renewable, clean energy by 2020. And we are very committed to work on. Also, by 2030, we are trying to achieve the net zero state. So we are, from our side, very much committed to this cause. Also, I would like to say, most of the time, vulnerable countries like us have limited negotiating power. Therefore, we have to work together. So when we are together collectively, our voice becomes stronger and it becomes more influential. So we have to push strongly for financing, adaptation financing, operationalization of loss and damage funding, accountability for climate commitments, and fair implementation mechanisms. So climate negotiations cannot remain focused only on distant targets, while vulnerable communities are facing immediate realities today. So we are not only lacking the funding, but we are also facing the difficulty of accessing. Although there are some funds promised to us, but we never receive it. So very complex application systems and very slow disbursement. There are technical barriers and huge delays between commitments and implementation. So we have to push for the implementation part. We have to emphasize. So adaptation is unfortunately not optional for us as vulnerable states. So it's a necessity for survival and resilience. So we call for simpler procedures and faster access for these funds, more grant-based financing, less debt-driven climate support, so that countries recovering from climate disasters cannot wait years for financial approval, while communities continue year by year to suffer like. So we Global South should move beyond negotiations. We should focus on sharing our knowledge, sharing our platforms, technical cooperation, technology, capacity building, and practical implementation also. So in Maldives, we try to protect the marine ecosystem also, while protecting the islands, the coastal erosion part. In Pakistan, I think huge disaster response systems are managed and climate recovery operations are done, and large-scale humanitarian coalitions are being taken. So there is enormous value in countries of the Global South learning directly from each other. So as previously I said that we are very, very much committed, although we are almost 0% in the global emissions. So we have already implemented a lot of renewable energy transition mechanisms and environmental protection and resilience building efforts. My final message is that the climate crisis demands not only urgency, but solidarity. Frontline nations must continue working together to ensure that global climate action becomes more accountable, more inclusive, and more responsive to the realities faced by vulnerable communities. The Maldives remains committed to working closely with Pakistan and the wider Global South in advancing these shared objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So, distinguished guests, I think you've had a very diverse view today from diplomacy and what other countries are doing in the region, from global initiatives, but also private sector perspective and government perspective, and also what technologies that is already available. One of the most amazing things about Pakistan is how Pakistanis have transitioned through their rooftops without anybody telling them. They have solar panels everywhere, and that has helped a lot of communities deal with the challenges of increasing oil prices and other energy costs. So the debate will continue, but the message to take out of this is this region has to take the lead and do it itself. Help may not be coming, unfortunately, in the next few years. So leadership at the local and regional level will matter. And the final message is Pakistan is bringing global peace. Pakistan can lead on climate action. With that, please put your hands for this incredible panel.
I think I was going to try to sum it up, but after Mr. Yaya, I feel like there's no need. So thank you to our esteemed panelists. Can I please ask for a louder round of applause, because we've had a wonderful session. Our next session, session 8, ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated. We're just moving to our next session. We have the Honorable Senior Minister for Punjab with us here. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to the next session for this morning. Session 8 is Unregulated Urbanization in the Climate Crisis. This session examines the challenges of rapid and unregulated urbanization and its implications for climate resilience, asking an important question: are climate-smart cities possible in the developing world? And for this, for our keynote address, we have the Honorable Senior Minister Punjab, Madam Mariam Aurangzeb. She's been tirelessly working on smog and beyond, and I believe she's just arrived from Lahore for this purpose. So, ma'am, it is my honor. Can I please invite you on stage to deliver your keynote address? Can we please have a round of applause to welcome the Senior Minister, please?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mikhail. It is an absolute pleasure to be here and to be speaking in the room where I can see lots of experts, lots of scientists, and lots from the environment sector also. And I would also like to welcome all the international delegates who are part of this Dawn Media Group, Breathe Pakistan. I would also like to thank Dawn Group for organizing. I can see that this is not just now a conference, but it is a platform which Dawn Group has provided for not just the government officials, policymakers, scientists, who just can sit here and we can talk to each other, but also we can act together what we discuss here. So thank you, Shakil Saab, for spearheading it, for your leadership, for the Dawn Group leadership, because I see the value. I remember when we started talking about Breathe Pakistan, that was about a year and a half, but unfolding it into such a vibrant and diverse platform for discussion and for consultation, I congratulate you. I bring you today, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, I can see lots of faces, familiar faces from the sector also, a case study from Punjab. And we all know that Punjab and Pakistan, of course, is one of the fastest urbanization we can see in last 30, 40 years. And the way the urbanization has grown, we can see urban sprawl across the country also. And as we know, Punjab is one of the most urbanized provinces well of Pakistan. With, of course, the value of agriculture backbone, the industrial hub, it holds value in terms of urbanization also. And what we've seen, we've discussed problems, we've discussed challenges. As experts, you would know the challenges also. So I will only talk about what we've done in a year and a half, 2 years in Punjab. From moving to a vulnerable province to more of a environment, climate resilience leadership. Our Chief Minister, Maryam Nawaz Sharif, started working on environmental resilience a year and a half ago, 2 years I would say now. So the entire urbanization, and the topic that I would be talking about is unregulated urbanization. I don't see environmental protection and urbanization as an opposing forces. If it's done in a way where we are integrating ecosystems, where we are protecting ecological balance, and where we are integrating all the climate resilient infrastructure policies embedded into the decision making, urbanization, when is inclusive, when is sustainable, and when it is responsible, we can see a urbanization which is climate resilience. And that is what, as a challenge, we took 2 years ago in Punjab. So from a very fragmented sector, as you can see on the screen also, it is just on the environmental climate resilience, but as a fragmented, because it's not just urbanization, it's not just environmental protection, it is more of an ecosystem approach that we have taken in Punjab. So multi-sectoral lens for the first time in decision making, we started off by adding 1% in every PC1. The project document is now spent on climate resilience. Every development project in Punjab now has 1% of its cost embedded in the project document, which has to be spent on climate resilience. So that was the starting point. Then the entire vision of the Chief Minister, as I said, it is more of a integrated approach now. So her vision of e-mobility, urbanization of course means more vehicles on road to begin with. So her e-mobility vision, where she's added about 1,100 buses, electric buses, into the entire mass transit e-mobility vision of hers, and which is now running across the districts and across Punjab. It was not just a pilot in Lahore, but as I speak, the electric buses are running on the roads across Punjab in every district. So this e-mobility was coupled with vehicular testing system. And that also was the first time ever the emission control system, vehicle control system and monitoring was started in Punjab in Lahore. And around 500,000 plus cars are being certified, have been certified by the environmental protection agencies. The visuals that you can see on the screen, of course, talks about the air quality and the climate resilient plan and the vision which was launched for the first time back in 2024 when we took government. So the entire fragmented approach of the climate resilience was consolidated into this climate resilient vision of the Chief Minister, which of course has different sectors, different targets, different milestones, and a monitoring framework is embedded into the vision. So it's not just a vision document, it is a policy document, and then it has sectoral targets embedded into the vision, which is being monitored every quarter in planning and development. Then the Environmental Protection Force was established as a field formation, which is also sectoral. It is not just one sector that we are looking at, it is industry, agriculture, the construction, the fugitive dust sector, the plastic zones, the industrial formation, field formations of Environmental Protection Force. So there are 5 sectors that the Environmental Protection Force looks at, and it was a complete overhauling and reform of the Environmental Protection Authority also. I have with me here in the room, which is DG Environmental Protection Agency Punjab, Imran, who is a leader. He's leading the entire initiative of EPA. I have with me here is Silvat, who's Secretary Environment and Climate Change in Punjab, and they are working with all the other departments, be it agriculture, be it industry, be it transport, education, health, and local government also is part of this entire vision program of the Chief Minister. So as I said, that unregulated urbanization and environmental protection should not be seen as an opposing forces. And that is what the governance tipping point of Chief Minister Punjab is. So every project, every intervention that we under her leadership are taking is all integrated and inclusive. To begin with, again, she has launched this spatial planning and standardization authority in Punjab, which looks after the entire master planning of the districts. And for the first time, it is done in a way that it has the environmental, climate resilient component in it, so that when the master planning is done, it has the environmental resilient infrastructure component embedded into the spatial planning and master planning of cities. And then encroachment is another area that is also part of the spatial planning, master planning of cities that we have launched in Punjab under the Chief Minister's Spatial Planning Authority. A very active industrial relocation from the residential area is another area that we have launched in Punjab. And as you must have seen that in Faisalabad, around 38 so far industrial units are moving away from the residential and interior city zone to a industrial state that we have provided to them. The next is Lahore, and then we have moved around more than 40 tanneries from Sialkot city to an adjacent area which was also allocated by the government and which was allocated 18 years back. And not a single tannery was moved to that area. So as I speak to you, around more than 40 tanneries have been moved to a designated area with a complete environmental impact assessments and environmental SOPs. Then again in Kasur is another tannery zone that we have identified, and under the Chief Minister's Economic Transformation Plan, where city transformation planning is also part of it. The tannery zones and environmental protection in terms of waste treatment plants, in terms of drainage, in terms of sewage of the industrial states is also part of the Chief Minister's economic planning. Then every road, more than 30,000 roads have been constructed over the last 2 years, and every roadside has, again, as I said, has a percentage of the cost as plantation along the sides of the roads in last 2 years. So no road in Punjab can be constructed without the tree cover alongside the road. So that's something we've worked on. Air quality is a priority area in, as we all know, smog was something that paralyzed Punjab in winter season. And what we worked over 2 years has started showing results. So I think, I'm not saying that we've resolved the entire climate problem of Punjab, but we have started, and we have started in a way that it is integrated, it is inclusive, and it takes care of every component of climate resilience when it comes to sustainability of growth. And we believe that no city can prosper if it can't breathe. So that's our starting point when we started working on all of this. So the air quality, there was no air quality monitor in Punjab when we started off, and everything was calculated by international websites, and during the winter season only, there was no data to begin with, only anecdotal data was shared and was also reported. But now we have around 59 air quality monitors that are installed, and they just not calculate data, but also do predictable modeling, AI generative, all digital, You can also see this Punjab Climate Watch that is being installed. It's a live dashboard of all the industrial units, of all the brick kilns, of all the stubble burning. And across Punjab, they monitor the industry, and the live dashboard then alerts the field formation, and then the entire system responds to it. So it's not a reactive approach to the climate problem or the environmental problem or the air quality problem. It is more of a responsive approach where we have taken all the stakeholders together. So all the industrial units, more than 9,000 industrial units, have now environmental control systems installed. That is a camera that, if there's a black smoke emitting from the chimneys, this is all monitored and is part of our Climate Watch dashboard where we monitor the data. All the brick kilns in Punjab are QR coded. They have a specific exclusive QR code on their brick kiln, which then again is linked to our Climate Watch dashboard, which which not just collects data, not just monitors it, but also there's a complete system that responds to it, and how to make it climate resilient, environmental resilience. Also, there's a complete mechanism placed there. Then, you must have heard Suthra Punjab is the largest solid waste management program of the Chief Minister Mariam Nawaz, which runs across the length and breadth of Punjab province. It's a cleanliness program, but as urbanization increases, and it's not just in urban parts of Punjab, it's also for the first time rural parts of Punjab where the Suthra Punjab is working. It's solid waste management, and then we are now moving from just not the collection of waste, but waste to value as well with our private sector. Drainage rehabilitation, of course, the industrialization in district capitals of Punjab, and then also in the residential areas. The drainage is in the fresh water, and the drain rehabilitation Chief Minister program, we have selected about 5 drains across Punjab, and we are rehabilitating it. We are working with the private sector, the industries along those drains, who are then now working with us for the entire rehabilitation program of those drainages. So lots of relocation will be happening in next 3 months. We are replacing, under the Punjab Clean Air program, we are replacing the 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers as pilot from Lahore as our smog mitigation plan. We have a smog mitigation resilient plan, which again has monitoring and evaluation embedded into it, targets and milestones also. And with all what we've done in a year and a half, 2 years, about 35% of PMT 2.5, according to the international website, we have reduced over last year and a half. So whatever we are doing, it seems to be working, seems to be having an impact, but a lot needs to be done, of course, in other parts, also other areas as well, other sectors also. The stubble burning, there were about 300 superseders when we started off, and they were only available to the farmers who could afford it. The Chief Minister started a subsidy program for superseder, and as I speak to you, 6,000 superseders are working in the fields of Punjab, which has really, really impacted and reduced the stubble burning in this winter season when it was wheat sowing and rice harvesting season. So this is a few of the videos that you can see of the plantation, where we, of course, involve the students, the schools, the private sector. We're doing lots and lots of research also, which comes to us from other parts of the world, and we test them. We invited the universities also to have our research programs augmented. The smog guns that you see on the roads of Lahore, and then we are expanding it to other parts of Punjab also. The UAT in Lahore has made a smog gun, which is indigenous technology, and this is how we are augmenting our research into different equipments. We're also trying the air quality monitor that we have installed now, and who, as I said, monitors the entire live dashboard and the air quality indexes and the data. The climate observatory is something that we are coming up. The project has started. It will be a data hub of all the land use planning, the flood plans, the disaster planning, and the environmental quality indexes and the air quality as well. That climate observatory will be the region's biggest and the largest data repository and the hub which is placed in Lahore but will have satellite offices across Punjab, and we will of course share data with organizations like NDMA, so on and so forth. All the universities, research departments will be linked to these climate observatory, and the scientists and the experts will also be part of that climate observatory that we of course have started, and the project will be completed in a year and a half, 2 years, inshallah, from now. We've identified low emission, we've done zonifications of the cities of Punjab, and the zones, low emission zones we have identified, and we are trying to protect them with our policies, with interventions that I've just spoken about. And so those zones will be low emission zones declared, as we have declared no plastic zones across Punjab as well, where environmental protection with the district administration is working very, very aggressively, and they're working on no plastic. We've launched this campaign of no plastic use in Punjab when we came in government, assumed office. But now we've working with the recycling companies also, where the confiscated plastic is being used in making furniture for schools and parks. So that's a big initiative. We've linked the private economy to this campaign also. These are few things. These are the brick kilns, as you see on the screens. They are all QR coded, and the live feed of, and we issue this video every morning of all the brick kilns that are running in Punjab. Is a strict monitoring being done on all these brick kilns, environmental control systems, the fields and the farms of Punjab through technology. All this force that you see, the environmental protection force, have drones. They have the monitors that they have, the technology, the cameras installed, everything is digital. There's less and less human intervention. All the equipments, you saw that what we inherited as environmental protection force, and what now the forces, I can say with great confidence that it is one of the best environmental protection force in the world, and how they are working. So we included the petrol, the fuel testing in our mandate also, the water testing in our mandate as well of the environmental protection force. So there's no area that we have left behind when it comes to environmental protection, environmental monitoring and implementation in different sectors across Punjab. It's a very holistic, comprehensive, inclusive program that the Chief Minister is running, and there's a zero tolerance. Whenever there is a violator, we've come up with a first polluters pay principle, and we've done that with our industry, with our chambers. So we've made them partners in this entire initiative that we are, taking in Punjab at the moment. I spoke about the Spatial Development Authority and their master planning. Under the Murray Development Program, for the first time, we made master plan of Murray, first time ever. And then we also made the first ever bylaws for Murray because of the depletion of forest cover area, as we all know. So the entire construction is now a part of our development plan for Murray. And Mr. Omar, who's heading the urban unit, and it's the industry secretary, he's really, really helped us in mapping the urban unit, in mapping the entire industry. And as an industry secretary, Umar has really, really helped the environment department for industrial mapping in residential areas. And that's what we are really relocating in next coming few months this year. We will, inshallah, relocate and replace the industrial zones from the residential zones of Punjab. Then, as I said, the data, we can't govern what we can't measure, as they say. So data is our main work that we have done over the last 2 years. So we have mapped the entire industry, we have mapped the sectors, we have data now available with us, and that is being used in our spatial planning and a standardization authority also when they're planning these master plans for city. So this is how we have really embarked upon this journey under the leadership of the Chief Minister. There's a Green School program coming up, which is again with the schools. There's a solid waste program that we have launched in schools across Punjab, and across schools of Punjab, public schools and private schools as well. This is the Environmental Protection Force that you can see on screen. This is the vision that I was talking about, which the Chief Minister launched, the climate vision of Punjab. The health impacts. The Health Ministry is working both the primary, the preventive and the secondary health department working with us again on the data. 60,000 health workers have been hired to go door to door that are helping us in terms of disease identifications and specifically for smog and for air quality and environmental related diseases. They are identifying and mapping for us to react in terms of our, that's coming from the health department. So I think when we talk about unregulated urbanization, we talk about all these sectors. Nothing can work if it is in isolation. Nothing will work if one component is left behind. It has to be inclusive, as I said, and that is what we are doing. We're working with the environmental sector organizations. We're working with the legislative lawyers as well, because we are, have the oversight as well of how we can really work by augmenting our existing laws. We have best policies, we have best legislations. It is now time to, and we have best experts also. I think in Pakistan, it is just time to act, bring them together, and that's what we did in Punjab and made it a case study for the world also. Lots of other countries, of course, have approached us. The way we have worked on air quality, that we are working on the different projects and different things that we have done over last. We have registered lots of projects for carbon credit for the first time also. That is, I don't know if you are familiar with Mahmood Booty project that we are doing for methane extract. That's also registered for the climate credit program from Pakistan as well. This is our Chief Minister that you can see on the screen for all the international delegates. This is the decline of Lahore from 1st, 3rd to 13th over this smog period. This is what we inherited, as I was talking about, the before Environmental Protection Force, and this is now we have a modern, digital, electric, and all AI-driven Environmental Protection Force that runs across Punjab now. And we are introducing this Environmental Protection Force in 10 districts hotspot for air quality. We are introducing it this year. These are the sectoral Environmental Protection Force that I was talking about. Different sector has, this is a mobile air quality monitors, and these are where they can go into residential areas. The smaller vehicles is something that we have done. So this is from Punjab, and I would request and invite all of you, all the experts who are visiting from abroad, please do visit Lahore, do visit Punjab. We have lots to tell and lots to show also, and the direction, the policy, the intention is in the right direction, and that's why I think it is showing results. And in next 2-3 years, inshallah, we think that we will be living in a safer, more environment resilient, more climate resilient province, and where the urbanization can coexist with environmental, ecological balance that we are looking forward. And you are welcome to see all these facilities. I invite you to our first ever LEED certified gold standard green building that we have built in Lahore also, where this Punjab Climate Watch dashboard is housed. जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं from the academia, the students I can see here also, आप लोग सब ज़रूर आएं. It can be a good platform for your research projects also, because that's how we are including and involving and engaging the student body. When I went for this degree Environment and Climate Change back in 2002 and 3, there was hardly any appetite or demand for environment degrees and students going abroad. But now I'm so happy that our national universities, our provincial universities, and the students, we have good student body, researchers, experts, young experts that we have engaged in our Climate Watch and in all these interventions, because I think every intervention in every sector is a research project in itself. Then, lastly, Punjab Socio-Economic Registry is something that is data collection, the registry hub that the Chief Minister, because data was one thing that we really struggled with when we started off. So this Punjab Socio-Economic Registry also maps the demographics of the population in both the urban sector and the rural sector, where every household is counted and no one is left behind. So that's one data hub that will work and that will really help in in policy making and decisions. And then there's something that we have developed called Punjab One Map, where every asset of Punjab government and which is on the surface, on land and under the surface, every asset is mapped, digitized, and then we use it for our urban planning and for our rural transformation and reform projects that the Chief Minister is heading now, be it Misali Gaon model villages, be it clean drinking water, be it the largest ever sewage, drainage and clean drinking water program called Punjab Development Program with the cost of around 400 billion, is something which is being spent over last, which has started, and around 8,000 villages are included into our next annual development program, where drainage, sewage, clean drinking water is part of our overall Punjab development program. Clean cities is another area. So these all things, I think, is something that you all have to see and have to experience, that we are working in Punjab under the leadership of Chief Minister Punjab. Private sector sitting here, I would invite you, because all our interventions have private sector as partner. Every sector, every intervention is with the private sector. Ecotourism, massive work and expansion in terms of ecotourism in Punjab, again under the leadership of Chief Minister Punjab. So I invite you in the end to please come to Punjab and see all these interventions with us and experience them, and how see that a environmental vulnerability can be changed into climate resilience leadership. And that's how we are doing it. It's a long journey, but all of us acting together can really make a difference. Thank you very much. And thank you once again to all the international delegates who are part of this Breathe Pakistan conference, which started off as an environmental initiative, has become where the international experts can exchange ideas with our local partners. Thank you, Shakil Sir, once again for your leadership. Thank you, Dawn Group, for giving this platform for everyone to come together and act together. Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you to the Senior Minister. It's so heartening to see all the efforts on the ground, such a delivery-focused approach by the Senior Minister and the shared vision of our Honorable Chief Minister in Punjab. And of course, one cannot deny the efforts of the Secretary and the Director General in ensuring transparency, accountability, and a technology-abled environment for a greener Punjab, inshallah. So with that, I'd like to move on to our other keynote speakers. I'd like to first invite Mr. Tariq Alexander Kesser, the founder and principal architect of TAQ Associates, and Ms. Miri Atala, the head of adaptation and resilience at the United Nations Environment Program. Please come up on stage. I could request Mr. Tariq to start with his remarks, and Mr. Tala will follow. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have a green folder. I have a black folder. I have no gray folders. Let the Honorable Minister depart. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dawn Media, for this. And thank you so much for your team, for this amazing team of young people that you have assembled out here. And I think they need a hand. Discourse. Discourse and gatherings like these are valuable. There's no doubt about it. They're critical. And we have in this room incredible thinkers and professionals, people who respect this earth, our earth. All of us do what we can to make a difference. And I'm honored to be here amongst all of you. So thank you. We all stand witness to the damage our species is doing to our planet. There is reason enough for dissent, loud dissent. If a single message was clear yesterday, it is, the situation is dark. But I believe it is not bleak, because all is still not lost. Backwinding the Anthropocene to the Holocene is not an option. Containing global temperatures to 1.5 degrees is, well, it's for bringing together luminaries and people and thinking and thinkers of this caliber. So, about wars, I'm angry about our greed and abuse of fossil fuels, profoundly sad about the human pain felt in cities, habitation, homes. All of our homes. I also cry when a tree is cut. Damage, discord, not harmony with nature seems to be the norm, especially in our urban environment. Our cities are out of control. Everything seems to be a free-for-all. Regulated development is required, but it must be implemented effectively. And effective administration is an incredible challenge. We are witness to that in all aspects of our life. How do you administer a city that has multiple adjacent and independent municipalities? I'm talking about my hometown, Karachi, and many other locations and cities in this country. Good laws exist. They still exist because they change. But new ones are needed, ones that are accepted by all. These will have to take into consideration the needs of people and the constraints of nature. Sensitivity to sociology and science is paramount. Let me overstate that. The future cannot exist in quality without the sensitivity to human needs and to the constraints, physical constraints of science. However, we have educated ourselves into silos, separating ecology from engineering and science from humanities. Philosophy is put aside for entrepreneurship. And please note, I work with entrepreneurs. I have spent a lifetime doing that in my architectural practice. But without philosophy and the quality of abstract, esoteric thinking and questioning, entrepreneurship is limited. But why is philosophy put aside for entrepreneurship? I ask myself that question many times, and I ask all of you the same question. It needs to be considered, deliberated on, and implemented. This has resulted in a fragmented This has resulted in a fragmented thinking in a world today that requires a holistic, integrated, and deeply sensitive understanding of issues. But we work in specializations with pressure to get the job delivered and the bottom line maximized. It's a narrow focus. Our lives are lived in a narrow focus and in a small subset of a small silo. The critically needed long-term wide view often recedes into the background. That is sad. Our cities have problems with planning, zoning, order. Topping the list is untreated effluent discharge and solid waste. All of our cities have a problem with effluent discharge. There's exceptional work being done in some of our cities on solid waste. Exceptional. And I have to praise that. But so much still drains directly into the sea, river, or the Nala, not into sewage treatment plants, STPs, or into solid waste facilities. Drainage systems get clogged or built upon, streets flood, sewage-rich waters stagnate and cause atrophic bacterial and algal blooms. Disease vectors spread. It's only common sense. Feces-contaminated subsoil water is often used for bathing and drinking. Nothing new. Is it an acceptable normal? Drinking water is ostensibly safe when it's bottled and sold at massive profit. It's a question that needs serious consideration. Bottled water from RO plants results in concentrated waste. We know that. Where does it go? Often it is pumped back into its source aquifer. Again, another question. Our communities have been divided into them that cannot afford to drink clean water and those that can. Our cities, our lives suffer from deep, deep inequities. This is overwhelming. And it should be so for all of us. I do ask what I'm personally doing about this. And as a starting point, I find myself advocating for the need to push for equitable urban development and policies that work alongside nature's systems. And policies, let me repeat, and policies that work alongside nature's systems. Equity. Equity is not just for the human species. My focus is on creating healthier cities. All of our focus as planners, as administrators, needs to be that. Restoring and protecting what we have removed from nature and keeping safe whatever still remains is so very important. For Karachi, I stand firmly as an advocate for nature reserves on our islands, specifically Bundle Island and Kipniawala. The city requires them to be covered in mangroves, not human commercial enterprises. There should be contiguous interconnected parks. New green zones and tree-lined streets are required. Older, neglected spaces should be replanted with biodiverse tree cover. Buildings should not be placed there. Buildings should not be placed where land has been designated and planned for as a park. It's common sense. Pakistan is blessed with the Indus River and its tributaries. It's an incredible gift. Its banks and floodplains have to be reforested. Harvestable crop trees grown for local community use. Local community use. Our floodplains should not be covered with concrete development. floodplains will flood. That is what floods do on floodplains. So why put hotels there? Why put housing colonies there? Why compromise the lives of the future of the children who will be born and grow there? Again, it's axiomatic, it's simple, and it's obvious. And the reasons why it's done need to be questioned by ourselves, to ourselves, and to everyone that is around us. Can biospheres form? Please remember that we have this incredible Indus River and its tributaries running from the delta in the south to the mountains, the Himalayas in the north. I cannot identify another single country that has this expanse of subsoil water resource and floodplains and wetlands that Pakistan has. So the question is, can biospheres form? Will they change localized climate wherever they exist or are grown? What happens when they exist along the entire length of our country? What happens when the entire length of the Indus River becomes a biosphere? This is not a hypothetical argument. It is a very possible, doable argument, and the technical expertise in our country, in Pakistan, is readily available. I see this today as a stellar green opportunity. The scale of this gift of geology, geography, and ecology is incredible. But who will reach out to claim its laurel? There are many, many accolades to be earned. And my call is for people to do some deep thinking and seize an opportunity that is just lying there. But it has to be for the people. It has to be for the citizens and the communities that exist along the river, and not for corporations. The day of mega corporations and globalization are dying. It is and has to be about local benefit, and the benefit to the lowest denominator that we have identified as a city in our communities. Pakistan is already generating carbon credits on the eastern delta, but the mangrove plantation work needs to be undertaken on the islands of Karachi, its western delta as well. These islands should not be developed into high-rise communities or industrial zones. They need to become protected areas for nature reserves and intertidal biodiversity. For our progeny to live healthy, productive lives, we need our cities to exist in this intersection, the nexus of man and nature. That is the only way forward. And it is the possibility and a potential that can create a sea change for our society, community, our country. It is there for us to seize. It is there for us to attempt to achieve. The fix to our stressed cities is complex. And yes, I do believe that smart green cities are possible. The caveats are there. But the caveats are not unsurmountable, and they don't require incredible amounts of money. The resources are available here with us at home, homegrown. So the fix is complex, but it starts with something very simple. It starts with planting and protecting trees. It starts with protecting trees. It continues with respect for nature in the cities of us, the Homo sapient animal. And I leave this with an unanswered question. Will we put value on our izzat-e-nafs? Will we look at our zamir, to look at the future for our progeny? and our community and our country and our respect, self-respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kessa, for a reality check on some of the mistakes we've been making, and a special thank you to mentioning Karachi, because I think we've not had a lot of talk of the city so far in this conference. I'd now like to invite Ms. Miri Atala, the head of adaptation and resilience at the United Nations Environment Program, to come up and deliver her keynote.
Thank you very much, and well, good afternoon. I think now it's 12 sharp. My name is Mireya Atala, and I would like to start first because I've been asked a couple of times where I'm from. I'm Lebanese, and I would really, really like to remove my UN hat, wear my national hat, and convey to the people of Pakistan and the government of Pakistan the appreciation for taking on the huge responsibility of brokering the negotiations on truce and peace. Now, wearing my UN hat back again, I will try to be as short as possible. So, we were asked to really reflect in our keynote speeches around the whole issue of cities, but also with, related to the speed of urbanization in developing countries, and whether there's a possibility for cities to be smart in that context of rapid urbanization. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I will start with maybe a couple of reflections and data points that are global, but that are also very relevant for Pakistan's context. First is that everywhere around the world, urban growth is accelerating. And for us, from our point of view, that is an opportunity, because we know that 50% of the built environment has not yet been constructed. So whether it's for the private sector, whether it's for governments, whether it's for local municipalities, there is an opportunity of leapfrogging there. Second is that local impacts, it's been repeated and said multiple times, that climate impacts are local and unequal. There is an opportunity for addressing inequity and injustice in that process of building and developing new urban centers, and of nurturing local and indigenous solutions, as has been mentioned a couple of times as well. And lastly, I really need to bring I don't know that I need to bring the attention of any Pakistani to the fact that heat is the deadliest climate risk. World Environment Day on June 5th is going to be dedicated to climate change for the first time in 14 years. One of our themes is Beat the Heat, and we have 50 cities around the world that will be stress testing how they cope with 50 degrees. Some of them are doing a simulation because 50 degrees will never happen. Extreme heat in Glasgow, for example, is triggered at 28 degrees. In Pakistan, we have the cities of Turbat, Lahore, and Karachi that have come forward to join that exercise. And when you hear the mayor of Turbat talk about extreme heat, about the real feel of 50 degrees on your skin, on your breath, on the silence that grabs the city because everything stops looking for shade, including animals. You don't hear an insect. That is the real feel and the reality and the lived experience of extreme heat. And this is one of the deadliest climate impacts. It kills around 500,000 people around the world. And we estimate that this is an underestimate because not a lot of deaths or work breaks are reported, for example, as being related to extreme heat. It's strokes, it's kidney failure, it's heart failure, but in many cases they are correlated and caused by extreme heat conditions. Can we go to the last slide, please? Last one. Next one. Thank you very much. No, I'm joking. This is not the end of my intervention, but I'm dropping my slides here to refocus maybe on a couple of messages that I would like to convey. And that you will find, I think, with Dawn Media putting up the slides on the conference website. First, as we've heard from the Minister of Environment of Lahore, cities are where action happens, and this is where they come together. The artificial divide that we heard about adaptation and mitigation, but also about pollution, whether it's waste or air pollution or nature, cities is where those silos break, where action needs to happen together and where there's the possibility for taking holistic approaches. So it's a challenge for us as technical people on climate to start addressing those things holistically. And I think we see this materialize really in building codes. You don't want to have a building code for floods, another one for energy efficiency, another one for thermal comfort, another one for fire safety, another one for electrical compliance. You want to have a single building code. So here there are opportunities that cities are challenging us with. The second thing is that there's a huge opportunity to leapfrog, and to leapfrog not only through south-south and north-south exchanges, but also through innovation, creativity, and indigenous solutions. The challenge here is that there's an opportunity to leapfrog, but we're challenged by speed. And that speed is correlated to population increase, to population migration in urban centers, and also the speed at which urban settlements are being developed. So we need to nurture those solutions that are applicable, but we also need to be cognizant of the fact that we might fail, that we might have to retrofit, and that we might have to adjust. So that flexibility in approaches is really key. And this is where that tension of innovation versus scale also hits the finance side of things. For those of you who were yesterday at the finance session, you know, there's quite a bit of challenges. You need to design the projects, you need to prove attribution, you need to have strong KPIs, you need to go through due diligence, and during that time, things are happening on the ground. And whatever time we are wasting on the perfect design is an opportunity that we are missing on the imperfect but incremental improvement. Second is the political economy, and here you'll allow me to be a little bit irreverent or maybe provocative. What we've done a state of finance for nature-based solutions in cities report. And what we see is that very oftentimes, again, it's not the lack of funding, but it's the accessibility of funding. And in the context of urban settings and urban environments, we see three things happening. First is that cities are not directly engaging with financiers. It's always through the Ministry of Finance or the federal government. Now, when, for example, like a context in Pakistan, you have high indebtedness, even if a city is solvable and can actually pay off its debt, it's confronted by a barrier from the Ministry of Finance, who doesn't want to give a letter of no objection for an additional loan because it needs to manage the overall national or federal indebtedness. So there's a curtailed opportunity there. Second is a political one. Very often times, what we see around the world is that you have very powerful mayors of cities that are driving change, driving reform, driving investment, driving opportunities that are from a political opposition party. And they are often, again, curtailed by this political dynamics and by the political economy. And third is that city and subnational governments cannot afford to invest in a biodiversity plan, a nature plan, a climate plan, a wastewater management plan, a water access plan, a urbanization plan, so on and so forth. So their technical capacity is curtailed, and very often they are not the recipient of technical assistance or of targeted technical assistance. And that is a balance that we need to change. So in that drive to encourage coherence, there is a very important role for national governments and entities like ours, like the UN, to drive coherence, to enable subnational governments and cities through that technical assistance, but also through a full implementation of the subsidiarity principle. Some things are better addressed at the local level, other things are better addressed at the national level or federal level, and that space really needs to be navigated in a way that essentially enables rapid action. And that we are seeing really some changes happening around the world, in particular because climate solutions are becoming cheap, are becoming accessible, and are delivering beyond climate. Climate solutions are delivering mobility, are delivering access to energy, are delivering access to water. That are some of the key requirements that urban, like mayors and urban leaders, are confronted to because they see their citizens on a daily basis. And lastly, I would like to finish with a request. May I ask all of you to close your eyes? Imagine yourself in a hamster. No, your eyes are still open. You're cheating. Imagine yourself in a hamster wheel and running to get that hamster wheel spinning. But the hamster wheel is getting smaller and smaller, tighter and tighter. This is what's happening with us with climate change. The hamster wheel is closing down on us because we are still in a very strong response and recovery approach. We still consider climate impacts as climate shocks. Now I want you to break out of that hamster wheel. I want you to think out of the box. And I want you to think how we transform realities instead of coping with future climate shocks. They are current, they are real, they are happening now, and sometimes they may need us to break out of that cage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tala. I think you've used the one word that I think is the most relevant to Pakistan's problem, silos, and I think we can't get over them. Thank you to both speakers for being here. Can I please request a huge round of applause for their time and effort here today? We'll be moving on to our panel session now. The panel session is going to be moderated by Mr. Dawar Hamid Butt, an environment and climate advisor on multiple fronts. He's also wearing a lot of green today in commemoration of the to-be Defense Day of ours maybe in the future. I have 5 guests with him. Mr. Jawad Ali Khan, who's the Senior Advisor and Program Manager at UN Habitat Pakistan. Can I please ask the guests to please also come on stage? Mr. Mohammad Umar Masood, the CEO of the Urban Unit, and I also believe he's the Secretary Industries now. Ms. Sumaira Izhar, Recovery and Durable Solutions Advisor at IOM Pakistan. Mr. Farooq Raza, Marketing, Communications and People at Capital Smart Motors. And Dr. Numan Ahmed, the Pro Vice Chancellor at NED University of Engineering. Dawar, I'll hand it over to you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the Dawn team, thank you to the organizers, thank you to our guests today. The topic we're going to speak about is actually a continuation of the remarks that we've been thinking and hearing. We saw how the senior minister commented on the fact that we do not have enough evidence and information to actually make urban policy. And this is only now we're seeing the efforts of various provincial governments, the federal government, coming together to gather that data. Then we heard Tariq as well commenting on how the nature of climate change or the challenge of climate change, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, is itself looking at various types of development activities or the type of implementation you do on ground, and that's where we also lack. And finally, Mire also commented that while we have these challenges, this is an opportunity to leapfrog as well. And this is perhaps where we begin our discussion. We have Javed Saab, who is the head of UN Habitat in Pakistan. And I think we can begin the discussion over here that, given that all these risks, we keep on talking about urban heat, flood risk, we keep on talking about air pollution. From a purely sustainable development lens, what do you feel is the gap that exists in Pakistan and also similar developing countries throughout South Asia? And where is the first step that we need to take to really take this challenge head on?
It's a great pleasure, and I'd like to thank Dawn Media Group, organizers of this very important conference and debating this very important issue. So actually, if we see deeply into our cities context, the phenomena of climate change is becoming recently more and more intense and erratic, as well as the frequency and intensity is varying very quickly and rising up, both in terms of rainfall or temperature. So our cities did not, when it was over the historical period, we did not experience that kind of phenomena. So our cities were not built keeping in mind the kind of changes that it is happening now. So it is very much evident in all of our cities. But I am really shocked by seeing the kind of things that are still happening and missing. The recent phenomena that I see in Islamabad, E7 and E11 and all those areas, when during one flood, the roads and the cars flying on the road started floating on the in the flood water. So this is some kind of ill planning. Similarly, what happened very recently in Lahore, the Ravi riverfront housing scheme development. It was the whole housing societies, a couple of housing societies got drawn into the water. So this is the real root cause of the challenges. The urban heat island phenomena in Karachi, it's becoming a city of brick and mortar, so densely populated and so intensely built that it is the heat is trapped into the downtown, into the cities, and it takes fatal consequences, and lot of deaths have occurred even before, and now recently it is still I have read that this pattern is still there. So these are the kind of fault of planning which is triggered by the impact of climate change, more and more intense. If I just quote one example, that I was in the Wabda guest house in Lahore, which is who are the agency responsible for managing water all over the country. And my driver had to pull his trouser up to the knee to go and get the car because it was so much flooded. I asked those engineers, senior engineers, that you are responsible for managing the water in the entire country, but why in your own guest house it is like that? He said that it used to clear out very quickly, but now it takes 8 hours to clear out. So just imagine that these kind of phenomena, which is real and we are experiencing, we need to wake up. What we have done is that we have uh, uh, mm, ruthlessly used the land and abused the land use, and we are not protecting the natural uh, mm, drainage pattern or drainage system. So our planners have to be very conscious and design the infrastructure keeping in mind the challenges that we are facing. So it has to be for urban heat island phenomena, you have to have more greeneries, you have to have more open spaces, so that we and grow more and more trees, so that carbon sink, it can absorb the heat and the temperature can become little cooler. Similarly, conscious planning, right of way actually is very, very important for any development. If along these streams, or if you go very close to these streams and disturb the natural ecosystem, then certainly when the time comes, the natural drainage pattern will fail to deliver, will fail to respond. So these kind of faults that we need to, like in Lahore, we have to be really conscious. Masood Sahab will vouch for it. I don't know that our planners have to be conscious and must study the challenge and build necessary safety zones. So these are good uh, um, preventive measures that need to be put in place to avoid these kind of consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Javed. So I think that's a very useful inroad to my question to Dr. Umar, that, the question of evidence, and now there's this three-tier problem that we're facing. Is it in the planning process? If it's in the planning process, is it being monitored? If it's in the planning process, it's being monitored, is the plan still enough for the changing climate? The example that a guest house built 30 years ago and the drainage around it might not be capable of handling the flood now, while it was suitable at the time it was built. So from the evidence you're gathering at the urban unit, from the evidence that the Punjab government has access to, what do you see where the key hindrances are, and what can be done to incorporate it in the proper both urban planning and at the project level as well?
That's a really long question. And I have 5 minutes to answer it, but I'll be very frank and honest, because it's the Dawn Media Conference and they put me on the newspaper for the second year, and I received so many phone calls on the day that my picture comes in Dawn. So thank you so very much, Dawn, for that. We have to realize that in this country, because of increased urbanization and because of land prices going up in major cities and even in intermediate cities, by the way, you have to admit to the fact that now there is a very strong political economy of urban planning. We have not talked about it, we do not like to talk about it, but we have to admit this fact that there is a political economy of urban planning. And the only way to address this issue is to have that hardcore evidence through which you can make a judgment which is based on knowledge, which is based on skills, rather than which is being driven by different interests in this political economy of urban planning. And Dawa, you are right. We do have data, we do have evidence, but if you take the example of the Wabda building, which got flooded, the Wabda building was constructed 30 years ago or 20 years ago. At that time, it was not being flooded. What happens around the Wabda building is what Wabda cannot control. What happens around my grandmother's house is what I cannot control. And that is something which has to do with enforcement. And that enforcement, I think, I really believe, has to come from the local government system. And unfortunately, in this country, I think we have had a very checkered history as far as city leadership is concerned and city governments have been concerned. So till the time we make this pledge that city governments have to come into place and have to be truly empowered, these issues of previous housing schemes getting flooded or people building along the floodplains would always be there. Because for a provincial government or for a federal government, it is very difficult to have that type of a micro insight into a population of, say, about 125 million, which is the population of Punjab. About 45% of it is urbanized, large cities, intermediate cities and towns. So it is very difficult for any secretary, say, for housing and urban development, or a secretary local government, a provincial one, to have that particular insight. So the first thing is obviously data, number one. But data alone is not enough. And right now what we are experiencing all over Pakistan is because of this advent of technology, is because of this proliferation of GIS, now coupled with artificial intelligence. It is like drinking through a fire hydrant. There is so much data coming to us that we as a government and we professionals within the government are finding it hard to analyze, to decipher it, and then put it into form of information which is relevant for policy making. So the map is not enough. The map has to have a story behind it. The map has to have certain actions attached to it. The map has to have a relevance to policy. And for that, what we believe is that simply retaining data within the government perhaps would not be sufficient. It would take a long time for the government to build its capacity to do that type of data and data analysis work. And perhaps the governments are not even structured like that. And I think time has come for organizations like the Urban Unit, for example, Government of Punjab, to start sharing whatever data it has and to bring it into public realm. It was made out of taxpayers' money. It is a public good and it has to be brought forward. Unless that is done, the issue, this theory of change that we always have in our mind, that evidence would be brought forward and that evidence would translate into policy, it's not as linear as that, Dawa. What is really going to happen is that evidence has to be brought forward and it has to be made available to all those stakeholders which have a vested interest in that city, and I'm talking about the citizens of the city. Our recent experience with the climate action plan, which we did as a consultant for the city of Karachi, was a very, very pleasant one, in which we found the mayor of Karachi and its entire administration really engaging with us. So when you have a professional organization, technology, data, and a motivated city government doing this stuff, then you can actually come up with planning documents and policies which have relevance. And if it is a good planning document and if it is a good policy document to start with, that would definitely have a much more robust impact as far as our traditional story about political pressures and the political economy of urban planning is concerned. Because we have been unable to do a good job at that, nature abhors a vacuum. And that's why you have so many vested interests, and this entire sort of the story of the urban landscape in Pakistan for the last 25, 35 years is not a pleasant one. It is on the fringes of that shady area that we do not like to dwell on. But this is the true fact. And I think, conferences like Dawn and what I have just, spoken is that evidence alone is not going to do the trick. Data alone is not going to do the trick. You need to have those institutions which are going to transmit it all the way to policy. And when it comes to data, by the way, now what we have started building a data infrastructure. Perhaps we as participants do not realize, but every subsequent Dawn conference, I can tell you from this point onward, will be more data intensive because there is much more data to be, to be shared and to be analyzed. But to build that data infrastructure, it's like a road, it's like an asset, it's like a public good. This is what the future role of the government has to be. And the second job of the government has to be is to make that data openly available. So there is more accountability of those local government organizations and of all those agencies which are responsible for the delivery of municipal services and having that urban habitat that we always dream of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. I think two things that we've discussed right now are related to physical impacts of climate change, and the evidence shows us how bad or worsening those physical impacts are. But one thing that goes along with them is the impact on the humans themselves, the people living in our communities, people living in the rural areas. And we've seen as an outcome of natural disasters and the floods, even when the 2005 earthquake happened, that immediately after a disaster, a lot of our communities choose to move to cities. And this is a repeated cycle that we see, that climate change is getting worse. More communities prefer cities because cities have, they come up with certain safety nets. You have access to healthcare, you have access to resources, even though if they live in a poor housing, they still are managing to have access to education, healthcare, electricity. And this is where I think the role of UN IOM, especially in the context of Pakistan, is very important. The Sindh floods that we saw in 2022 drove a lot of the population towards urban areas. And urban areas, as we have heard, have their own challenges. And this is a potential double jeopardy here, that people see this safety net, they come here, but the cities are not able to accommodate. This is where I would like to ask Sumaira as well to jump in, that based on the experience, what is the snapshot? How many people are actually moving to cities as a result of these climate disasters? And how are we preparing the cities? Are we prepared? Is it going to a planning process as well? Can we accommodate more and more people? And what is the role of mid-tier cities here then?
Thank you, Davar, for the question. Before that, I would like to thank Dawn Media for this wonderful event and an opportunity for bringing in multidimensional discussions about the topic of climate change and also related to urbanization. So I'll start with a very critical point that urbanization in Pakistan is not planned. It's basically absorbed. And initially, urbanization main factor was mainly the opportunity, availability of opportunities and jobs. But now it's changing from the climate shock induced and the displacement. So as my colleague Mere has already shown that by 2050, we are expecting that around 68% people are expected to be moving towards cities. And around the 216 million people will be internally migrating in that area due to the climate change. So in Pakistan, this is already very visible that around more than 13 million people are the internal migrants, and they're migrating because of the climate shocks or the issues related to livelihood. Livelihoods, security and other things. You mentioned about 2022 flood, and that's very correct that around 33 million people got affected, 8 million people got displaced, and those displaced are either living in urban areas or peri-urban areas, and they're not willing, most of them are not willing to go back to their areas of origin. So people, now we all need to realize that the people movement is not only for getting better jobs or better education opportunities, it's more related to distress. And when they're moving because of the reason that these disasters are affecting or destroying their assets and investments. So the floods are destroying the homes, the availability of safe water and other factors. The livelihoods are being impacted by desertification, the drought. So this is what in IOM we call it a climate mobility. But from our perspective, we see that climate mobility concept is not being conceptualized in Pakistan completely as a climate subject. So it's being dealt as a humanitarian or development issue, which is not being taken as a core climate adaptation issue at the moment. So IUM has a flagship program which is around the displacement tracking matrix. We do a lot of data collection, and there we very recently completed a climate vulnerability assessment, and we've seen that there are different dynamics towards the movement. So many people, they move to cities and they don't want to return, but sometimes the movements are within the localized areas like the same union council or district. So this is very important phenomena to understand. The fast onset disasters like floods happening, so people try to move far away towards the cities. When there are slow onset disasters like drought, like desertification, so people try to move within their within the areas where they are, but within the union councils or within the district where they have better opportunities. So this is very critical element to understand. If the cities keep on absorbing more and more people, so they already available fragile infrastructure or the social services will get more burdened, as already mentioned by Javed Saab and Umar Saab, that this is what is happening at the moment. More and more people are coming in, and they do not, when they come because of distress, they go and they get settled where they can. They do not have an opportunity to make a decision for themselves where they should be settling. So one of the biggest example is Karachi city's Orangi and Liari belts, where in people who are displaced due to floods, they are living in the Liari water channel, which is a drainage channel, and every year they get flooded. Every year they need to be removed from there, and they have to relocate. So this is a cyclic process now. Climate shock happens, people move, then they go back to there, and their vulnerabilities get increasing day by day. So we have to think about, if people still move in the localized locations, so we can work in those localized locations to have better and resilient shelters, housing, and settlements, so that they are staying in their origins. And we have tested it as an IOM. We've tested this in Pakistan and also in Somalia. So in Pakistan, we've seen, working in Sindh and Balochistan, we've seen that if we work with communities and we build the resilience of communities, then they are the migration from rural areas to urban areas is reduced. And in Somalia, we did the similar kind of model, but we worked with different UN agencies and the government. There, we've collected data on migration, and we collected the data of the reasons why people chose to relocate it, and then why they do not want to go back to their areas of origin. So this data can guide our planning processes. So coming to your question on the how we can sustain this urbanization thing. So basically, now the governments need to think about that it has to be more dynamic kind of dynamic kind of planning, because at the moment our planning is only based on the population growth. It's not incorporating the population movement in it. So the factor of population movement is very important. We can think about, I mean, we know the trends, we can see that how people are moving every year or every disaster, like you mentioned about earthquake, then the floods, then drought. So these factors could be brought into the planning phase, and the cities can develop the peri-urban areas or the smaller cities in that way, that they can buffer the increasing urbanization, which is also an alarming phenomena. Urbanization is inevitable, we cannot avoid it. Migration is inevitable, we cannot stop that at all. Migration will happen due to any reason, but at least we can plan for it to accommodate in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumaira. I think it's very rightly pointed out that urbanization is inevitable. The health impact we will continue to face. One of the biggest things, and I think the senior minister discussed it in detail, Dr. Umar also knows about it, that the biggest source of air pollution, for example, in our cities is transport sector. And transport is everything, all of us use it, our logistics, our food chain, value chain, everything depends on it. And this is something I want to ask Farooq, that, his role as a private sector leader who is, taking this challenge on, that the transport sector has to decarbonize and be contribute to cleaning up the air. What do you see that are you seeing progress in the adoption of sustainable mobility? Are you seeing that the evidence around new energy vehicles or the policies that are coming are being absorbed at the public level? And what are the possible barriers that are still in place that we need to get rid of and to ensure that we have cleaner air in our cities?
Thank you, Dabar. First of all, I would like to thank Dawn Media Group for organizing this conference. Thank you. Thank you, Davar. I would like to offer our gratitude to Dawn Media Group for organizing this conference, and it's heartening to see how Breathe Pakistan is making waves, and Alhamdulillah, growing bigger than ever. Coming to your question, so first of all, we need to understand the concept of EVs is actually driven by a much bigger problem. So when our group, HRL Engineering, our chairman, Mr. Zaid Rafiq, he came up with the idea of actually stepping in to coming up and developing the first smart cities of Pakistan. Those go by the name of Capital Smart City and Lahore Smart City. So at that point of time, he was very clear about the notion that it has to be part of the whole ecosystem. The transportation is the lifeline of our cities, but today it is also one of the biggest contributors to air pollution, oil dependency, and greenhouse gas emissions. Across Asia, we see the consequences. That includes smog choking Lahore, heat waves crippling Karachi, and of course the rising fuel costs, the destabilizing economies across, from Sri Lanka to Bangladesh. The recent war scenarios and tensions in the region have shown us how fragile oil supply chains are. Every shock translates into higher costs for our people and greater vulnerability for our government. That being said, right now, if we speak about some of the statistics, globally 1 in 5 new cars is now electric. And in Asia, countries like Vietnam and Singapore are already at 40% EV penetration. Meanwhile, as rightly said, Pakistan's transport sector emits nearly 40 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, choking our cities with smog and heat. The recent oil crisis has showed how fragile our dependency is, and 20% of total global oil supply was disrupted, sending prices soaring. EVs cut this dependency, deliver cleaner air, and align us with the global climate commitments. New energy vehicles, whether pure EVs or range extended EVs, offer a pathway out of this cycle. They reduce emissions to near zero, cut our reliance on imported oil, and align Pakistan with global climate commitments. Now, it is important to understand that categorizing EVs separately from hybrids or PHEVs or conventional ICE, internal combustion engine platforms, is not about undermining any players. It is about clarity. And it will allow policymakers to incentivize the cleanest technologies while still supporting transitional ones. So this distinction is critical if we want to leapfrog
into a future where our cities are breathable, our energy is local, and our mobility is resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Farooq. I think all of the speakers so far have, pointed out challenges and various aspects of the urban life that are going to be critical, especially in the context of the Global South. And perhaps Dr. Noman is the right person to help us close off this discussion. Dr. Noman, one of the things, I think we discussed this earlier as well, it's a very difficult question to put forth to you, but I always think about the city as a mix of a lot of things, and our cities have a particular recipe to it. What needs to be changed in the recipe to ensure that our cities can manage the impending risks and accommodate the people of Pakistan, and for every other country, their own people? This is, I think, the key challenge. So it needs to be a vision outlined eventually, but for now, what would you think about the three main things that would you do in our cities for making sure that we take on the challenge of mitigation and adaptation?
Thank you, Dawar, and thanks to the Dawn Media Group and the organizers of Breathe Pakistan conference. It's a very loaded question, and I think the kind of rich discussion that we had that preceded this particular comment, I think that needs to be put in perspective. Briefly, I think in Pakistan, we need to see the overall picture of urbanization very objectively. As Sumaira was pointing out about the trends of migrations that this country has seen, it will be important to remember that Pakistan is urbanizing faster than we believe and possibly imagine. Our official figures say that we are 36% urban, but that only talks about the type of cities, locations, and towns that we categorize as urban, whereas the urban footprint in many ways is far greater. And one very specific reason as to why this happens is that we let our cities sprawl and enter into locations, into hinterland that are not supposed to be urbanized. So managing boundaries and obviously managing the overall urban sprawl is a very important factor that we need to take into account, given the fact that 56% of the entire urban population of Pakistan lives in the 10 largest cities of this country. Now, this is a very startling figure given the fact that we have over 550 cities of various sizes. But the largest cities of Pakistan are basically shouldering the load of urbanization in an extraordinary manner. And these are the cities that are under enormous amount of duress, and that is what we have to safeguard. So Karachi, Lahore, Faisalabad, and all the larger cities of Pakistan are experiencing an extraordinary scale of sprawl. And this sprawl is manifesting itself into a very haphazard type of urbanization, because somehow we are not able to manage the hinterland and obviously safeguard the very precious farming territories that are there in the case of, say, Lahore and other cities, and the coastal locations and other natural bodies that need to be safeguarded and prevented from utilizing for mundane purposes. The second consideration that we need to take into account, and that is for within the cities, is that our designated public spaces, whether active or passive, have to be safeguarded, because these public spaces are the repositories of managing climate change, be it parks, playgrounds, or the passive green belts. They have to be very religiously safeguarded, because most of them are basically, in fact, transformed and experience a change of status that is completely undesirable. Look at the bus rapid transit projects that are being implemented in Karachi. Each one of them is basically built upon the green belts, which are now gone. And more are going to go as we see more infrastructural projects of that kind implemented. So if we have to introduce new infrastructure, and especially the infrastructure of mobility, we have to very carefully see that what are the available land options through which they can be implemented, and whether it is absolutely necessary to alter the status of existing public open spaces, especially the green belts. Thirdly, I think it is extremely important to look at the plight
of the urban poor in accessing land. In many cases, the urban poor who exist in our cities, especially large cities, have no access to land. And in that situation, they either, in fact, resort to various types of extremely vulnerable locations like riverbanks or the locations under high tension wires or all the other type of most hazardous location where no one would actually go. These are the people who become the fodder for climate change impacts whenever it strikes. So whether it is urban flooding, whether it is a heat wave, or whether it is any other similar type of situation that strikes the cities, the urban poor becomes the first victims, and that these are the people who we are supposed to safeguard. We must acknowledge the fact that because of the various types of other changes and impacts happening in our rural hinterland, the livelihoods and opportunities of survival for the poor is diminishing. And many of these people simply resort to cities for the purpose of bare survival. But when they reach the cities, new realities, rather stark realities, are there to welcome them. And as a consequence of that, instead of getting a survival, they mostly live in extremely precarious situations. And in most of the cases, their plight is not, in fact, acknowledged or analyzed into any kind of policies that we see. What they come across are ruthless evictions, or in many cases, other types of similar actions, often undertaken under the fancy name of anti-encroachment. But in most of these cases, the anti-encroachments are anti-poor operations because we do not see the houses of the rich obliterated. They get regularized whenever they get into power or we get the privilege of getting the laws twisted to their favor. So I believe that it is important that when we discuss climate change, we also see that what kind of impacts it is causing on poor, especially urban poor, and how they can possibly be safeguarded by the right type of policy and plan intervention actions that possibly a conference like this would be able to, in fact, contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Noman. And I think everyone has pointed out our issues: limited finance, weak institutions, informality. But at the same time, there's a lot of opportunity. We are seeing technology, we are seeing data and evidence come in. So we can potentially leapfrog, create better urban design, compact, sustainable environments, and make sure they're inclusive. So perhaps those are the key learnings from this session. And with that, I would like to conclude and thank all my speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you to our esteemed speakers. Can I please request you all for a group photograph? And can we please have a huge round of applause for these individuals who've taken out the time to be here today? Thank you all. So moving on to session 9 now, the last session before the lunch break. Session 9 is empowering Pakistan's transition to clean energy. This session will focus on accelerating Pakistan's transition towards a clean and sustainable energy system and resetting priorities for a more resilient energy future for our country. I'm going to request our panelists for this session to come on stage. Firstly, I'd request our moderator, Mr. Amar Khan, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Credit Guarantee Company Limited, to come up on stage. Followed by our guests, Mr. Awais Mir, the CEO and founder of Dynamic Engineering and Automation, Ms. Hania Isad, Energy Finance Specialist for the EEFA, Dr. Naveed Arshad, the Director, LUMS Energy Institute, Mr. Kamran Siddiqui, Program Officer for Energy and Infrastructure, IRENA, Mr. Tom Zia Zun Wang, the Founder and Executive Director for People of Asia for Climate Solutions. If our panelists could please take a seat, and if we could maintain decorum in the hallway, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last session before lunchtime. Please take a seat. Please maintain decorum. Before I hand it over to Amar, there's a video message that we have on screen for you all. It's from the Honorable Babel On from the Global Renewable Congress. Sophia?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Babel Dürren. I'm chair of the Global Renewable Congress. That is a network of parliamentarians worldwide, cross-party, with the goal of 100% renewable energies. I'm doing this job since 8 years. And before that, for 10 years, I was minister in the biggest state of Germany, in North Westphalia, in charge of environment, agriculture, and a lot of other issues. And after that, 12 years, a member of federal parliament in Germany. And in the last 8 years, special representative for energy in Africa and in the global south. Why I am supporting renewable energies for such a long time? Because I am convinced that renewable energies are the future. And we can see it now, with the war in Ukraine and the conflict in Iran, that the prices for fossil fuels, for gas and oil, are increasing. When we are producing our own energy with our sun and our wind, we are more independent. Germany, for example, is paying 80 billion euro every year for importing fossil fuels. But the energy transition is not easy. For example, you in Pakistan, you have a lot of energy companies who are heavily indebted because the old contracts with fossil fuels don't cover the costs. They were too expensive. Now you have to look to convince the people for this transition that they have more benefits. But there are a lot of people who are working in the fossil sector, and you must give them a perspective too. So what we have to do is to convince the majority of the people of our new way. We have now some data, for example, with the prosperity plans, and we can debate how can we convince the majorities in our countries. And that's why I would like to say to you, best wishes for your Congress, a lot of success to find solutions and to convince the people. Otherwise, we would not be successful. So, good luck.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll just quickly start now. So one of the things that happened over the last few months is that suddenly Pakistan emerged largely unscathed in the context of electricity. Despite the war in the Middle East and the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. And that was largely because massive solarization that happened in the country, a lot of behind-the-meter solarization that happened, and that also allowed us to avoid a lot of LNG imports as well. So I think this is where we are going to anchor our conversation around, as in, does this mean we have much better energy security now? And if that is the case, what more needs to be done to further strengthen this case? I would ask Uwais to really comment.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much to all. First of all, thank you very much for Dawn to having over here, because my point would be as this esteemed audience and this platform itself, because just 1 minute to spend on what is Dawn is obviously from the mouthpiece of Pakistan. What is being discussed on this forum should have to be that rock solid that it has an impact of what is being discussed as not just a panel. It's, as I heard earlier, action speaks louder than the words. So what is right now the case would be is that, and I've heard something outside, sitting over there, that there's a great works happening on the space of this climate change or this current situation which is evolving. But what is missing is a connect. Many people outside in the world don't know that what's going on. So coming back to the topic, which is obviously is like revolving around the breath on the air is, since I'm from the energy sector and energy is the lifeline of it, as what you say, that here you need, as some foreign contents are there, so I'll not keep all mostly in the English, that it is सांस जीने के लिए सांस चाहिए. You need air to breathe it. But to drive a human being, you need energy. and the energy is the lifeline of what is corresponds to this. So Pakistan, as a current state of affair right now, imports around 85 to around 80% of the oil imports, which convert both petrol and the diesel, and we being the price which you know all this of. So this is all about energy security. Now, the energy security is considered to be the national security as being what is happening right now around the world. So my point, which we'll cover in the next few minutes, what it is, that it is not the security situation now, it's the crisis which is already there. Now, to address that crisis, I wanted to mention some numbers, that's why I've been having it, that what is right now is happening. There's a lot of work happening from where, like I belong to Karachi, and I have individuals who are having great works doing in the line of supporting the action speak out in the world. That right now in a case, right, the government right now in a strategic planning with the Saudis, like let's say about, I'll tell you guys an example, that people say that you need, right now with the conflict, the message comes or a lesson comes that you need the storage, like you mean that you need to store the energy to inform, meaning you need a strategic storages, which is the case. But now, what is the case now? That the energy sovereignty is actually not about storing or importing fuel. It is about producing energy locally. Now, that's where the biggest headline of this conference should have to be the case one in, that from fields to farms, from animals to the waste, one of the two major proponents which we are focusing is biogas and the biomass. Now, the fraction of this imported fuel, or what we call it, is something which is looking for the alternatives. Right now, I'll just give you another example from what is right now happening, that obviously, as I said earlier, that from here to climate change, is this what is the situation is. Now, what is the issue? What is the critical effect? The critical effect is, in the current scheme, is about one is emission. Now, I don't know anybody in my other forums discuss about it, that how the emission problems working in. Now, I'll give you an example, a live example of a daily basis, whoever owns in this team audience, either industrialist or a consultant or whatsoever, that this goes side by side with the two aspects. One is emission and another is pressure on sand water resources. Now, as you know, the greatest emission, now this is something for you guys' knowledge also, and for my other colleagues, that the emissions, the NOx, there's something called NOx and NOx. I don't know how many of people you know that NOx is the worst part of the more dangerous, more than 200% more dangerous than the CO2. Now, how we can draw out of this NOx? Now, NOx is something, and you will be also surprised that Pakistan, being the fourth largest nation by all means now, will be coming soon, that we corresponds to around CO2 of around 584 million tons of a CO2, which corresponds to 10 to 15 billion dollar per an average which exists. And this, what I'm saying, is actually on ground happening. Yesterday, one of our ministers mentioned that we will do this, we will do that. So I have a little bit of an unorthodox approach of taking things, that we are not discussing what is actually being there on. Now, from where this emission comes, the gentleman just mentioned about the EV upcoming phenomena. We have more than 100,000 boilers extend from all the way from Karachi site area to the Port Qasim to the Manga Mandi and whatnot, which corresponds to the emission totaled around $25 billion. And I dare someone to challenge it, that this is the numbers we are talking about in this whole, it's one of this. Sorry, I am framing it a little bit long because I wanted to come into the distinctive point. So in that case, what we are looking for, that out of this one single option of this emission from NOx and NOx, imagine how much the sustainability we can draw out from there. One. Second would be, I will come next. You will give the time to others, and I'll put second one on my second point.
Thank you. So, Hania, I mean, you've done a lot of work on how essential renewables are phasing out fossil fuels, particularly gas. What do you see? What's the future like? And let me be more specific here. How do we figure out base load with the renewables? How does the transition work for that?
I think it's working. Yeah. Thank you, Mar, for the question, and thank you to Dawn Media for having us here. It's a pleasure, and excellent organization on a topic that is so crucial. I think I'll start by acknowledging the fact that Pakistan has really managed the current crisis in a surprisingly good it has managed it surprisingly well. The current fuel crisis in the wake of the Iran war, it has been managed surprisingly well, especially when it comes to a supply point of view. We've not really seen any prolonged shortages or like what we saw when the 2022 crisis happened. We saw crippling energy shortages, load shedding. We haven't really seen anything of that sort yet. And that is thanks to this energy transition that we've been experiencing already. You mentioned, the massive solarization drive that has happened across the country. It is really because of that that we're seeing an energy transition shift in the way our economy works. I had a slide to display which shows the exact extent of how renewables have been crowding out fossil fuels. So if we could just have that up here, just a couple of visuals, but it really tells the story of how this shift has been happening. But if we're unable to have that presented, that's fine as well. But what it basically showed was how final energy consumption has been shifting. We have a very hydrocarbon dependent economy, but over the past 3 to 4 years, we've seen a consistent decline in fossil fuel consumption, whether it's oil, gas, or coal. And this is basically what really is base load in a very traditional grid structure that we have in Pakistan as well. So what we've seen is a decline in fossil fuel-based consumption over the past 3 to 4 years, and that is because of this rapid solarization drive that we've seen. And if we look at data, we see the shift really happening around the 2021, 2022 mark. That is basically when the Russia-Ukraine crisis happened. As a result of soaring energy prices, we had massive industrial shutdowns. We saw electricity prices go up by 100%, 150% almost. And that's when we saw the shift happening towards renewable energy, mainly rooftop solarization. Luckily, at that time, we had very favorable solar panel pricing from China as well. And of course, we have a very good trade relation with China. So that helped us get benefits of price declines in China. And Pakistan imported about 50 gigawatts of solar panels since from 2021 till 2025. That is a massive number. And out of that, we see that almost 35 gigawatts is already installed across net metered and behind the metered settings. So that is basically what has set the stage for this energy transition. And in a time like this, the current crisis that we're going, this is very, very precious. When there's fuel scarcity, renewables can, every alternate kilowatt hour that we're generating through renewables is precious. So I think I'll just stop there. We could have, yeah. So these two charts, basically, the one on the right that shows how final energy consumption patterns have been changing over the years, and then on the left, we have our low demand curve that can be seen shifting over the years. And there's a massive daytime drop of almost 7 gigawatts during peak solar output hours. And that really shows how renewables have been shifting patterns from traditional baseload-based generation to a more dynamic system. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah. Thank you, Anir. Really appreciate it and all the work that you've done. Kamran, over to you. So again, you're from the International Renewable Energy Agency. A lot of, I would say, quite a bit of transaction has already happened. In terms of the daytime, we figured it out. There's a lot of there's nuclear coming in, there's hydel, there's solar. Again, nighttime is a problem. What kind of interventions do you think can we have which solves that problem as well?
Thank you very much, Amar, and good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Amar, just to give you a global perspective of what is happening across the world, and then of course we can connect to Pakistan, is that, the transition has been driven by the low cost. So in our arena, Kenya, besides several other subjects, we also hold the repository of data on renewable energy costs. So when we see the trend over the last 10 years, we see a significant decline in the cost of renewable energy technology. So for example, only solar has dropped around 87% in the last 10 years, drastic. And if you compare it with other fossil fuel-based technologies and options, the cost has been going high. So is the case for wind, which has dropped around 55%. And the most important, you talked about the evening time, the battery storage, which we often also call a missing piece in the energy transition puzzle. The cost has dropped over 90% in the 10 years. And these cost reductions have kind of accelerated the energy transition across the globe, across different economies. Of course, Pakistan is one of the front runners in terms of adoption of renewable energy technologies. So this basically gives us a global landscape of what has happened. So we also collect the data on the capacity, the addition globally. So even it resonates with the cost in a sense that more than 90% of the new capacity addition last year came from renewable energy across the globe. If we see the finance, the number is somewhere around $2.4 trillion across the world, spent both into the energy infrastructure, and out of 2.4, $1.3 trillion have gone into renewables, power grids, or electric vehicles. So we really see where the world is putting their mind and money in that sense. So coming back to the issue of Pakistan, I mean, our panelists alluded to around 50 gigawatt or above 50 gigawatt capacity imports that have happened. A lot of had already been deployed behind the meters. It is all good on paper, but of course it has created a lot of challenges for the system, which traditionally has remained a central system run by the utilities scale power plant, kind of a monopoly from the government as a single buyer and single seller. So I think that the complication it has brought in also have a solution that exists in different countries. In terms of lesson learned, if we go into some of the country examples which have a similar kind of profile like Pakistan, maybe the closest could be Australia. I mean, there we have household, more than 35% of household have rooftop solar. So the way they did is that instead of curtailing solar or putting a restrictive policies, they kind of managed it. So I think what we really need is an investment at the infrastructure level, that too at the grid side, the distribution side, because we need to know how this 50, 55 gigawatt solar is going to be deployed or is deployed, whether it's behind the meters, whether it's net meter, whether it's off grid, because only then you will be able to manage it. One of the recommendations that also comes, of course, is to include the battery energy storage so that whatever energy is produced during daytime can also be consumed in the evening time. Again, Pakistan fits into profile very well. I was just researching some data before this session. So it says that somewhere in the last 3 years, the battery imports have kind of increased by eight times in the last 2-3 years, which again shows that those who have installed solar are now kind of switching to put the battery backup as well through hybrid systems to also use that energy during the evening time. Of course, this creates a challenge for the government in the sense that now grid is kind of, I would say, not become redundant, but the supply for the grid is reduced, or demand for the grid is reducing. So government is trying to increase the demand in the industries and other sectors. But the other thing I think we also need to do to have a fair and equitable energy transition is to also have a fair tariff regime. We had a net metering policy in Pakistan recently. It's been kind of moved to net billing policies. I know it's a sensitive topic, but frankly speaking, I'm more of a supportive of that idea. I truly believe that the cost at which we are getting solar at the previous policy is just too lucrative for those people who are putting solar. The equitable aspect comes because for most of the people who are installing solar are also the people who can afford it, who comes from generally affluent background. So unless and until we have a proper financing schemes available for some people who can't afford it, it will remain an inequitable energy transition. So that financing aspect, I think, is also some of the takeaways we get from other countries in the region, let's say in our neighborhood in India or in Bangladesh. Lastly, I would also, or in fact, last 2 points, I would also want to do to planning part. If you see, I have gone through the draft of the IG CEP, the Generation Capacity Expansion Plan. I don't know how the final document looks like or whether it's ready or not, but it is still very centrally grid focused based on the utility scale power plant. Distributed energy was considered into it, but only 7,000 megawatt, which is basically just a fraction of what was imported. So I think we also need to put distribution energy also at the center of planning. And when we do it, we need to move from basically generation planning to system planning, because the time you put distribution energy, you also have to put resources, effort plans for infrastructure, for transmission and distribution infrastructure. And very lastly, I think Sustainable Energy for All is working with the Ministry of Power on integrated energy planning. That again is a very popular concept which has been adopted by different countries across the globe. The idea basically is that when you plan for energy, just don't only plan for energy, also plan for other related sectors like industries, transportation, agriculture, and households. Because energy is just an enabler. If you keep those policies disconnected or plans disconnected, there's going to have a big gap between these two policies, and you will not be able to basically fix the problem. Because, and this is what we are seeing, for example, previously the industrial policies kind of didn't align. We see continuously the grid electricity demand kept on decreasing until January, I think, this year, where there was an increase in demand. So these are some of the takeaways. I mean, we already have covered EV, but I would also want to also say that after solar and now the battery revolution, the next revolution we will see very soon in Pakistan in terms of energy revolution is on electric vehicles. So I think we also should bring that.
Thank you, Kamran. Really appreciate it. Well, the IG said belonged to the last century, so you're fully correct. I would like to ask Tom, as in, how do you think the grid should evolve? What are some examples from the region that we can see and adapt in Pakistan to really avoid a centralized structure as they just mentioned?
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hi, it's me again. I think when we talk about energy security or the current fossil fuel crisis, basically we're talking about how much anxiety we're feeling because tomorrow we might not have enough electricity, or tomorrow we might not have enough fuel to drive the car. However, this kind of anxiety can be addressed with renewable energy. I'm a communications person, so when I monitor news that has been going around the world since late February, especially from the Philippines, from Pakistan, from China, you can see these three countries have reacted to the fossil fuel crisis quite differently. In China, it's relatively kind of like at ease because many of the people are driving EVs. So they don't really have to line up in front of a gas station to just to fill up their tank before the price goes crazy. And then in Pakistan, there was also a lot of story about how in the past 2 years, the solar boom has relatively helped the country to handle this fossil fuel crisis with relatively a certain amount of ease as well. However, in the Philippines is where I live at the moment, and Philippines is not even actually, it is the first country who has announced a state of national energy emergency. And then diesel price went above the ceiling. If you go to a gas station in Metro Manila or even to the provinces, the price board used to have just the 2 digits, right? But then after this energy emergency, they had to put more stickers on the side so that they could reflect the 3-digit price. And it went more than doubled. So when we talk about energy anxiety, this is exactly where things like new technologies, or sometimes not even that new, but they just need to be really scaled up to help people address this anxiety. For example, I interviewed a Filipino family. He is probably one of the few people I met in the Philippines this time, very recently, who didn't feel anything about this anxiety because he had solar panels on top of his roof. During the day, he would charge his battery, and at the night, he would turn on his air conditioner, which would demand quite a lot of electricity, but he could sleep in peace because he didn't have to, use a lot of electricity from the grid. And then at the same time, he could also charge his e-vehicle. So again, in this case, it is just how we can actually bring all these different technologies together and then produce a package that is very, very community friendly. And then at the same time, there are also local government units, different barangays in the Philippines, or even different provinces who have developed very good solar-friendly policies. So in this case, nowadays, they, as a whole province or as a whole barangay or village, they could sit back and say, okay, we are fine. We don't have to have our villagers who worry about whether or not they could afford to turn on their electric fan in the temperature of more than almost 40, not as high as in Lahore at the moment, but still around 40 would be quite dangerous if you have a 1-year-old in the house who needs the electric fan constantly. So we are not really in shortage of technologies. We're not really in shortage of even finance in many ways, because renewable energy is one of the technologies that can that is really affordable and accessible. So what we really need to do is just to mobilize very good policies and also very, very smart kind of like financing mechanisms so that we can bring these technologies to the people and help them ease their anxiety a little bit. And in China, just to, I want to end with some of the latest technologies that came out of China. In March, China had the annual Twin conferences. That's the most important political meeting in China every year. And this year's Twin conference was particularly important because we were discussing China's 15th five-year plan, which would cover how the country would develop the economy in the next 5 years from 2026 to 2030. And one of the key policies that came out of the 15th five-year plan is this thing called zero carbon industrial park. China plans to build 100 national level zero carbon industrial parks. This means China is changing the way it looks at renewable energy as well. Before, for example, many of the manufacturing actually is located along the southeast coastal areas where they have the money, they have all the for example, ports to export the equipment or all the products. Nowadays, with zero carbon industrial park, this means a lot of this manufacturing will be moving towards where the renewable energy is. And these places are in the landlocked areas in the northwest part of China. For example, like Inner Mongolia or Gansu province or Qinghai province, where they have a lot of solar, a lot of wind, and also a lot of hydro as well. So once the manufacturing moves close to where the renewable energy is happening, curtailment is reduced, and at the same time, a lot of these jobs are brought over to the landlocked provinces as well, so that the country can achieve a more balanced and harmonious economic development. And I think this is the new area where China will be very, very happy to open up and then share with the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, really appreciate it. That's a wonderful way to sum it all together. Finally, Dr. Naveed, I mean, considering all of this, we've had a discussion outside as well. How do you think the grid needs to evolve, and what do the policymakers really need to do at this point?
Thank you, Amar, and thank you to Dawn Group for inviting me. So I think most of the points have been covered. I would like to take you to the future, 10 years from now, how Pakistan will look like. As we see, as an academic, as a person who works with industry quite a lot, looks at data quite a lot, much of the data that we see it goes public. So that's why we can see something which others at least cannot see yet. So Pakistan's energy transition has 6 chapters, according to our view. The first chapter is the massive solarization that we have seen. The black swan event that triggered it was the Ukraine-Russia war that accelerated the prices, and then we see a huge boom of solar. Just to give you a perspective, the solar that Pakistan has installed or imported is more than all the African countries combined. 54 countries combined, whatever solar is installed, Pakistan installed more solar. That's the first chapter. The second chapter is the storage. And storage, I'm including both the batteries, which is the stationary batteries, as well as mobility battery, which is electric vehicles. This particular war that we have just seen has been witnessed was the second black swan event, and the preparations have been going on. It will just catalyze how we'll see the grid. So first solarization set in is the battery. This means that I can now generate an electron, I can store an electron, and then I can use it anytime I want. Which means that the third chapter we are going to see is of microgrids or virtual power plants if they are connected to the grid. Now, our grid does not have that facility, so every facility that we see, maybe every house, every factory, becomes a utility company. Because that's where regulatory, so downside of the meter, there's no regulation yet. So I can be, you can say, I can be a master of my own electron. The fourth chapter is going to be of digitalization, which is AI and digitalization, because I would like to see, as a utility company, if I have, my house is a utility company, how my electrons are generated, how they're used, how the solar panel is performing, how the battery is performing. The fifth chapter is going to be energy efficiency and conservation, because I don't want my electron to be wasted. I don't want to have full lowest levelized cost of energy in my electron, whatever I produce. And the sixth, probably the most interesting, most unglamorous, but probably the most, I would say, out-of-box chapter is circularity. Every battery is a mobile mine. Every battery has rare earths that everybody is fighting for. So rather than going and opening up a mine, a person like me can have this battery as an asset. So these 6 chapters we are going to witness in the next 10 years if we are going to go this trajectory. There are 3 catalysts that we are looking at it. The first catalyst, it's entirely modular. I can have a small system to a very large system, and that's my call. The second is it's bottom-up. We have not used probably a single dollar of climate financing in all this transition. There were many factors that combined together, and those factors are somehow combining again. And the third chapter is China. Third catalyst is China. So I'll just say one final sentence, is that in Pakistan, we are seeing a very interesting evolution of the grid that we have not seen in any country, according to my little knowledge. So Pakistan is the first country that's seeing an evolution from a connected grid to a distributed grid. From 2% to 25% electrons that we are now generating are distributed. And this is not just net meter. Net meter is only about 20% of the solar panel. The rest is all distributed. Maybe even we don't know where they are installed, but they are down there, they are out there. So this is how Pakistan's story will evolve as we see it. We don't know whether it happens or not, but this is a very interesting story to watch in the next 10 years. It's good or bad, right or wrong, optimized or not optimized, that we'll have to see. Thank you.
You know, I've always believed that this solarization of Pakistan is probably one of the world's best climate finance stories. And as soon as the government gives us an inch, the private sector and the people of Pakistan take over and really, you know, make change happen. So before we close this,
I would like to add one thing, if you allow, just to close. What Dr. Saab said in the furtherance to this, which is my second one. And yeah, you know, the second thing which besides the emission I wanted to control is the water. What Dr. Saab mentioned about the chapters, the consolidation of the chapters are the most important for CHARP. It should be a takeaway of this brief talk. Population pressure, which is something, you know, one thing very quickly I'll explain. All this warfare, all this, what is happening because of energy. UAE was what was here 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It's become 1-2 oil gas reserves, make it over there. Here what we have, which we as a practical implication, the biggest point we miss out of any forum or deliverables are that what we already have. With the 5th chapter or the last, probably Dr. Saab mentioned about biogas or biomass. For us, solar ki baat unhone ki, solar is not something of a very, like a case study for the world, what would be. Solar is never being, or the wind never being used in Pakistan in the last 2-3 decades as being in a drive sustainable manner. वो तो commission agency or solarization, we are the importers market, हमने वो what we need to do कि हमने अपनी indigenous optimization को बढ़ाना नहीं है. So in short, in nutshell, which I wanted to make a point and impact that there's something which is the pressure on the population is something is the biggest opportunity for us. I'll close with the example. I'd like to give an example of sugarcane. We have around CO2, as I mentioned, around 2030, we have 80 million tons of the sugarcane exists. Now, just imagine the one crop. Although in this audience, there is a gentleman with the 100,000 heads sitting over here with the 10 CFD of the gas potential, with the 40 megawatt of the gas, which we've been talking, which eventually paves the way for the real sustainability which exists in places like in Karachi, which runs Pakistan, but on ground, wasting around 1,000 megawatt on a daily basis on an average, which has never been accounted for. So with that said, one crop of sugar with the 100 billions of the credit card, I think credit card, although carbon credits is like a credit card, and then the focus on this. But at the same audience, I heard that one of the fuel, which is State Bank, doesn't give the financing of the energy one. So what we needed and what I would expect from the takeaway of this conference is that we need to create the environment in which the financing for the poorest of the consumer to all the way from the strategist to the policymaker intervention, the integrated approach is there. Because in short, we have an intent, we have a will, we have a technology exists, and alone this renewables, biomass, and biogas can change the horizon of Pakistan energy sector or energy security, for which all this panel is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that hopeful note, I'll request that we turn on a video from Ali Gulchugan, who is from the Global Renewable Congress.
Sorry that we cannot be with you in person today. The current situation in the region made the traveling possible for us. I'm very much grateful to the CVF and Dawn Media for making it possible to join you in this way. My name is Ali Gulchugan. I'm presenting on behalf of the Global Renewables Congress, drawing on a new report by our colleague Dr. David Jacobs on Pakistan's solar revolution and what it means for the global south. You are exactly the people this report was written for. I hope it is worth your time. Let me start with something that I think many of you already sense, but the official data has not yet fully captured. Pakistan's official electricity registry shows around 130,000 net metered solar installation, roughly 1.5 gigawatts. That looks manageable. The actual reality is entirely different. Over the past 4 years, Pakistan has imported solar panels from China equivalent to almost its entire power generation fleet, an estimated 17 gigawatts, with 4 to 5 million systems installed. The vast majority are unregistered and invisible to planners. This is not a criticism of any institution or individual. This happened faster than any regulatory system was designed to track. But it means Pakistan's energy planning has been working with the wrong numbers. And that is where we need to start. Why did millions of Pakistani families install solar panels with no government support? The answer, I think, is quite straightforward. The grid was not delivering what people needed. And three things converged at once. First, prices. Grid electricity rose 155% between 21 and 24. Bills in Karachi and Lahore began exceeding a monthly rent. Solar became a financial necessity, not a lifestyle choice. Second, reliability. Load shedding lasted 8 to 12 hours a day in many areas. No cooling in 45-degree heat, no production for industry. The grid was failing to deliver. Third, cost of panels dropped 80% globally. Chinese exports increasing the flow to the global south. Combine those three. The consumer decision is not surprising. It is rational. Where did those unaffordable prices come from? Understanding that is critical. Pakistan introduced capacity payments for private power producers in 1994, a reasonable response to severe electricity shortages at the time. Investors received fixed payments, whether their plants generated electricity or not. But look at what that created. The share of Pakistan's electricity tariff going to capacity payments, so simply paying plants to exist, rose from 41% in 21-22 to 61.5% by 23-24. Nearly 2/3 of every electricity bill now goes to power plants barely running. The because solar has displaced the need for them. The policy designed to secure affordable electricity became the primary driver of the unaffordability that is now pushing consumers off the grid entirely. The same logic played out in Pakistan's gas supply contracts. Long-term take-or-pay LNG agreements require payment for fixed volumes, used or not. When grid demand fell because millions switched to solar, Pakistan found itself paying for gas it no longer needed. By 25, roughly 45 of 120 contracted cargoes, nearly 40% had to be cancelled. The estimated cost from stranded LNG obligations alone, $378 million per year. These are not abstract figures. This is the money that could have gone toward grid modernization, education, or health. Instead, it is the fiscal consequence of the contracts signed before the distributed solar revolution that changed the demand picture. It is a warning for every country in this region still signing long-term fossil fuel agreements. For the policymakers in this room, this slide is the most technically important. Pakistan's planning system tracked what official data showed. Registered plants, net metered solar, official imports, historical grid consumption. That is the left side of the slide. What is missed on the right side was 4 to 5 million unregistered installations, over 15 gigawatts of behind-the-meter capacity, rising panel imports never cross-referenced with deployment data, and grid demand quietly falling as consumers self-generated. Pakistan has no mandatory DG registry, no systematic satellite tracking, no import deployment, no cross-referencing. These are not exotic tools. They exist. And without them, accurate national planning is impossible. I want to be constructive here. This is a solvable problem. The recommendations in the report are specific, practical, and implementable without large budget allocations. We will come to them very shortly. Everything I have described leads to one conclusion, and I want to state it directly. For most of electricity history, consumers were captive. No alternative to the grid. Whatever it cost, whatever quality it delivered, the consumers had no choice. That era is now over. In Pakistan and across the global south, consumers now have an alternative. The diagram on the screen shows the shift from captive customers fed by a centralized system to customers who choose between decentralized supply and the grid. The grid remains essential for nights, for winter, for heavy industry, but it now has to earn its customers. Restrictive policies will not reverse this. They will only push more installations off the books. So the question is, what should be done? The report identifies 5 interconnected policy areas. Let me take each one very briefly. First, rate design. Remove legacy costs from bills. Introduce time-of-use tariffs and make grid usage fees flexible enough to compete with self-generation. Second, contracts. No new inflexible take-or-pay agreements. Include volume flexibility in every new power purchase or fuel supply contract. Third, track distributed solar, a mandatory digital registry combined with satellite mapping and import data cross-referencing. Fourth, system planning, explicitly model distributed solar rollout. Shift from the base load plans to flexible, fast response peaking capacity. Fifth, grid financing, cover part of grid costs through public budget, not tariff surcharges that push more consumers off the grid. 4 immediate priorities, and I frame these not as external prescriptions, but as recommendations drawn from Pakistan's own experience. 1. Accelerate IPP and LNG contract restructuring, legacy costs of the electricity bill, not about penalizing the investors, it's about aligning contracts with current market reality. 2. Launch the National DG Registry, digital, simple, mandatory. You cannot plan a system that you cannot see. 3. Introduce time-of-use tariffs, make the grid competitive at the hours solar cannot cover. Evenings, winter, industry peak demand. 4. Treat grid as public infrastructure. Redirect development bank support from generation, where private capital now flows freely, toward transmission and distribution, where it does not. Restrictive policies will not stop Pakistan's solar revolution. They will only make it more chaotic and more costly. Pakistan has something rare, a real-time view of what happens when distributed solar scales faster than the system is ready for. That experience is valuable knowledge for Pakistan and for the rest of the global south. The question is whether policy planning and investment can adapt fast enough to turn that growth into an asset. I believe this beautiful country has the expertise, and the will to do exactly that. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think we've had a very loaded discussion on the current problems, the positives, and where to go next. So can I please ask everyone to give a round of applause to our esteemed panelists? Thank you for your time. Could you please rise for a picture, photographer? And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be breaking for lunch. At 2:15 sharp, we'll be starting our panel on mobilizing Pakistan's private sector. That promises to be very interesting. And I do apologize that our host, Amar, had to leave with a bit of an emergency. Thank you all. Hope to see you in about 35 minutes. Keynote address is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch break. We're going to begin session 10 now. Session 10 is from CSR to climate leadership, mobilizing Pakistan's private sector. This session explores how Pakistan's private sector can move beyond corporate social responsibility towards meaningful climate leadership and why climate action must make business sense. For this, we have a lovely panel with us here today. It's going to be led and moderated by, and can I please request as I say these names for the panelists to come on stage. Firstly, Ms. Nadia Rahman, who is a member board of trustees at the Climate Risk Fund for the State Bank of Pakistan, to lead this discussion as speaker and moderator. We have Dr. Faisal Hashmi, the Senior Director at Coca-Cola Pakistan and Afghanistan. We have Mr. Ziad Bashir, the Non-Executive Director at Gul Ahmed Textile Mills. Mr. Najibullah Khan, the Deputy Director, Network Operations and Maintenance Center, Zong. Mr. Mohammad Raza, the Group Head, General Services and Customer Support, Mizan Bank. And finally, Mr. Fahad Chinoy, who is the CEO of Pakistan Cables. Welcome, everyone. Nadia, handing over to you.
Thank you very much, Zishan. So this session is going to focus on how the role that the private sector has to play in the climate transition and preparing Pakistan to make its journey towards low carbon development. And in the recent past, we have seen how economic resilience is closely tied to climate resilience. So the numbers that we have heard, to make Pakistan climate resilient, the country needs $348 billion. And then it also requires transformation in the way we operate, the way we drive our cars, the way we transport and power our homes. So it requires a whole spectrum of technologies, cleaner technologies that have to be brought into the mix. And and industrial processes also have to evolve for us to remain relevant in international supply chains. And that is something that the government cannot do on its own, and the role of the private sector is essential. So today we have a stellar panel. We have some of the largest manufacturers in Pakistan, and Zishan has introduced them. We'll start the discussion. So the binding constraint for us, as far as we understand, is finance. And private capital mostly flows into where it makes a business case. So we've seen a UNEP report says that nature negative financing is 140 times more than nature positive financing. And the numbers are even lower in Pakistan. A UN report says that climate finance in the private sector is less than 5%. So where are the funds going to come from for the kind of transformation that we expect to see in terms of stewardship of our natural resources, whether it's water or, and also in adopting the capital-intensive technologies that are required to make this transition. I'll start with Dr. Faisal Hashmi. He leads Pakistan and Afghanistan for Coca-Cola. So, Dr. Water stewardship for Coca-Cola is important in terms of its sustainability commitment. Let's know what operational risks do you see in the future for the company, and how is Coca-Cola transforming itself for water efficiency and regenerative practice?
Thank you very much, Ji. Water is very important for us because it's not only a main source for our production, but a shared source, the national source as well. So we are very much concerned about the water because our entire production or volumes or sales that is dependent on the water. So Coca-Cola globally since 2015 we have taken various initiatives. We are having Alliance for Water Stewardship program that has been implemented on 7 bottling plants and 1 concentrated manufacturing plant. So we are basically whatever the water we are using for our product, we are giving more water back to the communities and to the nature. So we are having different like initiatives like wetland floating plants, and we are partner in the Recharge Pakistan, which is one of the mega projects in Pakistan. Then if I speak about the like for us, water is we use 3 types of water. Like one water which we use for our product for the production of the Coca-Cola product, and second is like the water which is used for the washing, for the treatment, and a lot of other things. So now with the help of the training and development and with the technology, we are using minimum water for this part, and that water which is not consumed for our production, that actually goes to the water treatment plant. So every manufacturing plant is having its own water treatment plant, and we are having a fish pond everywhere at the plant. So that water is treated and then it goes to the fish pond, and that water is actually good for the marine life, and we give that water to the PHAs, to the other government authorities, and to the farmers to use for the tree plantation and harvest.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. So Coca-Cola is a multinational. They've made commitments internationally in terms of net zero. So they will be mobilizing funds, and other countries would be also bringing in, Coca-Cola would be bringing in innovations in other countries also. What is the ambition like in terms of what more can we do? And what is the ratio that you mentioned, if you may repeat it, that how much you consume and how much you, through circularity, bring it back into the water system? If you could talk about
so like
that. And also international examples on how Coca-Cola is moving forward with its net zero commitment. And where is Pakistan
So net zero
positioned?
commitment is actually not a new thing for Coca-Cola. We are as I told you that we are actually doing this since last like many years. We started this program in 2015, and since then we have taken various initiatives at our plant. So one thing is like the water we extract from the soil. So we treat that water, and then we send back that water to the nature as well. But other than that, like we are arranging clean drinking water for the community. So that water, which is basically the water from the government and some like other sources. So we are treating that water, and we are converting that water into a drinkable condition, and then providing to the community. So like we are having the number we can share with you, but whatever we are using in our production, we are giving 100% back to them.
Which communities are you focused on in terms of like water stressed communities or?
So previously, like I think many years back, so if we were extracting water from Lahore, maybe we were giving back that deficit of the water to maybe Sindh or some other areas. But now as per the new guidelines, first we do the surveys that where the water is scarce, and according to the scarcity of water,
right,
we basically design the program which are implemented on the same place from where we are extracting the water.
Thank you very much. Ziad, I will now be talking to you. Gulaim Textiles, you're one of the largest exporters in Pakistan, and there are, in terms of this industry going green, what are the challenges that you see with the evolving landscape internationally? Compliance requirements are changing, and then we have an age-old supply chain. The ginning industry was is not very energy efficient. So in terms of supply chains and the changing demands internationally, how do you see Pakistan and our main manufacturers? What kind of shift do we need to do to benefit from it, position ourselves well, and where are the funds going to come from? Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite a large question. I'll try to address it point by point. The major challenges at the moment are that the country doesn't really have a carbon pricing mechanism in place. So there's nothing that's been done to, have a measurement or a reporting or verification system. So companies are doing it individually. So there's no basically system to measure all this stuff. So companies are putting up their own, water plants, effluent treatment plants. They're putting up their own water recycling plants based on their customer base. So let's say you're serving customers in Europe. So Europe will have its own, requirements of effluent treatment, of recycling. And this changing year on year. And then there's the, CBAM, which is coming, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Now, Pakistan doesn't have a way to measure this at the moment. So this means that there'll be unilateral, charge placed on Pakistan by Europe at some point. They will do, their own calculation and they will figure it out for themselves and put it there across, the board until Pakistan has, the ability to measure this locally. So this is going to affect us all, very fast in the years to come. And I don't know if we're prepared for it. But then again, we should not also, try to go ahead of the curve. It's like, maybe decades ago when the labor laws were coming, other things were coming, Pakistan adopted them way faster than even most of the European countries adopted a lot of the things about triple overtime and other things, which we are stuck with at the moment. And, so we are actually at a disadvantage of manufacturing at the moment. So the same way with this environmental and carbon stuff, you should not jump the curve. For example, we've put a carbon levy on furnace oil just last year in the budget of something like 60%. That means at that time, if oil was, or furnace oil was 120,000 rupees, your levy was 80,000 rupees. That meant that every generator which was producing with furnace oil had to shut down. Why? Even America or European countries don't have such high carbon levies. Why are we imposing this on our manufacturers over here? So we have to think, that we have to maybe follow the leaders. We don't want to be the leader because you can make a lot of mistakes and those mistakes are extremely expensive if you're not careful. It's like when you're in a race, people talk about, it's like you're not the best Formula One car, it's a Formula One race or a car race. You have to be behind the leader and you follow the leader around. You're not the one, we are not that developed as a country to be the leader. So these carbon things, we should leave it to Europe and to America at the moment to, lead the way. And then we should learn from them and then try to, not reinvent the wheel until we are at that level where we feel, okay, we have developed to that level to implement such systems and be at a playing level. But at the same time, Pakistan, there are 200 countries in the world. We are responsible for less than 1% of the global carbon footprint since they've started measuring emissions. But countries like the US are responsible for 25%, the EU for 22%. But at the end of the day, we are the top 10 most affected. So we're responsible for nothing, but we're in the top 10 most affected. I think the last number which they gave out was from the last flood, over $30 billion of damage or something like that. That's nearly 10% of our GDP. So, there has to be an equitable way for these mechanisms to work, where the countries that are responsible end up bearing more of the cost than the ones that are affected. If they're just going to put all their costs on us and they're going to put it on our manufacturing chain, which is already running on razor-thin margins, I think the world has to actually come up with a very fair mechanism going forward. And I think we need to also, as a country, make sure that our rights and fundamental rights on this are maintained and that we are not, the money is not sucked out of the country. Because when they went through their industrial revolutions, they didn't have all these things. They didn't have all these human rights or climate change and all this stuff, all this cost. So they developed at a very cheap rate. Now they're expecting us to pay all these things, and then all the toys that come with all these things are produced by them. So we have to purchase all these plants from them to become compliant to them. So this just seems like, a bit unfair to me that they're making us responsible to bear the brunt of this cost. I think that summed it up.
Yes. So you've addressed the part of compliance very well, that we don't have to be leaders, we can follow others and learn as we go. There Now, with the prices falling and the kind of energy shocks that we are seeing in international supply chain, it's almost become a competitiveness imperative for us to insulate ourselves from fossil fuel or very energy inefficient, and we have to move towards more efficient production systems. And ginning, as we spoke earlier, hasn't been able to evolve. The incentives are not in place. So that's going to hurt our competitiveness. And so we should be able to look at some kind of climate finance or other sources of funding. What kind of incentives do you think should be in place to enable that shift? Because it's going to affect our competitiveness also if we do not make the shift right
Yes,
now.
I definitely agree with that. And I think with fossil fuels, where the way they've increased and the renewables, the price has come down. But for plants that have a large scale, this is tens of millions of dollars of investment. And the thing is that countries normally, or companies in other countries, don't need to do these investments. So when we're responsible to do these investments, it makes us incompetitive. Rather than investing in capacity to export or to manufacture, we're investing in capacity to produce electricity. Producing electricity is not our job, but we're doing it because the government is not efficient or they have too many systemic losses. So I mean, somebody like Fahad Chanoy will be able to tell you better about the transmission losses, because that's his business, and he's going to be able to tell you. But these inefficiencies are passed on to us. So if there are losses in transmission, if there's any inefficiency, if there's any agreements which have been made, which are not efficient, everything is passed on to the manufacturer. So how much can the manufacturer absorb? And I agree with you, green financing definitely needs to be there, but it has to be there with checks and balances, so it's not misused, and the finance is not used in other avenues or other areas. And also, there's things which happen along with being able to finance it, like let's say wheeling. Now you put up the plant, if the wheeling policies are not clear or they're not commercially viable, there's no point putting up this equipment if you need to transmit the electricity somewhere else. So there are a lot of policies and things which have to happen in parallel rather than sequential, because you put up a plant and you don't have right of way, right of passage, you can't take the electricity. There's a lot of things like that that are related to this. It's very challenging, it's not easy, and I think people like yourself and the Planning Commission will have to actually work and come up with plans of how to implement this in the most efficient manner.
That's a challenge of climate transition. It is cross-sectoral. So working with Ministry of Industries and then transmission and all of that. So it requires stronger advocacy from the private sector too. And you are doing. Okay. So now I will move on to Mizan Bank and Mohammed Raza. So there was a recent issuance of Green Sukuk, and there are other aspects that you're looking at. How is the private sector, how are the banks focused on enabling climate action, and what kind of instruments are becoming available in the private sector, in the banking sector?
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, first of all, let me congratulate Dawn Media Group for arranging such a vibrant sort of conference. I think I've attended lots of conferences, but I feel that every session is very engaging. So that is one plus point, and I must congratulate Dawn Media Group for this. As far as banks are concerned, we heard Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan yesterday, and we really thankful to State Bank of Pakistan for taking the commendable lead in creating the ESG framework as well as green banking guidelines, giving a very clear message and signaling that climate risk is actually financial. So as far as the banks are concerned, we are not sitting on the fence and just looking at these transactions. We are now actually a very active enabler. So just to come to your question, let me just let you know what basically banks are contributing, and banks can contribute in terms of this transition. Actually, we are, as everyone is aware, that banks are play a very important role in terms of handling the capital to manage the capital flow. And that is where the banks comes into action, and we are really working towards pushing the green financing. So as far as the banks are concerned, we ensure that we finance to those companies which are more towards environmental friendly. They don't have that CO2 emission, or they work in that direction of reducing the CO2 emission. So this is one very important contribution of the bank towards this climate. Then at the same time, we are supporting the SMEs and the household, the consumers towards adopting the climate action, the climate friendly and the energy efficient solutions. Like the banks are coming up very fastly with products for the solar, for wind, for EVs, for these electric bikes. And with the passage of time, we are seeing that whenever there are challenges, the move towards these products are increasing. We just saw during these the challenging conditions which we are really facing, the fuel prices went up. And as the fuel prices went up, we have seen that the demand towards EVs and electric bikes have increased. So the banks are really working towards promoting and coming up with these product innovations, coming up with these product development, so that we are able to fulfill the needs of the customers and to provide that the climate action. The bonds, the green bonds, they are into action, and the banks are pursuing, they are participating. And I personally feel that with the passage of time, these actions are now becoming mandatory. To start with, the green banking guideline which the State Bank issued, they were more like voluntary, and banks were asked to do it on voluntary basis. But now we have to do it on mandatory basis. And with each passing year, this focus is increasing. And we even have to report now. So reporting is now very important. And with that, banks now are not on the fence. They are enabler now towards this the climate change.
Thank you very much. So in terms of returns, investments in climate action, is that, so where do the rewards come from? Is it in better ESG rankings? So how do you see it in terms of financial returns to the bank?
Actually, when we look at the overall landscape, the opportunities are too many. The issue was that we took the challenges side first, and we didn't look at the opportunities. The opportunities are so big that currently what we see is there are tens and billions of climate financing opportunities available, which unfortunately we are not able to tap. And the reason being that some reason is a new field. So the banks are developing our expertise. We are developing our expertise, and our credit teams, our risk teams, they're still a bit afraid of looking at these new green technologies because they are still unproven. They are there, but still for Pakistan perspective, they are unproven. But what we feel is that with the financing gap, we can really work on them, and we can generate lots of new financing at very, very good rate. Pricing is an issue at this point in time because due to lack of data, which is already being discussed, there is also a greenwashing sort of a risk, because we are not really aware that the projects which have been presented as green, whether they're really green or not. So, but now with the Pakistan Green Taxonomy also in place, we have specified and standardized definitions of which projects are green and which are not. I think this challenge will be covered, and I personally feel that with the population of Pakistan, we can sell any product, and we can sell any product with a profit. And to last, one of the key benefits which I really feel is that by acting on this path, we will also be able to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because definitely with the climate changes and the climate disorders, the humanity is in trouble. And when we move in that direction of helping the humanity, we'll be able to please Allah. There's a saying of the Holy Prophet that even if you remove something of harm from the street, that is a charity. So we really feel that whatever we get in terms of profits, this is one of the biggest profit which we can get.
Thank you very much. That's certainly in line with the values. So I'll now move on to CEO Pakistan Cables, Fahad Chinoy. So Fahad, as one of the larger manufacturing companies in Pakistan for copper cables and steel, you would have a good understanding on how internationally the critical mineral value chain is evolving, what the future demand is, and where do you see Pakistan going, and where are the opportunities for us? And yes, leave it at that.
Thank you. So, copper has become sort of the strategic metal in the sort of energy transition that's taking place. And clearly climate change has accelerated the shift to renewables, the shift to EVs. And renewables and EVs demand a lot more cabling. I mean, to just give you an example, an EV takes about 85 to 100 kgs of copper versus a conventional vehicle, which takes about 20 kgs of copper. So, if you do the math, a ton of copper would feed, 10 to 12 EVs. So that has really multiplied and accelerated the demand for copper. Copper, of course, is a finite mineral, and copper today is trading at all-time highs. And the view is that as the global economy stabilizes, there will be a further surge in demand for copper, which ultimately may result in shortages of copper, because the gestation period for mines today, from the time that you discover the mine to the time that you bring out first copper, is estimated at 17 to 18 years. It used to be about 2 decades ago, it used to be 5 to 6 years. So it's, the copper is much more further away, it's deeper in the ground, it's in sort of remote areas. And as a result, there is a mismatch in terms of demand and supply, which will drive up the scarcity and the price of copper. I think the opportunity for Pakistan, of course, we all know, is that we are mineral rich. We have one of the world's largest copper mines in Balochistan, and the Reko Diq project has been something that has been, top of mind for the government and for the economy. Unfortunately, I think recently Reko Diq indicated that they were slowing down the project. Hopefully, that will, once with the optimistic hat, once the Gulf situation stabilizes, hopefully there will be, a resurgence of interest in Reko Diq. I think that will then, of course, unlock a lot of opportunities for mining and for creating a ecosystem in Pakistan that can support the value chain certainly for our products. Also concurrently, what's happening is that as copper is becoming more and more scarce and expensive, there is a potential shift towards cheaper materials such as aluminium. Aluminium itself is a very energy intensive metal in terms of producing it. And there will also possibly be a shift towards recycling. And we're starting to see that, the industry is trying to look at recycling opportunities to make up for the shortfall of copper. But I would say that, holistically, if you look at the opportunity for Pakistan, we certainly have, we're blessed by God with all the sort of availability of minerals. And of course, the question is that will the security situation, accessibility and execution allow us to realize the benefits of that?
Right, thank you. So in terms of the ore and natural resources, we are blessed with it. Mr. Najibullah is also here? Oh, yes, you're here. Okay, great. So my question to you, Fahad. that in terms of, we do have the natural resources, and right now we are positioned to export them as raw materials. And as we understand that the value chain, it's from copper cable, and then there are so many other applications of copper in the way we are going to see EV transforming and other transmission technologies. Do you see that we are going to be smelting in Pakistan, or will we be exporting raw material and then re-importing cathodes and then further producing this? Where do you think, how should we go about our place in the critical mineral value chain?
Yeah, so I think right now, we're at the stage where whatever copper is being extracted is being exported primarily in the form of ore, and then it gets smelted, refined, processed, and then, for whatever demand there is in Pakistan, brought back over here. Ideally, we'd want to have the entire value chain over here, but it's very, very nascent in that you would need to have critical mass from the mine that can support the feedstock into the smelter, and that then can, downstream into the refining, and then ultimately the fabrication of cathodes or whatever type of copper. So I think we're quite far away from that. I believe that first copper, if it comes out of Reko Diq, would be 2030. Then you develop some critical scale that would then possibly support the feasibility for a smelter, and then refining capacity and so on. Notwithstanding the issues of logistical challenges, energy intensity. So all of those would be hurdles that we'd have to cross at a later stage. But for now, unfortunately, from my business's perspective, we have to import all our copper from outside of Pakistan.
All right, thank you. So now I'll move on to Mr. Najibullah from Zong. So in terms of climate governance and digital governance, we need connectivity. So, for timely reporting on impact advisories, and also for digital governance in agriculture, or so many aspects of it. So there are two roles that you play. One is in terms of latency, or how long it takes for impact advisories to be disseminated. And then the other is, how are you prepared in terms of extreme events to maintain a resilient network so that we do not have outages? And how is Zong investing in this?
Thank you, Nadia. Yes, you're right. At Zong, we believe that it is our responsibility, social responsibility, to provide connectivity to the people of Pakistan, to the customers. And Zong has been playing this role for the past 2 decades. We are here, and we have provided the services to the people of Pakistan. Throughout this era, the period, we have seen tremendous climate changes and certain events of disaster due to climate changes. What I will walk you through, that how we have faced those climate changes and the disastrous event that happened earlier, how we faced that, how our network is resilient enough to manage those events, and how we continue to provide connectivity to the people of Pakistan, and we supported our government agencies, our NDMA, BDMA, whatever people on the ground who were working for the restoration of the people. How we supported them by providing the network coverage. Our network is spread all across Pakistan. We have deployed multiple installations, equipment spread all over Pakistan, and for that to work, there are two major essential things. First, continuous supply of electricity power, which is a challenge, as my fellow panelists have also commented on that. It is a challenge in Pakistan. We are not producing enough electricity as per our requirement. So the companies like us, we have to produce our own part of electricity. And the second thing is the connectivity. Once the electricity is there, we need to connect our network so that the communication takes place. The network that we have deployed is multi-layered. as far as the electricity consumption, electricity generation is concerned. We have our own battery backup on every location that we have our equipment installed. So once the electricity is not there, the equipment is shifted back on to the battery backup. And then again, there are some areas where there's no infrastructure of electricity. This is a challenge for us, how to operate in those areas, how to provide connectivity to people. So we have opted to multiple solutions, like we have placed gensets over there to run our network. And we have also opted to the green energy, the clean energy, which is solar. We are continuously investing on solar and deploying solar with our cell sites to keep them up and running using the green energy, natural energy. So this is the multi-layer infrastructure that we have for in terms of electricity. While if you talk about the connectivity, we connect through two mediums. Either it's a wired connectivity or a wireless connectivity. For wired connectivity, optical fiber network is deployed all across Pakistan. And for wireless connectivity, we have our radios. Again, the backup is there. If the wired connectivity is broken somehow, we have redundancy in the wired network. If one fiber or one cable is broken due to some disaster, due to some, in 2022 we had massive floods all across Pakistan. Our fiber remained broken for multiple days, many days, because there was water everywhere. And, it was not possible to restore that. But we had redundancy. We had other routes. We had other cables through which the traffic automatically got routed. And then we had radio links for the communication. So the communication remained intact. And in 2022 flood, we were the very first network of Pakistan that restored the complete network, the down network, within 14 days. And that was also acknowledged by the government of Pakistan and PTA. We were the first one to get the network up in the affected areas. So this is how we manage the disasters. We usually, luckily, we know usually in what period of the year the climate changes, because Pakistan is heavily affected by monsoon. It's a monsoon affected region. So during monsoon and after monsoon, we generally face flood-related situations. Sometimes it's extensive, sometimes it's moderate. We have our own disaster processes and policies in place. We arrange resources, we optimize the resources, we place the resources accordingly. We remain in touch with the authorities, with the agencies, NDMA, PDMA. More importantly, our field teams are on ground in far-flung and the remotest areas of Pakistan, where probably we don't have the presence of others, but our teams are there to protect, to secure our network. So we are the first one to take part in restoration of the network and also supporting the people over there who are affected with any climate-related disaster that occurs. So we stand shoulder to shoulder with our governments, our agencies in resolving the issues in those areas. So moving ahead to the second part of my conversation, which is clean and green energy. We have upgraded 85% of our network with the state-of-the-art latest technology, lithium-ion battery banks. Earlier, we were using the traditional batteries, which had more carbon emission. These lithium batteries are environment-friendly, and we are focused to have the carpet coverage within the next year, and the whole network will be equipped with the lithium-ion solution. At the same time, we have deployed more than 1,000 solar solutions in our network. We are generating a capacity of more than 10 megawatts, which I have the numbers. The solar deployment is able to generate 10 to 12 million kilowatt hours of electricity. We're generating it ourselves, clean and green energy. And it is helping us to save 1.4 million liters of fuel, which would have been burned using the generators otherwise. So this is how we are playing our role, keeping Pakistan's environment clean, using the green energy solutions, and helping making Pakistan environment friendly.
Thank you, Najibullah sir. So the interventions that you've talked about, a lot of them do result in carbon sequestration, the solarization, and also using efficient batteries. So have you thought about claiming credits for it? Are you moving towards that direction? Is that attractive to you in any way?
Yes, we are. As I said, we plan to have more investment in the same areas. In coming years, we will be adding more solar solutions. This year, more than 250 solutions are already
Claiming
planned.
carbon credits, carbon finance, carbon credits for that.
Carbon
Is Zong thinking about it? Getting finance through other modes?
No, we are currently not thinking in these lines. We are only working to, make our network as much as less
Resilient
carbon affected as possible later on maybe. But yeah, we have business partners and we are working with different partners to different models. The AI based, there are certain AI based solutions there. We are also planning to adopt those starting this year. That will help us more efficiently utilize our power resources and make our network more energy efficient.
Zishan, how are we doing on time? We are over time? All right, great. So I wanted to ask one key takeaway. Can we do that? So what would be a cost of inaction for you, and what is your key takeaway from this panel?
So regarding water or like overall?
Regarding water, yes.
So regarding water, I think this is a shared responsibility, not only the multinational companies or the government, but the collective responsibility that we all have to work to conserve the water. So water is definitely a commodity which will not be available in the future.
Right. All right. And you?
I feel the cost of inaction would actually be losing your export market share globally, because if you don't do anything, you're going to let your competitors leapfrog you. And countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, other countries have already surpassed you in exports. I mean, Bangladesh, which 10 years ago was maybe half your size, now nearly double your size in exports. We've been losing a lot of market share, and if we lose the climate action game, or the green game of transitioning to green manufacturing, I think we're going to lose a lot more market share.
Thank you. And Najibullah, what will be the cost of inaction if
I
you don't make your network
the
resilient?
resolve is there, the commitment is there. Our parent company is China Mobile, so we are, Pakistan-China friendship, committed to invest in Pakistan and make our network more robust and resilient, provide connectivity to the people of Pakistan, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the government of Pakistan in any disaster.
Mohammed Razaka.
Okay, as banks, we have a dual responsibility. We have to look at our own impact by reducing the carbon footprint, by doing things for ourselves. And then we have to really motivate our customers to go for it. And I really feel that is the right direction. Although, as I said, we do have challenges, but when I look at the opportunities, I really see that opportunities are widespread. And at this point in time, I really feel that the banks that takes action, they're more proactive. They won't be doing good for a year or two, they will be doing that for a decade.
Thank you. And Fahad?
Yeah, I think that we're moving in the right direction. I think the SCCP has, is enforcing certain reporting standards now around climate. That will be sort of a process over a few years. But I think what it'll do is it'll quantify through a framework whereby then you go away from the greenwashing and you're actually seeing genuine action. So there is a little bit of a sword hanging over the listed companies' heads to get that done, and I think that's a step in the right direction. The challenge is that the listed entities, while being large and well known, are still a very small portion of the rest of the economy. And where do we bring that responsibility in from the SMEs and from the informal sector? That's going to be the big challenge for us.
Right. So I would like to thank the panelists. The private sector is at the front of how we're going to go forward with this transition, and the government doesn't have the capacity, the expertise in the technologies or the ways of production that the private sector has. So stronger partnership would be required, and a stronger advocacy to mobilize funds and to align policies, because this is cross-sectoral. So that would be required. And thank you very much for your time. I'd like to thank Dawn Media for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. A very rich discussion cutting across multiple sectors. Can I have a round of applause, a louder round of applause as our panelists get off stage? Thank you. Picture, please. Can you please all rise for a quick group photo? Next up, we have the commissioner from the SECP for the Securities Market Division, Mr. Ali Farid Khwaja, who's actually a Wapistani because he's in his own right a very successful individual in the private capital markets across the globe and has chosen to come back to his country and serve in the public sector domain. So, Ali Farid, can you please?
Thank you, Mikhail, for that introduction, and thank you, Dawn Media, for inviting me and for hosting this event. I had a short presentation to run, but I think there's a technical issue. We don't have a connector here, so I'll try to make it, I'll try to cover it up. But basically, as Mikhail said, I am a commissioner at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and I am the lead for Securities Market Division. I recently joined SECP. And prior to that, for the last 20 years, I've been working in financial markets as an investor, investment banker, and I ran a couple of listed companies in London. So, so for this presentation, when I was asked, and the presentation is right on my laptop here, so I can't refer to it, I asked my colleagues at the SECP on what have they done on this topic of ESG and climate change. And there were 5 areas they mentioned. The first is they've made it mandatory for ESG reporting. This was referred by the gentleman from Pakistan Cables in the last panel, that by 2031, all companies, all public companies, whether they are listed or not listed, they have to do ESG reporting separately. There are 3, it's in a phased manner, and the first deadline is 2029 for companies above a certain size, then 2030, and eventually by 2031. The second thing they have done is they have put ESG disclosure guidelines and they have aligned it with Pakistan Green Taxonomy. The third thing, there is the ESG Sustain portal, where there's a lot of data around this topic and around a lot of infographics from what various companies are doing in this area. The fourth is governance reforms. And they put in place a code of corporate governance. They have changed it to facilitate more better practices around ESG in general and climate change in particular. And lastly, they have introduced, and they are working on introducing, new products for financing of ESG initiatives. These include ESG mutual funds. I think very soon you will see some asset management firms launching ESG compliant funds. And the second is green bonds. I think there have already been 2 green bonds which have been issued so far. One, both recently over the last couple of months, and one of them was for an infrastructure finance transaction for a telecom tower. There also, somebody mentioned carbon credit, and I think one of the things in pipeline is that we are discussing how can we launch a carbon credit exchange in Pakistan. So those were all the steps which SECP has taken, which are all around better reporting, better disclosures, better data, so transparency, and getting the data out there so people can think through using that data. But I have a as I mentioned that, I've recently joined SECP. It has only been 3 months, and prior to that, I've primarily been in the private. I've always been in the private sector as an investor primarily, and so I think I have a problem with this mechanical approach to this topic. Mechanical approach, I mean scoring and publishing documents which have, climate data in that. Because if it's only mechanical, then it's treated as a tax. It's treated as something extra, an extra cost. So to even discuss topic like this, we have to arrange events like this, gather great people and arrange good food because it's something extra. So companies treat it as a tax. CSR is treated as something extra you do for the good of Pakistan. And then somebody said, we do this because it's great for Pakistan. So you feel that it's something extra which you're doing, which is a cost on you, and that's why you have to celebrate it and you have to talk about it and you want to be recognized. There's a problem with that thing. The problem with that is that as soon as you take a mechanical approach, it leads to issues such as greenwashing. And there are many, many examples, some funny or tragic or ironic examples of that, which we have seen over the last few years. And then, of course, the most important, famous one is Volkswagen. They had put these devices in their cars. So whenever the car was tested for ESG compliance, they would report lesser carbon emission. And they did that on 11 million cars. And in reality, the emissions were 40 times higher than what they were reporting. There's another company, Deutsche Bank, asset management company, DWS. The CEO, they used to flag that they are leaders in ESG and climate change. And then they were found to be stretching the definition of ESG, and the CEO was asked to leave. Coca-Cola, a great company, I think there was somebody from the panel, they were fined for putting the tag out there, 100% recycled bottles. They were not alone. Nestle and Danone were also fined by the European Commission for that. And there are many, many other funny examples where the companies go out there and tell that they are doing some great work around ESG, only to find out that it was perhaps not as great as they were claiming. Now, I don't fault the companies. Of course, they are doing this because they want to tell you guys and tell the world and tell us that they are doing something good. But because it's a mechanical approach, they think it's good to tell others. So, and that's why they're doing it. So that's why it leads to greenwashing. So there were a couple of research which I wanted to cite, and again, the presentation, which is not on the screen, had some pictures from it. One is a book from a legendary investor called Dr. Mark Mobius. He recently passed away at the age of 90. The guy was a legend, and he created the space of emerging markets investment. In the 90s, those of you who were involved in financial markets in Pakistan, you will probably remember him as a person who was the anchor for our privatization program. He wrote a book called Invest for Good. And in that book, the whole thesis of the book is that ESG or climate, especially actions towards climate change, are not just CSR, but they have a material impact on corporate profitability and asset pricing return. And the book is because Mark Mobius was an interesting character. He used to travel a lot. He used to meet a lot of companies, and he has written quite a few books where he has documented the examples from his experiences. So in that book, it's quite interesting because there are a lot of anecdotal stories which he has mentioned about how companies who did well or who internalized these factors actually performed better, both in terms of profitability and in terms of shareholder returns. The second so I highly recommend you to read that book. And the second research which I wanted to cite over here is a body of work done by Fidelity Investments. Fidelity manages around $1 trillion. It's the third largest asset manager globally. Their asset allocation team out of UK wrote these reports where what they did was they took UN's data around climate scenarios, and they did scenario analysis of what will happen to global GDP and macro if various outcomes happen in terms of compliance on the ESG standards in terms of net zero targets. And they reached a conclusion that they think that a disorderly compliance is the outcome which is most likely. And by disorderly, they mean that by 2030, nothing really will happen, and then suddenly there will be a rush towards compliance. And in that scenario, they think 50% of global GDP, 50% of global GDP will be directly impacted by nature. And they highlighted 6 physical factors, including hurricanes and floods and heat and rainfall, precipitation, as factors which will be affecting corporate returns. And of course, these are very logical. If we just think about Pakistan, If let's say if I have to open a hotel in somewhere in Pakistan, clearly a lot of people will think that they should not open in places where the heat wave will come in summers and people won't visit that city. So like, so that means that when you're forecasting, and if you want to invest in, let's say, hospitality business, for your forecast, you'll have to X out a portion of the year as a time period where you will get little or no revenue. So automatically, even today, climate outcomes or expectations of climate outcomes are leading to impacts on investment decisions. If you have to open a hotel, you'll open it up in the north, right? Like you think it will be open for a longer time period. So that study, actually what they did was they took it on a global level, and their study found that if you look at a longer time horizon, so 50 years, which for most large asset managers, and by large I mean sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, 50 years is a normal time horizon in which they will decide their asset allocation decision. In that horizon, a lot of countries, including Pakistan and including India, will become uninvestable because of climate risk around water. So, because of course, if you can't grow stuff, then there are implications of it. So the key point I'm saying is that I think the discourse on climate change, especially in financial markets, which is a subject which I deal with, needs to shift from just mechanical reporting and scoring, where you can comply, just mechanically, to incorporating the risks in your actually fundamental research. So in your capital market assumption. What does that mean? That means that when you're forecasting the revenue, when you're forecasting the cost base, when you're forecasting the overall GDP growth, the overall inflationary numbers in that economy, the climate outcome will be directly incorporated in those forecasts, i.e. it's something which becomes the core of your business rather than an extra report which is published because the regulators asked you to publish and because it's something cool and it will get you some extra merit points. So climate outcomes are directly impacting capital markets assumptions. And that's why it's actually so important, because that will drive everything. So that was a key point I wanted to mention. Of course, there are some, again, the presentation which is not there, but I'll try to share it, had some data around like that 21% of global asset under management are already ESG compliant. That was a good statistic to throw, but as I said, fundamentally, I personally disagree with that framework, because I don't think that a mechanical compliance, because it's good, is important. I think it's just something which is internal, and it is already impacting our decisions, or where should we build a home, where should we go and get a job, where would future jobs be created, where should we set up our next business. And of course, all of those factors impact job creation, tax collection, and eventually GDP growth or lack thereof. So it's fundamental, and that's the point which I wanted to make in this thing. Let's try to internalize and incorporate these things in our fundamental analysis rather than an external assumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Fareed. And I think the SECP has a critical role to play in the economic development for this country. Senator Aurangzeb, the finance minister, mentioned how we've had over 200,000 new accounts being built in the last 6 months, which is phenomenal. I think we need to get out of real estate as a country and really go into the capital markets. And next up, we have our celebrity session. I know everyone's been waiting for it. I'm personally a huge fan of him as well. Session 11 is Unequal Burdens, Shared Futures, Reframing Climate Action. Can I please have my two guests on stage? Madam Sharmila Faruqi, the member of the National Assembly of Pakistan. Can we have a clap for her? And Mr. Shahzad Roy, founder and president of the Zindagi Trust. If I could ask Miss Faruqi to please come up and deliver her keynote first up.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you, Dawn Media, for this Breathe Pakistan. And it is indeed a privilege to open this discussion on reframing climate action through equity. Climate change is a shared global crisis, but its consequences are profoundly unequal. And nowhere is this reality more visible than in countries like Pakistan, which are reeling from the consequences of emissions it did not create. But even in our society, this burden is not shared equally. Climate change affects communities, women, children, the ones who are the least protected, the ones who are most vulnerable. And it falls the hardest on those who are living on the edge. Climate change today is reshaping economies, public health, education, productivity, livelihoods, and social system protections across the world. It is no longer a standalone environmental issue. It is a humanitarian crisis. And more importantly, it is an equity crisis. For millions of Pakistanis across the country, climate change is no longer an abstract future risk. It is a lived reality. We saw this during the floods of 2022, where over 33 million people across Pakistan were affected, and nearly half of them were women and children. We saw this again in 2025. Lives were lost, homes were washed away, livelihoods were ruined, and schools were destroyed. But what remained lingering on much after the flood waters receded was inequality. Today, in Pakistan, over 112 million children are at potential risk of climate-related events. And globally, the figures are even more stark. 242 million children had their education disrupted just in one single year. In Pakistan, we're standing here at Breathe Pakistan, the air pollution alone causes 1 in 8 child deaths. As I stand here today before you, my 7-year-old son is braving a heat wave in Karachi, which has now become a norm rather than an exception. The World Bank says that if we do not take urgent action, climate change can potentially reduce Pakistan's GDP by up to 20% by 2050. Now, these are figures that should be alarming all of us. Now, this is precisely why we talk about equity, because equity can no longer be a peripheral discussion in climate policy making. It has to be central to it. Because those who are contributing the least to the crisis are the ones who are bearing the heaviest burdens. No doubt, Pakistan has taken important steps in recent years. We've had climate commitments, we've had adaptation frameworks, we've had discussions on global platforms, and we've also invested in infrastructure. But we need to be honest. These efforts matter. But if you look at it more candidly, there are gaps which remain. At the local level, the implementation is still uneven. And climate resilience is still not fully integrated in critical sectors like health, like education, like housing, and social safety networks. And we also still lack granular and disaggregated data of lived realities of the most vulnerable populations. Now, when I talk about women and children and the vulnerable communities, these are not just the victims of climate change. They're also, in many cases, the first ones, the front-line responders. They're adapting, they are coping with remarkable resilience on ground in such adversities. And yet, they are the ones who are the least represented at the decision-making tables. And that is why I say that the conversation now needs to shift from just declaration to implementation. Global promises will only be meaningful if their outcomes reach the most vulnerable and the ones who need it the most. And if they don't reach the ones who need it the most, and they are left behind once again, that is unfortunately the heart of climate injustice. Now, as chair, I look forward to a very informed discussion by the speakers who are going to come. Of course, Shehzad is here, and I see my dear friend Uzma sitting there. And I feel that the conversation needs to be honest. It needs to be solution-driven. It needs to be evidence-based, and it needs to be grounded in lived reality. I see Fahmida sitting over there, and Fahmida, I think we need to ask, and we need to answer certain important questions, difficult questions, but important questions. How do we ensure that climate finance reaches those who need it the most? How do we protect our children's education, their health, and their future from climate shocks? How do we ensure and how do we place women and the vulnerable communities at the center of climate policy planning? And how do we turn national commitments into local resilience? Because ultimately, the decisions that we take today determine who is going to be protected and who will be left out. And in this process, we must ensure that no one is left out. So my question before all of you is very, very clear. Will climate action deepen the existing inequalities? Or will we turn this into an opportunity to build a just, a resilient, and equitable future for our children? Because equity is something we do not add on later. It is the single most important factor that determines whether the policy succeeds or fails. So I look forward to a very informed discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those words. Can I please have Mr. Shehzad Roy come and address the audience?
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. My father used to tell me that there used to be beautiful marine life in Karachi, and now we just don't see any. It's very sad. And it's an undeniable fact that we have been dumping around 400 to 600 millions of gallons of untreated sewage and waste into our sea, into our rivers. And it's happening sare provinces mein ye ho raha hai. And I'm not saying that industries are not regulating themselves. They have treatment plants, but I think the government has to regulate our industries, and they have to regulate and they have to fix the treatment plants. And it's a no-brainer. You know, we can talk about climate change the whole month or today or next week, but I genuinely feel that why can't we stop this? Hundreds of millions of gallons we are dumping into our rivers and seas. So I think it's very important that state and industry, they both have to realize this, that they have to stop this. And I think it's a fixable problem, और ये कल सुबह हो सकता है. क्यों नहीं हो रहा? I wish कि अगर चारों provinces के heads यहाँ बैठे होते तो हम उनसे पूछ सकते. Industries के head होते तो उनसे पूछते. बल्कि SCCP के chairman मुझे नजर आए थे तो मैंने सोचा मैं इनसे पूछूं कि आप यही regulate कर दें industries को कि वो अपने treatment plants रखें. But anyway, I genuinely believe that climate change is a real issue. बहुत ही scary है. But I see Dr. Zeba Sattar over here. I just did a song for population management. It's called Waqfa, Spacing Between Children. And it's for Population Council and MKRF. And there's a debate going on. And I'm very happy that it triggered a debate, but I was just speaking to Dr. Saba, and we were discussing that unless we don't have call to action, obviously state and other organizations, they have to provide or strengthen BHQs and unko contraceptives dena, because 30% of, I think, jinki shaadiyan hoti, they want to ये फैमिली प्लानिंग करना चाहते हैं वो, लेकिन वो नहीं कर पाते बिकॉज शायद उनके पास गाइडेंस नहीं है, BHQs इक्विप नहीं है, कॉन्ट्रसेप्टिव्स की अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है. सो विदाउट कॉल टू एक्शन, स्टेट की रेगुलेशंस के बगैर कोई भी चीज़ आइसोलेशन में करना बहुत मुश्किल है. We turn around government schools in Pakistan and we try to change policies across. So I think in isolation, if we just teach our children, because we also influence our curriculum, our syllabus, and Sharmila is here, so मैं इनको मुबारकबाद देना चाहूँगा that Sindh was the first province in Pakistan जिन्होंने बच्चों को sexual abuse से बचाने के लिए curriculum implement किया था. I think they deserve a big round of applause. And unfortunately अभी वो पूरे पाकिस्तान में कहीं पर भी implement नहीं हुआ, but I think Punjab is really willing to do it. I don't know about KPK and Balochistan. So it was the first province जहाँ पर safe touch, unsafe touch की बातचीत शुरू हुई थी. But it's really important to understand that when we implemented this curriculum with Ahang in our government schools and private schools, and when children started speaking about it, कि safe touch होता क्या है, unsafe touch होता क्या है, आप इसको report कैसे करते हैं, when children started reporting about this, then we realized that the हमारा child protection unit है, not just in Sindh but हर जगह, उसके अंदर social welfare department नहीं है, उसमें police नहीं है, उसमें health नहीं है, they don't have good psychologists, child psychologists, police, women police who are trained to deal such issues. I think बच्चे अगर जब बताना शुरू करते हैं तो उसको fix कैसे किया जाएगा, अगेन यहाँ पे फिर दोबारा स्टेट आ जाती है. सो हम बच्चों को जितना भी सिखा दें नॉट टू लिटर, क्लाइमेट चेंज की अवेयरनेस के बारे में, यू नो when you talk to an underprivileged family and tell them, and if you teach a child कि आप straw use नहीं करते, आपने litter नहीं करना, because they earn their bread every day, they are the earning member of the families, उनको नहीं समझ आता climate change. So it's extremely important that yes, we need multiple interventions, we need to teach our children कि climate change है क्या, हम कैसे prevent कर सकते हैं, कैसे contribute कर सकते हैं. But it's extremely important कि state को regulate करना पड़ेगा. So आखिर में बस I would like to request all our provinces and all our industries to please stop dumping untreated sewage and untreated waste into our seas and rivers. Thank you.
Thank you to both panelists. Can I please request you to have a quick picture before you go off? And a huge round of applause for two people who are really making a positive change in our country. Thank you both. Next up, we have a panel discussion moderated by Ms. Pernil Ironside from UNICEF Pakistan. May I request Pernil to please come on stage? And I'd also request the panelists to come on stage now. Ms. Uzma Yusuf, Country Director Pakistan, Cambridge Global Climate and the Global Climate Change Ambassador for Cambridge and the SDG Ambassador. Ms. Ellen Tom, Deputy Representative, WHO Pakistan. Ms. Fatma Faraz, who's a youth advocate. Ms. Fahmida Khan, the Deputy Country Representative for UN Women Pakistan. And Dr. Zeba Sattar, Country Director, Pakistan Population Council. Ladies, may I request you all to please join us? It's also the first completely female-dominated panel, so I'm sure it'll be more exciting than the ones we've had before us. So I'll hand over to Pernil to take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that introduction, and what a pleasure to also follow this the two preeminent speakers who just came before us. I'm Pernilla Ironside. I'm UNICEF's country representative, and I'm truly pleased to join you here today for Dawn's second climate change conference, moderating this important panel on unequal burdens, shared futures, reframing the climate action through equity. Equity being the key word here this afternoon. So this conversation is both timely, but it's also essential, particularly for Pakistan's children and its young people. As you will have no doubt heard, Pakistan contributes less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and yet it remains one of the most vulnerable countries affected by climate change. The floods in 2022 impacted over 33 million people, mostly through climate change, and at least half of them were children. That single climate event damaged or destroyed more than 27,000 schools. It contaminated countless water sources, disrupting education, nutrition, healthcare, protection systems on such a massive scale. And many of those communities are still recovering today. As UNICEF, we see the impacts of climate change every day. And we see how these statistics are translated into lived realities. This is particularly the case in flood-affected areas. Families tell us how they have had to rebuild their homes. Some haven't completed that rebuilding. Oftentimes, they've had to rebuild multiple times, only to be displaced again. We're meeting girls who have not returned to school after displacement because the care responsibilities have increased, their safety concerns have increased or deepened, the household resources are even more constrained or have simply run out. And for these children, climate change is not a future scenario, it's something that they are experiencing right now in their childhood. So this is why climate change in Pakistan right now is so vital. And I'm particularly pleased that we have the space to have this discussion at the moment. It's not only an environmental issue, but one of deep equity and justice. And we're going to hear, we have an incredible panel. Isn't this a wonderful lineup of leading ladies and female women here? It's about time we have a full female panel. I'm going to introduce each one of them very shortly. The impacts are also very clearly cross-sectoral. We've heard a moment ago also from Madam Sharmila. The evidence is telling us that the climate shocks are increasing not only malnutrition, they're straining health systems, which Ellen is going to speak about. They're disrupting learning, which we're also going to hear about from Fatima, and damaging the WASH infrastructure, heightening protection risks, especially for girls and adolescent girls in particular. So we know that climate stress is compounding the existing vulnerabilities that are already there. It's also reversing hard-won development gains. So it's not just about a moral imperative, but really a practical pathway to also ensuring that climate action is more effective and more impactful. So the central question for this panel that we are going to tackle is, how do we embed equity at the heart of climate policy, financing, and implementation so that climate action in Pakistan truly leaves no one behind? I'm going to ask each of our eminent panelists one question. Some have a series of kind of packed questions in there to have their reflections. We're a tight session, so we're going to keep it crisp. And if there's time, we'll have some engagement as well with the audience. So I have the pleasure of starting with you, Uzma. Uzma Yusuf is the country director and Global Climate Action, Climate Change Ambassador for Cambridge, and an SDG Ambassador. And Usma, the question for you that I'd appreciate if you can elucidate on is how can Pakistan's education system be restructured to integrate climate literacy in a way that reduces inequities between public and private schooling systems?
Thank you, Parnell, and pleasure to be a part of this discussion and really honored and to follow Sharmila and Shehzad is not easy. They've said most of the most important things. I think as far as education is concerned, we also need to understand that education does not work in isolation. It is a reflection of how our society works. So the inequality in our society is huge, as we all know. A child in Niger has the same kind of expectancy of life chances as a child in Balochistan. However, in the most affluent households in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi, our children might be living up to a potential of anywhere else in the developed world. But what does that mean for us as a society? That means that we are fragmented, that everybody does not have the same life chances and choices, and that the future looks very different for us. So as far as restructuring is concerned, I'm not entirely sure if that is something that we should think about. I think sometimes, a common enemy is required to unite people. Even though we've had this fragmented education, 3 different tiers, high-end private schools, medium, state, good, state, and all state schools are not low-end. HSN is also a state college, so is Lawrence College in Murray and a lot of others. So what is it that they all face? They all face the same climate, they all have the same challenges. What do small children in rural Sindh and in Karachi, no matter where they come from, have? They have the same air to breathe, they have the same sun to brave, they have the same kind of heat strokes to recover from, and their schools go offline, they lose time, all of those things. But what I feel we need to do is to make high quality materials accessible to children across the board. We need to make high quality research available, and in Cambridge we've actually done that. What we've done is we've developed a small program. It's about 2.5 hours. You can take it as additional credit, or you can take it as a part of the curriculum. It's called Climate Quest, actually. So we launched it last year. It's free of charge. It is developed by the University of Cambridge's Project Zero, and it has been vetted by LUMs here who've reviewed to make it true to context. We've translated the case studies into Urdu, and we are happy to translate them into regional languages. So I think we've tried to make a contribution there. We are working with the government of Sindh. We are working with the Prime Minister's youth program, and we are working with anybody and everybody who would like to teach that content. So with the privilege of being here, if there's anyone from any state institutions or any other places where you'd like us to help you access that content, because it's world class. So that's one thing. When we come back to our own system, you can green the curriculum. We are also, by the way, working with ISESCO to green curriculums across the ISESCO countries. You can know what is bad, but then there is a missing link, which is action. So if we are apathetic about what's happening and unsure of what our role is in that, I think that's where the problem is. And I think to get that action, we need young people with us working. I think if there's one thing that will change, so in my role as the Climate Education Ambassador, I was doing some sessions around COP. I was blown away by the kind of work that young people have done, 17, 18-year-olds across various countries. Then we did more sessions here, and each interaction with young children has been more humbling. So I think the one thing that will change and equalize it across is if we give those who are impacted the most a voice and also give them the confidence and the encouragement. Trust me, they're far more energetic and they can do far more than all of us combined can.
Thank you so much, Usma, for those reflections on education and how we can engage more the youth voice and young people. We're going to hear more about that in a moment from Fatima. But in the meantime, Ellen, may I ask you, Ellen is the Deputy Country Representative for the World Health Organization. She is here representing the Dr. Dapeng. The question is, could you speak about how is climate change expected to alter the burden of disease in Pakistan, particularly in terms of heat stress, vector-borne diseases, waterborne illnesses, and what can we do to mitigate this shift?
Thank you very much, Penile, for the question, and thank you to Dawn for the opportunity to be here. I will start by saying that we need to understand that climate-driven health impacts are all interrelated. They can affect the whole 2030 agenda. Because, for example, every acute watery diarrhea case that is triggered by floods is a child missing school, and also an adult or a breadwinner of the family missing work, and that may be the income to feed his or her family for that day. So we may look at it as a health issue, but it affects a multitude of systems as well as people's lives. Just to quote the World Economic Forum report, which was published in 2024, which warned that by 2050, climate change may cause an additional 14.5 million deaths and $12.5 trillion in economic losses worldwide. The World Health Organization also estimates that the direct damage costs to health are estimated at $2.4 billion per year by 2030. Just to give you an example, if we look only at the potential impact of malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress that is driven by climate change, the World Health Organization estimates that between 2030 and 2050, we would register 5 million additional deaths worldwide, and that translates to 250,000 per year. The good news is that we are still on time to do something that can avert these deaths. According to the World Risk Report 2024, Pakistan is among the top 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change and other overlapping crisis factors. For example, the rising global temperatures are increasing the risk of heat exhaustion, heat strokes, and cardiovascular diseases, particularly amongst vulnerable populations, if you consider children, the elderly, and also people who are working outdoor. Warmer temperatures, on the other hand, have also changing rain patterns are expanding mosquito habitats and increasing diseases like dengue and malaria. We have seen continuous surge of dengue in this country, even close to Islamabad in Rawalpindi. For instance, when we talk about malaria, in 2025, Pakistan reported 1.8 million malaria cases as the country recovered from the country has not yet recovered from the surge that was triggered by the 2022 climate-driven floods. With raised cases from 400,000 in 2021, now we are talking about 2.7 million cases in 2023, which was the peak. So you can see that from 2021, we had 400,000 malaria confirmed cases. Come 2022, immediately after the floods, we had a surge to 2.7 million. And now we haven't still recovered to the basic of 400,000 in 2025. We are still reporting 1.8 million cases of malaria. Flooding episodes also contaminate water supplies. That drives outbreaks for diarrheal diseases and also other waterborne diseases, especially amongst children, which can also exacerbate severe acute malnutrition. The crucial question, number 2, is what can we do? What actions can we do to mitigate this climate change impact? First of all, we need to reduce the emissions that are by enhancing sanitation and also promoting sustainable energy. We also need to implement climate-resilient policies such as urban tree cover, pool roofing, and also early warning systems. We also need to improve waste disposal. As the first speakers have talked about industrial waste, we also need to consider hospital waste by ensuring that hospitals have infrastructure that would be able to handle waste disposal efficiently and reduce the spread of infectious diseases. We need also to incorporate climate-resilient designs in the healthcare infrastructure, such as solar-powered facilities and energy-efficient hospitals that can help decrease carbon footprint and also maintain essential services during extreme weather as well as natural disasters and power disruptions. We need to strengthen our surveillance system on climate-sensitive diseases and track vector-borne disease patterns so that we can be able to identify unusual trends and be able to respond as quickly as possible. And finally, based on the One Health approach, which is a powerful tool to sustainability, balance, and also to optimizing the health of people, animals, and the ecosystem, we need also to ensure that we are implementing this One Health approach. Over 75% of emerging and endemic human infectious diseases originate from animals, compounded by rising antimicrobial resistance and also climate-driven disease spillovers. Today, through the Pandemic Fund and in partnership with WHO, Pakistan is leading the way to address this challenge to be ready for the next pandemic. Finally, I would also like to underline that each one of us as individuals has a vital role and responsibility to protect our health by being informed and following simple recommendations such as wearing masks during pollution episodes, reducing our exposure to heat, preventing mosquito bites, ensuring that children do not miss their vaccination, or protecting our families by using safe and potable water. Even the smallest action can have a positive impact on our climate action, the 2030 agenda, as well as the 17 SDGs. This also includes many other indirect actions that have been discussed during this conference and can be game changers in improving public health. Climate change may be the biggest challenge of our times, but I'm convinced that if we take urgent action together, we will prevail and we will build a healthier future for us and for our children and our grandchildren. It is simply in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Some really stark facts, but also some positive progress and practical advice that all of us can be reminded of. Thank you again. Now we're going to turn to Fatima. Fatima Faraz is a climate activist, a youth advocate. Could you speak with us about how youth-led climate initiatives can be scaled in a way that ensures the inclusion of marginalized and underrepresented groups?
Thank you so much, Pernell. That is a great question, and I am sure that most of the Pakistani youth would want to listen to the answer for it. I would like to thank Dawn Media for giving me the opportunity, and I believe that I am the only 19-year-old at this conference. However, I wish that conferences like these should have been I wish that conferences like these should have been more youth inclusive, and each panel should have a young individual, because climate change is disproportionately impacting the younger individuals. And as Madam Sharmila also mentioned in her speech, that women and children specifically are being disproportionately impacted. If I speak about the youth-led initiatives, I would rather speak more from a youth perspective, because all the experts have shared their views, and in this panel, I've got such wonderful experts who can talk more deeply and more towards the technical side. So I would rather share my perspective as a young individual hailing from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Community-owned youth-led projects, they can definitely be scaled and sustained. And I think that's where the real power lies. When a community takes ownership of an initiative, it ensures its long-term existence. So the first principle for youth is to find out and focus on the problems that your community faces and the solutions that your community requires and the solutions that they actually want. Because a strengthened, resilient community is itself the climate project. Sustaining the projects that are youth-led can happen through multiple ways. And the first and foremost, which I always emphasize on the most, is education, and specifically climate education. Because according to Drawdown Organization, climate education is the third most impactful climate solution. Youth-led tutoring programs, girls' scholarships, and community learning circles are climate action. They just don't always get called that. Second, I would say, is healthcare. A healthy community, it spends less on hospital bills and is more capable of handling day-to-day challenges. Mobile health camps, mental health awareness, maternal care initiatives, all of this builds the human resilience that climate adaptation really depends on. After that, I would say waste management. Reducing a community's waste prevents urban flooding, it cuts diseases, and reduces emissions on a very large scale. Youth-led cleanup drives, composting programs, and plastic-free campaigns are entry points that communities can see, touch, and sustain. After that, marginalized groups. Whenever we are talking about youth inclusion, I think it's really important to talk about the marginalized groups. They're always excluded when they can't afford to participate in conferences like the COP, because every year when COP happens in different countries, I see very less representation from Pakistan, very less representation of Pakistani youth, and most of it is because of lack of resources. So it's really important to give the youth the platform and the resources to speak on such platforms. Youth initiatives that can create green jobs, cooperatives, or skill training programs ensure inclusion. It isn't just a talking point. And lastly, I would like to talk about indigenous and local knowledge. So indigenous and local knowledge basically scales and doesn't copy-paste. Centering the knowledge of our elders, indigenous communities, and local experts ensures solutions that are culturally rooted and actually work. So by this, I mean that all the indigenous leaders, the indigenous elders, they should be involved in the decision-making when it comes to climate change. And the whole point and the core idea of what I'm trying to say is that any work that helps people, animals, or ecosystems is inadvertently climate action. Youth don't need to wait for a climate project. They can start where they are, with what their community needs the most. And lastly, I, as a young individual from Pakistan, have a question from all my fellow speakers and from the audience as well, that until how long will we be participating in conferences and discussions like these? Until how long will we be just hearing to empty promises? Because honestly, these conversations just seem like empty promises to us young individuals. So We really want to see real action, and I'm really waiting for Pakistan, the Pakistani government, and the private sector to finally start taking action and not just speak and discuss these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fatima, for that poignant rally and observation. Indeed, young people do make up the largest share of this population, and your voices are extremely vital as we in tackling any social issue, particularly this one. So now we're going to turn to Famida. Famida Khan is the Deputy Country Representative for UN Women. So Famida, the question is, Pakistan has a climate change gender action plan. It also has a third NDC with gender mainstreaming commitments, and it also has around $565 billion in investment need for climate action. Yet women's and girls' participation in climate governance remains largely symbolic, as we heard youth as well a moment ago. So what will it actually take to move from policy into to power in practice? Over to you.
Thank you, Pranita. Thank you so very much. And it's always an honor to be among such a esteemed panel, I must say. And thanks to the Dawn Media for really gathering us. And above all, thanks to all of you who actually took time out for being here with us and listen to us. Sharmila, I mean, if you are here, such a champion with us, so we have a hope that at least things will change. On your question, Pranila, we are gathered here in a country that did not create that crisis, unfortunately or fortunately. The title of this entire conference, the Breathe Pakistan, yani Saans Lo Pakistan. What will happen if half of the Pakistan will not be able to breathe? And here I'm talking about women. That within that injustice, there is another injustice. And the women and girls, and primarily when I listened to what Fatima has been saying, I was thinking, okay, Fatima, although we are not 19, but at least we are at heart, we are 19 as well. The women of Pakistan and the girls of Pakistan carry the heaviest load of a fire that they did not light. Pakistan NDC 3 is a serious document. We have so many documents. We have so many policy papers. The question is not whether we have written the right words. The question is whether we have built the right systems to really include women and girls and the adolescent girls and the youth within that processes where we make all those documents together with them. And not only document with them, but also implement together with them. The architecture exists. The ambition is on the paper. What will it take? It will take a political power and a will to really engage women and girls at every step, no matter whether it's a PSDP, whether it's a ADP, whether it's a PC1. I haven't seen PC1, by the way, really being developed together with the people for which the PC1s are being made for. And I think that is a kind of a thing that we have to really start and we have to really think about. When it comes to the crisis, when it comes to the climate disasters, in 2022, the flood came and a third of Pakistan was under its attack, right? And it was under its water. 650 women, pregnant women, had no access to health care. And it was not that the health care was even failed to deliver. It was because they were unable to find them. Evacuation, what will happen if the floods occur? Do the women really know that the early warning systems are there and they are the first one to receive that information? That is a question that needs to be asked. Who are the one? Think about elderly women, think about pregnant women, think about disabled women, think about people, those who are not there with the mobile phones, whether they will be able to get this information. A woman who does not have a national ID card, 10 million around, they are invisible to the state, they are invisible to the services. How can they get the services? In Pakistan, just to let the parliament today, Pakistan holds 17% of the seats, yet they drive nearly 49% of the legislative. With the 17% of the representation, they are driving 49% of the legislative agenda. Think about if we start engaging women and girls from the very onset, they can really drive this entire issue from a very different way. So what will it take? Three things. Pakistan has climate screening guidelines and for public investment. They must carry gender markers, not as a compliance markers, not as a tag only. I have seen public funding becoming surrender and getting diverted on one of the signature nodes. The thing is, how can we really see that those gender markers, which are meant for gender, which are meant for climate, they are really implementing the real thing that needs to be implemented in its true reality. Number two, the climate change gender action plan, it calls for women participation in climate governance. And I think, frankly speaking, if you ask me, we have enough of participation. We have to move from that. Pakistan, I have sat in enough consultations where we have, women are aware in the rooms, they are on the agenda, they are on the table, but still they have no power to really let the people decide what needs to be done. They should be deciding for them. And I think that is the time where you have to really think that how women can really decide and the girls can really decide. They need mandates, they need budgets, they need accountability mechanisms that measures not whether women have attended or girls have attended or the youth have participated. The thing is whether their decisions were implemented or not, that we need to track now. Number three, the USD 550 million that we are talking about cannot be captured by large infrastructure alone. The women and the girls rebuilding their homes in Sindh, harvesting rainwater in Balochistan, walking 3 hours for clean water or clean cooking fuel in KP, they're the front line of climate adaptation. They're also the most cost-effective recipients of climate investment. The green budget tagging must track whether the money that has been allocated under the PSDP or the PC1s, have they reached the last mile? That is what we need to capture. I'll just end with one note here. The session title is Unequal Burdens and the Shared Futures. The shared futures are not possible without shared powers. And a shared power begins with one thing this room can really do. Stop treating women inclusion or stop treating women and girls and youth inclusion as a favor and start treating that as a condition of survival, as a driver of change. With this, I thank.
Thank you, Famida. We can always count on you for clarity and a lot of passion. Thank you for bringing that perspective. Dr. Zeba A. Zattar is the country director for the Pakistan Population Council. We're going to move now to a question on demography. How do demographic factors, including the population density and urbanization, influence climate vulnerability? And also influence the adaptive capacity within Pakistan?
Thank you very much, Vanilla. Thank you, Dawn News, for holding yet another really successful conference on an important existentialist.
Just hold the mic a little closer to your mouth that way. Yeah.
I was going to say thank you, Dawn News, and congratulations for holding a third very, very successful conference on important issues that tend to be neglected in the public space. I want to thank Ms. Sharmila Farooqi for raising really important issues. And if I may tweak my question a little bit and make it broader, I would like to bring up a couple of points. First of all, I think Ms. Sharmila and her, and even in our inaugural address yesterday, we heard the fact that Pakistan is being, there is a lot of reference to international climate injustice. Pakistan is having to bear a lot of the burden of things that it didn't do. It's not at fault. We are not really living the kind of lifestyle that are actually emitting the gases that actually are affecting us. But I think the real problem goes further. It's within Pakistan. It's the very poorest and the most vulnerable areas that are going to be hardest hit and are already hardest hit by climate events, as we saw in the 2022 flood, and of course subsequent floods. And I think my point is going to be really about the fact, again, I refer to the chairperson's comments about using data. there are data that can really guide us to the actual population that are experiencing the greatest vulnerability. We released a report last year called District Vulnerability Index for Pakistan, where we combined 6 domains, which we think are extremely important, using Pakistani census data, MOSA statistics, things that people don't really usually refer to really identify the, let's say, it's between 20 to 30 million populations that are really living in the most vulnerable conditions. And I refer to 6 domains. I think communication, I think gender is at the center. Youth, of course, are, we mentioned them, but I think they're at the center. But I think it's the overall population of these districts that we identify. They are mainly in Balochistan, but they also happen to be in Sindh, in KP, and much less so, but 1 or 2 in Punjab. I think the domains we're talking about is connectivity and communication. It is extremely important. Geography mainly determines, where you're born, the chances you have for education, for livelihood, and the fact that you will even be able to migrate to an urban area. And I just quote one statistic, which is that a moza in Balochistan, on average, a person has to travel for 34 kilometers to reach a metal road, in contrast to, let's say, 5 kilometers in Punjab. So these are the kind of inequalities. When we move to education, a boy in Balochistan has to travel 3.5 times as longer as one on average to reach a secondary school. If I translate this into a girl reaching a secondary school, it would be much longer. And similarly, there are figures in our report about accessing healthcare. You asked me specifically about demography. Well, our demographic patterns, population behaviors are really following the same ethno-geographical development patterns that underlie these vulnerabilities. So we will find in these most vulnerable populations the most densely populated areas, but also those households that have the highest dependency ratio with high fertility, and also the districts with the most rapid population growth rate. I think our 5th domain is about livelihoods that are so very essential. I think this is where inequalities really manifest themselves, because those areas that are going to be hit by climate events are most likely to be areas where the populations are most dependent on agriculture, livestock, and any event that comes to really knock them out of livelihood. And the last one, of course, is housing. I want to really kind of bring this together for a recommendation, because we can talk about inequalities, we know they exist, and we pair these inequalities with climate risk. We've developed a climate risk index. Then you cover something like, as I said, 16 million of the population, and if you relax the index to go up to a slightly more lenient level, then we're really talking about 39 districts in Pakistan covering about 25 million of the population. I think that tackling those inequalities is essential on grounds of justice, justice, and I would call the leveling of the playing field in terms of development. Because unless you do that, I think we're going to be talking about those who are left behind. The next time there's a climate event, you can add another 5 million, another 10 million. But the first step that I recommend is that we have to correct our PSD, the PC ones. They have to really point out that we have to ameliorate these inequalities, which don't give children, women, anyone living in those districts half a chance. And when they're washed off by a cloth or a flood or drought, the whole population gone. So I would strongly make that my recommendation. And I think that another, not only would that deal with reducing vulnerability of people, and particularly women and children who live there, but I think in those districts, but I think it would also reduce poverty. Seen a sharp rise in current, the data that's just come out, the income expenditure survey, sharp rise in poverty. The sharp rises in poverty have happened exactly because those climate events have hit those vulnerable areas. So these are my recommendations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zeba. And if you haven't had a chance to look at the report that the Population Council has produced, it's excellent. And please do pick it up. So one message stands out clearly, I think, from this panel, and that is that climate action in Pakistan will only succeed if it is equitable by design. Our panelists today have reminded us that vulnerability is not accidental, often linked with many factors: gender, poverty, where one lives, that persons with disabilities, marginalized groups, women, girls, children, young people, communities living in both dense urban areas as well as those in rural communities are climate exposed and face higher risks, not because of climate change alone, but rather because of the systems and services were never built with them in mind. We've heard how education can either close gaps or deepen them, depending on whether climate literacy reaches every child, not just those in the elite institutions. We've also heard how climate change is reshaping health outcomes, threatening to increase heat stress, waterborne illnesses, vector-borne diseases, and more. We were challenged to move beyond the symbolic inclusion of youth and women, and instead focus on shifting real power, resources, and decision-making to those who are most affected. And we were also reminded that data matters, because without disaggregated data, population-led evidence, equity, it remains, and equality remains an aspiration rather than a priority. If we get equity right, climate action becomes more effective, more sustainable, and more just. And if we do not get it right, then inequalities will persist, they will likely deepen, and resilience will remain out of reach. So the takeaway is that climate change may not, the takeaway is that climate change may affect us all, but the injustice determines who pays the highest price. A climate action that is leaving people behind is not climate action at all. I'd like to thank warmly Dawn News for convening this important conference and for creating the space where difficult but necessary conversations can take place on climate justice. I'd also like to thank each of our esteemed panelists here today, my fellow women. You are all distinguished leaders. Your thoughtful insights and honest reflections have helped to elucidate not only the issues, but enlighten and create a clear and bold pathway forward on this vital issue. So thank you all very much, and thank you for being with us.
Very powerful messaging by the honorable ladies. I think that was very unfair to them, the applause they received. Can we have another one? With a special mention to the youngest speaker of our conference. And I think she's really put us to shame. We should have more 19-year-olds speaking with us in these places. Thank you again. Thank you, ladies. I'd like to now direct everyone's attention towards the screen. We have a video message from Professor Michael Stern from Harvard Law. Team, can you please play it?
This is Michael Stein of the Harvard Law School Project on Disability. Congratulations on this immensely important conference, and thank you ever so much for allowing me the opportunity to contribute a few thoughts about persons with disabilities and climate change. Persons with disabilities number some 1.3 billion around the globe, and 80% of people with disabilities live in the developing world. And so, much like other marginalized populations, people with disabilities have not benefited from industrialization or the economic benefits of colonialization, and instead have been burdened with the effects of colonialism and are now in position where they are impacted by climate change and need to think about a response to it, and yet do not have the economic resources to do so. I have done various workshops with the World Bank, with the IMF, and with others, all of whom intend to include people with disabilities per the SDGs, leave no one behind, and yet most of the national level operations do not do so. When we go on the ground, when we work in places like Sumanganj province in Bangladesh with its annual flooding, we encountered individuals with disabilities who were left behind by their families, unfortunately, tragically, but children and adults for whom the families just could not care for while fleeing this natural disaster. And yet people with disabilities are problem solvers. People with disabilities have local knowledge. People with disabilities deal with barriers and hindrances all the time. So not including them in the policies or in the problem solving or in the solutions or in the relating to climate change is nothing if not negligent and extremely harmful. Let's look at the impacts of doing so. A study of over 10 years of wildfires in Australia found that 89% of the mortalities, the people killed, had one or more disability. The same number, again, roughly 90%, turned up in the British Columbia wildfires in Canada. People with psychosocial disabilities are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in the instance of fires or heat waves. People with thermoregulation issues, such as those with multiple sclerosis, are 3 to 4 times more likely to go to an emergency room or seek urgent care. And yet, evacuation routes, water shelters, water and clean sanitation, emergency alert systems are not accessible by and large to people with disabilities. This is a problem. This is what we called not benign negligence, but even malignant negligence. So how do we move forward from here? Well, there was some recently good news in that the COSP, the Annual Conference of Parties on the Climate Agreement, finally recognized people with disabilities as a constituency. It took 20-something years to do so, despite disability being mentioned in the preamble to the Paris Agreement and everyone else other than disability included as a constituency. So we're starting to see some progress, very slowly, but we need awareness. We need people with disabilities to be included in the development of policies, the implementation of policies, and their accountability on a regular basis. Since we are in Pakistan, the year or so before your immense flooding, I was in a virtual meeting with USAID along with several NGO leaders, and we were told that the idea of thinking about emergency evacuation, emergency planning, adaptation, and related policies relating to people with disabilities was not on their radar. It was not, they told us, and I'm quoting, a priority. That needs to change. So with like-minded individuals like yourself, with other people representing marginalized groups, with people coming together and thinking about how to save the one and only planet that we have, hopefully we can move together in solidarity and achieve some progress. Thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts.
That was Professor Michael Stern from Harvard Law. Now we have the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa being represented. I'd request the individuals to please sit down in this hallway, and for anyone who's outside to please join us in. We'll be starting with a video message from the Honorable Chief Minister of KP, Mr. Mohammad Sohail Afridi, and then we will be joined on stage by his Minister for Information and Public Relations, Shafiullah Jan, who's just entering the hotel at this point in time. So can I ask the team to play the message from the Chief Minister, please?
मैं आज डान ग्रुप का इंतहाई मशकूर और ममनून हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे इस अहम मौजू पर ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान के नाम से जो उन्होंने इनिशिएटिव लिया है उन पर मदऊ किया। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ कि जो पाकिस्तान में बढ़ते हुए चैलेंजेस हैं उन पर डान ग्रुप मुसलसल जो है प्रोग्रामात कर रहा है, और आज का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान का ये मेरे लिए भी जो है इंतहाई अहम मौजू है, और ख़ासकर हमारे लीडर हमारे कायद जनाब इमरान खान साहब ने इस पर मुसलसल बात भी की है और उसके लिए तैयारी भी की है, क्योंकि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और क्लाइमेट चेंज जो है वो पूरी दुनिया का इशू है जिससे दर्जा हरारत मुसलसल बढ़ रहा है। لیکن عمران خان صاحب نے اس کلائمیٹ چینج اور گلوبل وارمنگ کے جو اثرات مرتب ہونے سے پہلے ان کے لیے اقدامات کیے ہیں، کیونکہ میرے لیڈر میرے قائد جناب عمران خان صاحب کا ویژن بہت وسیع ہے اور وہ آگے دیکھ رہا تھا کہ کیا ہونے والا ہے. تو اسی لیے انہوں نے بلین ٹری سونامی کے نام سے ایک بہترین انیشیٹو خیبر پختونخوا میں شروع کیا، جو حکومت خیبر پختونخوا نے منوان اس کو امپلیمنٹ کیا. تقریباً ہم 27% آف ٹوٹل ایریا آف کے پی پر ابھی جنگلات میں پہنچ چکے ہیں. ہمارا 27% تقریباً ابھی خیبر پختونخوا کے ٹوٹل رقبے کا فارسٹ ہے، اور ہم پاکستان کے فارسٹ میں خیبر پختونخوا اپنا 45% کنٹریبیوٹ کر رہا ہے. 2017 سے لے کر آج تک حکومت خیبر پختونخوا نے تقریباً 650 ارب روپے سے زیادہ اس میں لگا چکا ہے، اس کی کنزرویشن میں، فارسٹ کی کنزرویشن میں، اس کی ایکسپینشن میں. اور ہمارا تقریباً حکومت خیبر پختونخوا کا اس کی سسٹینیبلٹی میں سالانہ 300 ارب روپے سے زیادہ خرچہ ہو رہا ہے. لیکن یہ میرے قائد، میرے لیڈر جناب عمران خان صاحب کا ویژن تھا. یہ اکیلے سہیل کا مسئلہ نہیں ہے، یہ اکیلے کسی حکومت کا مسئلہ نہیں ہے، یہ پاکستان کا مشترکہ مسئلہ ہے، پاکستان کے آنے والے مستقبل کا مسئلہ ہے، ہمارے بچوں کے مستقبل کا مسئلہ ہے. تو اس میں سیریس ایفرٹس کرنی چاہیے، کیونکہ خیبر پختونخوا تو کر رہا ہے. خیبر پختونخوا کلائمیٹ چینج میں بھی جو ہے مؤثر اقدامات کر رہا ہے. خیبر پختونخوا جو ہمارے باقی جتنے شارٹ فال ہیں انرجی کے، اس میں بھی کنٹریبیوٹ کر رہا ہے، اس میں بھی انویسٹ کر رہا ہے، انرجی میں، الیکٹرسٹی میں، ہمارے نیچرل ریسورسز میں ایکسپلوریشن کر رہا ہے. اور ہمیشہ خیبر پختونخوا جتنا کنزیوم کرتا ہے، چاہے وہ نیچرل ریسورسز ہوں، چاہے باقی چیزیں ہوں، اس سے زیادہ ہمیشہ پروڈیوس کرتا ہے اور پاکستان کو فائدہ دے رہا ہے. ہماری جتنی بھی انویسٹمنٹ ہو رہی ہے وہ صرف خیبر پختونخوا کے لیے نہیں، پاکستان کے لیے مفید ثابت ہو رہی ہے. ابھی ہم جتنا کاربن ایمیشن کر رہے ہیں خیبر پختونخوا، اس سے زیادہ ہم ایبزارب کر رہے ہیں. تقریباً اگر فرض کریں کاربن کریڈٹ کی طرف پوری دنیا جا رہی ہے، اور اگر آج ہم کاربن کریڈٹ کی طرف جائیں تو 100 بلین سالانہ ہم اپنی اس فارسٹ سے کما سکتے ہیں. یہ شاید ہمیں جو ہیں ابھی موجودہ وقت میں فائدہ نہ دے، یہ مستقبل میں فائدہ دے گا، ہمارے آنے والے بچوں کے مستقبل میں، اس قوم کے آنے والے مستقبل میں فائدہ دے گا. تو میری تمام جتنی بھی صوبائی حکومتیں ہیں، جتنی بھی ریجنل گورنمنٹس ہیں اور فیڈرل گورنمنٹ ہیں، ان کو یہ ریکویسٹ ہے کہ آپ ان چیزوں میں انویسٹ کریں جس سے ملک کا فائدہ ہو، جس سے قوم کا فائدہ ہو. آپ پالیسیز بنائیں تاکہ جو کرائسس ہم دیکھ رہے ہیں، چاہے وہ انرجی میں ہے، چاہے جو ہیں ہمارے باقی چیزوں میں ہے، چاہے ہمارا جو آج کلائمیٹ چینج، گلوبل وارمنگ کی وجہ سے پاکستان مسلسل سیلاب بھی دیکھ رہا ہے، کلاؤڈ بسٹ بھی دیکھ رہا ہے، فلیش فلڈز بھی دیکھ رہا ہے. تو ان چیزوں کو روکنے کے لیے اقدامات ضروری ہیں، اور جنگلات اس میں اہم کردار ادا کر سکتے ہیں. میں ایک دفعہ پھر اپنے جتنی بھی ہمارے ڈان گروپ کے منتظمین ہیں جنہوں نے یہ پروگرام ارینج کیا، ان کو بھی مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں، خراج تحسین پیش کرتا ہوں. اور اسی طرح سے جو ہمارے مین ایشوز ہیں، جو کور ایشوز ہیں، ان کو ہائی لائٹ کرنا بھی ضروری ہے، اور پھر ان کے لیے اقدامات کرنا بھی بہت ضروری ہے. اگر فرض کرے صرف ہائی لائٹ ہوتے رہیں اور ان کے لیے مؤثر اقدامات نہ ہوتے رہیں تو ان کا کوئی فائدہ نہیں ہے. اور یہ دنیا کو بتانا ہے. اگر فرض کرے 300 ارب روپے سے زیادہ فارسٹ کے سسٹینیبلٹی میں ہمارا جو ہے لگ رہا ہے، تو اس سے ہم انڈسٹریز بھی ڈیولپ کر سکتے تھے، اس سے ہم انفراسٹرکچر بھی ڈیولپ کر سکتے ہیں. آگے جنریشن کا سوچنے سے ہم جو ہیں اگلے الیکشن کا بھی سوچ سکتے تھے، لیکن ہم اس طرح نہیں کر رہے کیونکہ ہمیں فکر ہے اپنے پاکستان کی، اپنے عوام کی. تو تمام لوگوں کو اس میں اپنا کردار ادا کرنا چاہیے. شکریہ.
Now we have with us the Honorable Special Assistant to the Chief Minister, the Information and Public Relations Minister for the Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. We have Mr. Shafiullah Jan. Sir, can you please join us on stage for your keynote address? And everyone standing outside in the hallway, can I please request you to please come inside the room? Thank you. And a please round of applause for Mr. Shafiullah Jan.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. ایاک نعبد و ایاک نستعین. یا اللہ تیری عبادت کرتے ہیں اور تجھ سے ہی مدد مانگتے ہیں. سب سے پہلے تمام خواتین و حضرات السلام علیکم. سلام کے بعد ڈان میڈیا کے زیر اہتمام بریتھ پاکستان کا ایونٹ سی ایم سہیل افریدی صاحب کی آپ نے جو ان کی ویوز تھے اس بارے میں وہ بھی سنے. اور یہاں پہ میں خیبر پختونخوا کی گورنمنٹ کو ریپرزینٹ کر رہا ہوں. جو کلائمیٹ چینج ہے اس بارے میں بھی بات کریں گے اور خیبر پختونخوا کی حکومت جو ہے اس بارے میں جو اقدامات اٹھا رہی ہے اس بارے میں بھی بات کریں گے. بلین ٹری سونامی عمران خان صاحب کا ویژن تھا, اس سے کیا خیبر پختونخوا میں جو ایک ڈفرینس آیا ہے اس پہ بھی بات ہوگی. آنے والے خطرات جو ہے کلائمیٹ چینج کے حوالے سے خیبر پختونخوا میں تمام تر چیزوں کو کوشش کریں گے کہ کور کریں. لیکن اس سے پہلے صرف ایک چیز میری سی ایم خیبر پختونخوا سہیل صاحب سے بھی اس دن اس پہ بات ہو رہی تھی کہ عمران خان صاحب کی گورنمنٹ جب خیبر پختونخوا میں پہلی دفعہ آئی اور جب پرویز خٹک اس ٹائم کے سی ایم بنے تو تب سے لے کے جب تک ہماری فیڈرل میں گورنمنٹ تھی تب تک 2022 اور اب پھر 2024 میں دوبارہ خیبر پختونخوا میں اس وقت تحریک انصاف کی حکومت ہے. ہم تیسری دفعہ خیبر پختونخوا میں گورنمنٹ کر رہے ہیں اور خیبر پختونخوا کی تاریخ میں کوئی دوسری دفعہ گورنمنٹ میں نہیں آیا. اگر آپ خیبر پختونخوا کی سیاسی تاریخ اٹھا لیں تو 2002 کے دیکھ لیں تو ایم ایم ای کی گورنمنٹ تھی اور 2008 میں اے این پی کی گورنمنٹ تھی اینڈ آفٹر 2013 تحریک انصاف کی گورنمنٹ میں ہے. 13 کا الیکشن, 18 کا اور پھر 24 کا. تو تب سے لے کے رائٹ ناؤ ابھی تک جو کلائمیٹ چینج ہے جو وہاں پہ ایک تبدیلیاں آ رہی ہیں اس پہ حکومت خیبر پختونخوا نے بڑا کام کیا. میں آج صرف یہاں پہ بات نہیں کروں گا بلکہ ایک تنبیہ بھی کرنے آیا ہوں کہ کس طرح کلائمیٹ چینج سے چیزیں افیکٹ ہو رہی ہے پورے پاکستان میں اور پھر گورنمنٹ کا کیا رول ہونا چاہیے. گورنمنٹ کو کیا, باقی تمام گورنمنٹس کو, سندھ کی گورنمنٹ ہو یا پھر پنجاب ہو, بلوچستان ہو یا پھر فیڈرل گورنمنٹ ہو, اس کو کیا ایسے سٹیپس لینے چاہیے جس سے تمام تر چیزیں جو ہے وہ اس کو ہم دیکھ بھی سکیں اور جو چینجز آ رہی ہیں پہلے سے ہم اس کے لیے تیاری بھی کر سکیں. خیبر پختونخوا جو ہے آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا کہ اس وقت 26.5% جو ہمارا ایریا ہے وہ فارسٹ پہ مشتمل ہے اور ہماری گورنمنٹ سے پہلا یہ 19% تھا. تو 19% کا ایریا کو ہم 26.5% ایک اچھا خاصا جو ہے امپرومنٹ اس میں آپ کے سامنے ہے اور ہم یہ امید کرتے ہیں کہ یہ جو فگر ہے یہ مزید بڑھے گا. بلین ٹری سونامی کو آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا, اس کے ویژولز بھی آپ نے دیکھے ہوں گے. اب ساؤترن کے پی میں پھر پشاور کے نیئر بائی جو ایریاز ہے وہاں پہ جو ہم نے بلین ٹری سونامی کا پروجیکٹ لانچ کیا تو وہاں سے جو ایفیکٹس وہاں پہ ہوئے, وہاں پہ جو گرینری بڑھی, وہاں پہ جو موسمیاتی چینجز آئے وہ کافی جو ہے بڑا ایک پازیٹیو سائن تھا. ابھی بھی اگر آپ ساؤترن کے پی کے اوپر سیٹلائٹ سے کوئی تصویر دیکھ لیں 2013 سے پہلے پھر ابھی کا دیکھ لیں تو آپ کو جو ڈفرینس ہے وہ بڑا واضح نظر آئے گا. پھر آپ نے دیکھا کہ خیبر پختونخوا میں سیلاب کا بھی ایشو ہے, فلڈ ایشوز بھی ہوتے ہیں. ہر سال وہاں پہ دریاؤں میں پانی کا بہاؤ جو ہے وہ تیز ہو جاتا ہے اور کئی واقعات بھی آپ کے سامنے آئے ہیں. جو ہمارا ایک شمالی پاکستان ہے جس کو نظرن پاکستان آپ کہتے ہیں, وہاں پہ جو 70 لاکھ جو لوگ وہاں پہ آباد ہے ان کو کلائمیٹ چینج سے سب سے زیادہ ایشوز ہیں, سب سے زیادہ خطرہ ہے. حالیہ مونسون کی بارشوں میں آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا کہ زیادہ خطرناک اور غیر متوقع جو ہو گئی ہیں تو اس سے خطرات مزید بڑھ گئے ہیں. درجہ حرارت کی اگر آپ دیکھ لیں تو گلیشیئرز وہاں پہ کافی سارے ہیں, اس گلیشیئر کا جو پگھلاؤ ہے وہ بھی ایک خطرہ جو ہے وہ فیل ہو رہا ہے. اگر وہ جو ایک سینٹی گریڈ جو وہاں پہ بڑھ گیا ہے, اگر وہ گلیشیئرز پگھلا جاتے ہیں اور وہ پانی کی صورت میں نیچے آتے ہیں, جو 70 لاکھ کی آبادی ہے تو ان کے لیے یہ ایک مزید خطرہ بڑھ جائے گا. لیکن یہ جو گلیشیئرز کی حد تک صرف یہ میں کہتا ہوں کہ وہاں تک یہ چیز سٹاپ نہیں ہوتی. وہاں پہ ابھی جو ہے زہر آلود, سانس لینا بھی زہر آلود ہو رہا ہے. اس کے لیے بھی خیبر پختونخوا کی جو حکومت ہے وہ کام کر رہی ہے. درختوں کی کٹائی ہو گئی اور پھر شہروں کا پھیلاؤ جو ہو گیا, ایندھن کا استعمال ہو گیا. یہ تمام تر چیزیں ہیں جو کہ ماحول کو بڑی تیزی سے خراب کر رہی ہے. جنگلات جو کبھی کاربن کو جذب کرتی تھی آج وہ تیزی سے ختم ہو رہی ہے. خیبر پختونخوا میں جو ہماری سٹیز ہیں, جو اربن سٹیز ہیں, وہاں پہ جو ایگریکلچر لینڈ تھی اب وہ آبادیوں میں چینج ہو رہی ہیں, ہاؤسنگ سوسائٹیاں وہاں پہ بن رہی ہیں. اس کے لیے بھی خیبر پختونخوا حکومت نے ابھی ایک کمیٹی بنائی ہے کہ جو ایگریکلچر لینڈ ہے یا جو گرین لینڈ ہے اس کو سیف کیا جا سکے. ٹھیک ہے, اب اربن ایریاز ہے, آبادی بڑھ رہی ہے, جو لینڈز ایگریکلچر لینڈز تھے وہاں پہ ہاؤسنگ سوسائٹیز بن رہی ہے, لیکن اس سے جو ہے وہ جنگلات تیزی سے ختم ہو رہی ہے, اور جو کاربن کے جذب کرنے میں جو ہماری مدد کرتے تھے اب وہ ہمارے لیے مسئلہ وہاں پہ کریٹ ہو رہا ہے. تو اس کے لیے باقاعدہ ایک وہاں پہ اب قانون سازی بھی ہو رہی ہے, اور لاسٹ کیبنٹ میں ایک کلائمیٹ بورڈ بھی بنایا گیا ہے جو اس چیز کو بھی مانیٹر کرے گا, اور کلائمیٹ چینجز کی باقی تمام تر چیزوں کو وہاں پہ مانیٹر کیا جائے گا. درخت جو آپ کو مضبوط درخت ہوتے تھے جو پانی کو جذب کرتے تھے وہ بھی پورے پاکستان میں آپ دیکھیں کہ ملتان کا ایک کیس تھا جس میں آم کے باغات کو بڑی بے دردی سے کاٹا گیا. وہ اس لیے کاٹا گیا کہ وہاں پہ کسی نے ہاؤسنگ سوسائٹی بنانی تھی, لیکن وہ جو کلائمیٹ چینج آیا, جو وہاں پہ کلائمیٹ چینج کی وجہ سے مشکلات آئیں گی, جو کاربن کو جذب کرنے کا ایک ذریعہ تھا وہ ختم کیا گیا. پھر اس کے ساتھ جو شہر کا جو وہاں پہ اربن آبادیاں ہوگی, ایندھن استعمال ہوگا, سانس لینے میں جو دشواری ہوگی, اس پہ کوئی نہیں سوچ رہا. آپ اگر ماڈرن ورلڈ دیکھ لیں تو وہاں پہ ہر چیز پرسکرائبڈ ہے, وہاں پہ ہر چیز کی پلاننگ ہوتی ہے 20 سال بعد 25 سال کے لیے, لیکن بدقسمتی سے یہاں پہ قوانین تو ہے لیکن اس کی امپلیمنٹیشن نہیں ہے. اس کی امپلیمنٹیشن کے لیے اربوں روپے جو ہے وہ خیبر پختونخوا کی حکومت اس وقت لگا رہی ہے. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ جو سٹیپس لینے چاہیے تھے جیسے کہ کلائمیٹ بورڈ کا میں نے ذکر کیا, اس کی جو بورڈ کی تشکیل تھی وہ ایمرجنسی بیسس پہ کی گئی تاکہ یہ جو ایک ایشوز ہے جس سے ہم لڑ رہے ہیں اس پہ قابو پایا جا سکے. خیبر جو جنگلات کی کٹائی خیبر پختونخوا میں اگر ہوئی بھی ہے کہیں پہ تو اس سے وہ لینڈ سلائڈنگ کی ایشوز بھی کافی سارے ہم نے دیکھے ہیں جو کہ انسانی جانوں کے لیے بھی خطرہ ہے, وہاں پہ انفراسٹرکچر بھی اس سے ڈیمیج ہوتا ہے. تو ایک تمام تر چیزوں کو ہم نے سامنے رکھ کے ایک اسٹریٹجی بنائی گئی. پھر کلائمیٹ چینج کی جو ہماری منسٹری ہے یا جو ہماری فارسٹ منسٹری ہے اس کے ساتھ بیٹھ کے ہم نے ابھی اب 10 سالہ پلان لے کے آ رہے ہیں جس میں تمام تر چیزوں کو دیکھا جائے گا, تمام تر چیزوں کو وہاں پہ جو گراؤنڈ کی ڈائنامکس ہے اس کو دیکھ کے فیصلہ سازی ہوگی. اور وہ فیصلہ سازی صرف کتابوں کی حد تک نہیں ہوگی, وہ فیصلہ سازی جو ہوگی اس کی امپلیمنٹیشن بھی ہوگی. اس فیصلہ سازی سے جو ہم ڈیزائر ریزلٹس حاصل کرنا چاہتے ہیں وہ بھی حاصل کریں گے. 2022 کے سیلاب کے بعد غربت میں تقریباً ہمارے ادھر 4% اضافہ ہوا, اور جس سے پہلے بھی جو مشکلات تھے مزید مشکلاتوں میں لوگوں کو دھکیل دیا گیا. یہ تمام تر چیزیں فیکٹس اینڈ فگرز کو اگر ہم سامنے رکھیں تو یہ خیبر پختونخوا کی واحد گورنمنٹ ہے جو اس طرف دیکھ رہی ہے, اس طرف سوچ رہی ہے. میں کل ایک ریسرچ پیپر پڑھ رہا تھا اور اس میں پنجاب کو اور سندھ کو کمپیئر کیا گیا تھا. وہاں پہ کلائمیٹ کے لحاظ کے حوالے سے کوئی پالیسی ہی واضح نہیں ہے. ہاں ٹھیک ہے, اگر وہاں پہ گرینری اتنی نہیں ہے, ہمارے پاس گرینری زیادہ ہے, ہمارے پاس ٹورزم سپاٹ زیادہ ہے, لیکن وہاں پہ بھی اس چیز پہ اب کام کرنا ہوگا کیونکہ اس سے پورا پاکستان جو ہے افیکٹ ہو رہا ہے. جیسے میں نے ایگریکلچر لینڈ کی بات کی تو کسان جو ہے وہ اپنی زمین کو رہے ہیں کیونکہ ایگریکلچر جو لینڈ ہے وہ آبادیوں میں جو ہے شفٹ ہو رہی ہے یا ٹرانسفر ہو رہی ہے, اور اس کی وجہ سے ان کی ایک تو فائنینشیل برڈن بھی ان پہ پڑ رہا ہے اور یہ غربت میں بھی اس سے اضافہ ہو رہا ہے. اور خیبر پختونخوا ایک واحد میں کہتا ہوں ایک ایسا خطہ ہے جو عالمی آلودگی میں سب سے کم حصہ ڈالتا ہے. اگر آپ فگرز اٹھا لیں پورے پاکستان میں اور اس کو کمپیئر کریں آپ باقی صوبوں سے, اگر آپ پرسنٹیج کے لحاظ سے بات کریں تو سب سے کم جو حصہ ڈالا جاتا ہے آلودگی میں تو وہ خیبر پختونخوا ہے. ہم اس کے لیے فوری کچھ اقدامات بھی کر رہے ہیں, اور جو ہماری پالیسی ہوگی وہ اجتماعی پالیسی ہوگی. ہم دوسرے صوبوں کے ساتھ بھی اس پہ بات کرنے کو تیار ہیں, ہم دوسرے صوبوں کے ساتھ بیٹھنے کو تیار ہیں, پالیسی ان کے ساتھ شیئر کرنے کو تیار ہیں, لیکن ہم اپنی جنگلات کی حفاظت کرنی جو ہے وہ ہماری اپنی پرائمری آبجیکٹو ہوگا, کیونکہ جنگلات کی حفاظت سے ہی یہ تمام تر چیزیں جڑی ہوئی ہیں. یہ تمام تر چیزیں جو ہے جو جنگلات کے حوالے سے ہے, جو کلائمیٹ چینج کے حوالے سے ہے, اس کا جو پرائمری سورس ہے وہ جنگلات کی حفاظت ہے. تو وہاں اس وقت کٹنگ پہ بالکل پابندی ہے. آپ اگر کچھ 2 ویڈیوز پہلے بھی آئی تھی اور کچھ لوگوں نے میسیجز بھی کیے تھے اور میڈیا نے بھی اس کو بڑا ہائی لائٹ کیا تھا, وہ ویڈیوز جو تھی دیر کی تھی اور کچھ پرانی ویڈیوز تھی جس کو تحریک انصاف کی حکومت سے جوڑا جا رہا تھا, جس کو مس گورننس کے ساتھ جوڑا جا رہا تھا. ان تمام تر چیزوں کو دیکھنے کے لیے, قابو پانے کے لیے ایک اب وہاں پہ لوکل ہم ڈی سیز کے اندر بھی کمیٹیز بنا رہے ہیں کہ جہاں پہ جنگلات ہے تو اس کی حفاظت کی جائے, اور وہاں کی جو ایڈمنسٹریشن ہوگی وہی اس کی رسپانسبل ہوگی. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ میں اپنی بات مختصر کروں گا. اب یہ وقت جو ہے یہ عمل کرنے کا وقت ہے, اب پالیسیز بنانے کا وقت ہے, اس کی امپلیمنٹیشن کا وقت ہے. آپ نے دیکھا ہوگا کہ جب خیبر پختونخوا میں پہلی حکومت قائم ہوئی تو عمران خان صاحب کے ویژن کے مطابق بلین ٹری سونامی کو وہاں پہ لانچ کیا گیا, جس سے فارسٹ ایریا بڑھا, اور اس نے فارسٹ ایریا کے بڑھانے میں ایک تاریخی کردار ادا کیا. اس کی تسلسل میں اب ہم بلین ٹری سونامی پروگرام کا آغاز کرنے جا رہے ہیں, اور کچھ علاقوں میں کر بھی دیا گیا ہے, جس سے کاربن کے اخراج میں کمی اور عالمی ماحولیاتی جو اہداف ہے اس کا حصول جو ہوگا وہ آسان ہو جائے گا. اسی طرح گرین پاکستان کا ایک انیشیٹو تھا خیبر پختونخوا حکومت کا, جس کو جوائنٹ فارسٹ مینجمنٹ JFM جیسے اقدامات کے ذریعے مقامی کمیونٹیز کو جنگلات کی تحفظ میں براہ راست شریک کیا گیا, تاکہ جو ماحولیاتی تحفظ ایک اجتماعی ذمہ داری ہے اس کو ہر بندہ جو ہے ایک ذمہ داری اٹھائے, تبھی ہی یہ بہتر ہوگا. اور یہ جو امپلیمنٹیشن کی ہم بات کر رہے ہیں کہ ہر بندے کو اپنا رول اس میں پلے کرنا پڑے گا. جیسے میں نے شروع میں ذکر کیا کہ ہمارے پاس 19% کا 19% جنگلات ابھی ہم 26.5% پہ ہے. ان اقدامات سے 2 لاکھ سے زائد گرین جابز بھی پیدا کی گئی ہیں وہاں پہ. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ ماحولیاتی پالیسی کا دائرہ صرف جنگلات تک محدود نہیں رہا, وہاں پہ اسمارٹ سٹی ویژن کے تحت پشاور BIT جیسے ماحول دوست منصوبے بھی وہاں پہ امپلیمنٹ ہوئے, جس سے سرکاری سولرائزیشن بھی کی گئی اور عوامی سطح پہ سولر منصوبے شروع کیے گئے, اور پن بجلی کے منصوبے کے تقریباً 6300 میگا واٹ صاف توانائی وہاں پہ پیدا کی جا رہی ہے. یہ امر قابل ذکر ہے کہ خیبر پختونخوا میں جنگلات پاکستان کے تقریباً 50% کاربن کو جذب کرنے کی صلاحیت رکھتی ہے, جبکہ کاربن کریڈٹ کے حوالے سے اس کی سالانہ ممکنہ مالیت جو ہے وہ 100 ارب روپے تک پہنچتی ہے. اس طرح خیبر پختونخوا کی صوبائی کابینہ نے کلائمیٹ بورڈ ترمیمی بل کی 2026 کی منظوری بھی ہم نے دے دی ہے, اور ایک واضح پالیسی ہم لے کے آ رہے ہیں جس کے نتائج آپ سب کے سامنے ہوں گے. قومی سطح پہ ترجیحات کا صحیح تعین تو نہیں ہو سکا, لیکن جس پر توجہ کی اشد ضرورت ہے, ماحولیاتی تحفظ کو قومی پالیسی اور اہداف میں کلیدی کردار ملنا چاہیے. ہر بندے کو اپنا رول پلے کرنا پڑے گا, ہر گورنمنٹ کو اپنا رول پلے کرنا پڑے گا. جنگلاتی تحفظ کے لیے مالیاتی ڈھانچے کو اثر نو اس کا جائزہ لینا پڑے گا, اور ہمسایہ ملک میں جنگلات کے لیے NFC کا باقاعدہ حصہ جو ہے وہ مختص ہے, لیکن یہاں پہ ایسی کوئی بھی پالیسی, ایسی کوئی بھی شک جو ہے وہ NFC میں نہیں ہے, اس پہ بھی کام کرنا ہوگا. ویسے NFC کی بات ہوئی تو خیبر پختونخوا کی اگر ہم NFC کے شیئر کی بات کریں, جو کہ لاسٹ یہاں پہ ایک آپ کا ایونٹ تھا اس میں نے بات کی تھی کہ خیبر پختونخوا کی جو NFC کا شیئر ہے اس وقت جو وفاق کے ذمہ ہے وہ 4758 ارب روپے ہے, جس میں NHP ہے, جس میں زم ایریس کے پیسے ہے, آئل اینڈ گیس کے پیسے ہے. خیبر پختونخوا جو ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ گیس پیدا کرتی ہے, جتنی ہماری کنزمپشن ہے اس کی 3 گنا زیادہ گیس ہم پیدا کرتے ہیں. جتنی ہماری آئل کنزمپشن ہے اس سے زیادہ ہم آئل پروڈیوس کرتے ہیں, یا اس کے بریک ایون تک ہم آئل پروڈیوس کرتے ہیں. لیکن جو پالیسیز ہے وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کی اس وقت کچھ ایسی ہے کہ خیبر پختونخوا میں اس وقت گیس لوڈ مینجمنٹ ہو رہی ہے, CNG اسٹیشنز بند ہے, ڈومیسٹک یوزرز کو گیس نہیں مل رہی, انڈسٹریز کو گیس نہیں مل رہی. کپت مطلب جو پیداوار ہماری ہے اور اس کی جو کپت ہے اس کے 3 گنا زیادہ ہم پیدا کرتے ہیں, لیکن گیس اس وقت بھی خیبر پختونخوا میں ناپید ہیں, جس کے لیے खैबर पख्तूनख्वा के वज़ीर आला सोहेल अफरीदी साहब ने लेटर भी लिखा वफाक के ज़िम्मे, लेकिन वफाक ने उसका कोई हौसला अफजा जो है जवाब नहीं दिया। उस पर मज़ीद भी बात हम करेंगे। मंडे को इस पर दोबारा हमारी मीटिंग होने जा रही है, जिसमें तमाम जो स्टेक होल्डर्स है उनको ऑन बोर्ड लिया जाएगा। जो खैबर पख्तूनख्वा का हक है उस पर बात होगी। आखिर में मैं डॉन का यहाँ पे तमाम इनके मैनेजमेंट का शुक्रगुजार हूँ, और मेरे लिए भी ये फ़ख्र की बात है कि मैं ये दूसरा इवेंट जो है वो डॉन का अटेंड कर रहा हूँ। लास्ट जो था वो पॉपुलेशन पे था, आज क्लाइमेट चेंज पे है। इससे ये है कि आगाही जो है वो बढ़ रही है। इससे ये है कि पॉपुलेशन का जो इवेंट था उसको भी काफ़ी सराहा गया, और इंशाल्लाह जिस तरीके से पॉपुलेशन को इवेंट को सराहा गया, ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान जो इनका इवेंट है इसको भी सराहा जाएगा। आप तमाम लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you, Shafiullah Jan Saab. It's great to see that the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has kept the vision alive, and for the last 2 or 3 terms has been consistently working on climate change as a topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving towards the last session of our 2-day conference. We're waiting for our chief guest, who is the Chairman Senate, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani. As you wait for him, I'm going to request the other 3 speakers alongside him to please join me on stage, and we'll just start the session immediately. Can I request Mr. Shakil Masood, the CEO of Dawn News, to come up? Ms. Pernil Ironside from UNICEF Pakistan. And lastly, Ms. Aban Markar Kabraji, the Senior Regional Expert, Climate and Environment at UNEP Asia. Please. Aban, would you like to start with your address?
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. And I start with a small caveat. I've just been given the notes of the last 2 days, so you'll excuse me if I skip a few things and maybe run through a few others. I've been asked to do a quick synopsis of what we heard and of the discussions that we've had and the various issues that came up since yesterday morning. And great credit to the team and of course Dawn itself for having put this event together and having the very high quality of speakers. I really have been very impressed, and I go to many, many conferences all over the world, and it does Pakistan proud to have an event like this and to have people like you participating and speaking. So I think a great, Dawn, Shakil, you represent Dawn there today. And more about, the way this conference can be positioned in terms of thought process and an advocacy process in the region, but I'll get to that later. So starting with the kinds of things we heard, I thought that what would be useful to just identify that there were 2 or 3 themes that appeared again and again and knit everything together and demonstrated the holistic nature of the challenge we're facing with climate. It is said again and again that climate affects us all, it affects our lives, it affects the planet, it affects everything we do. But there are specific things that ran through that which brought that sense of cohesion, coherence, and also unity, if that's how we want to see it, or dissonance and conflict, which is another way of seeing it as well, particularly when we talk about the big shift that we're going to have to make from fossil fuels to renewables. One of the things that came up again is that when we look at climate in Pakistan, inevitably everything is influenced by our geography. Where we sit on the planet, where we are positioned, the sort of geography we have with our mountains, our ocean, our rivers. And of course, the system that came into focus again and again in terms of its resources and how they are managed was the Indus Basin, and the resource under greatest stress being water. So I'd like to, look at what we heard in that context and take it back again and again to the geography of the Indus, the systems of the Indus, and how it's influenced our lives and this land for many thousands of years. And linked to that, the second theme that I think came through very strongly was food security. Because what does water do? It brings us life. And that kind of life depends on agriculture, water itself, marine fisheries. We didn't hear too much about the coasts. That's the one thing I think perhaps was missing in this. We heard about the mangroves, but not about the coasts. And perhaps that is something we should focus on a little bit longer, because we have a very impressive coastline and a delta. The second thing, the third thing that I think also was very important was again and again the paradigm shift that was needed as we move to green technology. And underpinning all of that was the issue of finance. And finance, led by what the finance minister said, I think specifically came through as development finance. We talk about climate finance, but climate finance at its core is development finance. It's the way we resource and we restructure the way our banks function, the way the industry functions, the way insurance functions, the way the finance ministries function, and the provinces and the allocations and the ADPs. That's really what it all comes down to. Within that, sectorally or thematically, we went through the following themes. One was the accepted and inevitable reference to climate injustice, to vulnerability, and the kinds of responsibilities, who bears responsibility for what. I really don't think that's much of a debate any longer. Everybody accepts, particularly with the setting up of the Loss and Damage Fund, that there is climate injustice, there has been, it's historical, but ultimately we are all impacted, and the blame game can only bring us perhaps some resources at a great deal of negotiation. The solutions that we look for, since climate affects us, are indigenous and need to be found, and our solutions will save us. Wherever the resources we get from, ultimately it has to be Pakistanis who save Pakistan. I think that's one of the aspects that has come through, and with that came equity and development in the context of our own nation. The second, and I go really by the sessions as they went through the days, was the integration of adaptation, because we're not really in a climate prevention scenario anymore. We are close to 1.5. We're likely to go above it. We have gone above it at certain times of the year, and we're therefore in a coping scenario now. We're no longer in, can we actually escape the impact of climate? It's there. So we're now in the age of adaptation. We've moved beyond the age of prevention in many ways. We can prevent it getting worse, but we probably can't prevent the kind of impacts that are already, in a sense, already programmed into the system of weather and climate and temperature today. So we're looking at disaster risk reduction, adaptation, and trying to ensure that the fragmentation that currently exists in not just Pakistan's systems of government, but most systems that are built up in most countries in a very sectoralized way, are brought together, because the response to climate, which in and of itself is a very connected framework of life and impact, cannot be addressed by sectoral approaches. You don't take silos when you're looking at a major fire. You can't say, okay, let the fire department take the left-hand side of the forest and the municipal department take the right-hand side. You're not going to put a fire out like that. You've got to deal with it all together. That's where integration comes in. That's where we need to move away from fragmentation. And all our national frameworks basically say that, whether it's the National Adaptation Plan, whether it's the Living Indus Plan, the NDCs, the DRR policy. The challenge is to really make that effective and work within the governance structure and our governance. The third bit that came up was governance and institutions. And that again relates to fragmentation. Any kind of climate crisis is a governance crisis. You have policies, implementation is always a challenge, whether it's from resources or whether it's just from bad organization or frankly incompetence, or a reluctance, a kind of, put your head in the sand and hope the problem will go away. Or in political systems, well, we'll deal with it because we're only going to be around for 5 years. So what comes after is really not our problem or our responsibility or accountability. And I don't think that's really a particularly sensible way, because eventually if it's not your problem, it's going to be your children's problem and your grandchildren's problem. So the sense of taking a wider, more holistic and more responsible attitude is very much at the heart of good governance. And water governance is probably, again, at the heart of that. It's the Indus. The way we set up the governance mechanisms, the paradigm shifts. People have talked about the need to shift from agriculture to restoring our groundwater, to perhaps decommissioning a lot of our current irrigation system to a different kind of system, which is much more nature sensitive. The restoration of our wetlands, our delta, really looking carefully at, does the RBOD and the LBOD still serve the purpose, or are they causing more problems than they're solving? Those are the very hard political, institutional governance decisions that I think are going to be in front of us, eventually have to be something that we deal with seriously. A lot of this will happen at the local government level, and community knowledge and the response of communities, stakeholders, farmers, the poor, is going to be very much part of whether we succeed or not. Because the levels of poverty, population didn't come up too often. But the reality is that it's only anywhere you can see economically in the world, it's only when you get a replacement rate of 2 to 2 that you actually see countries come out from major poverty. It's happened all over the world, it's historically clear, and that's something we really have to take on board. And obviously women and gender and the role they play in that sort of shift is essential. Climate finance, as I said, came up again and again. And whether you call it climate finance, whether you call it adaptation finance, ultimately this is development finance. It's essentially the way we have to change our economy and change our countries. And what was really, really cheering, certainly from somebody who's been a practitioner in the field for many, many decades, is how much we saw in this conference of the banks, the private sector, the ministries of finance, and the people who actually make the investment decisions. To me, that's been the most cheering aspect of this conference. If these people who are sitting in their offices are actually open to the kind of shift we're talking about, there is real hope for Pakistan. I think then you need to get the people make sure that they're held accountable to make those sorts of shifts. So, climate risk, for example, has to be a core development, a macroeconomic concern, not a peripheral humanitarian reactive issue. And, they've talked about Pakistan's green taxonomy, bankable projects, resilience-oriented investments. You've heard the MDB speak. I think the development community really needs to get behind the political push to make that happen. And as I said, water security, you had a whole session on the Indus, extremely well done. Every single problem was highlighted in that session. It was absolutely clear that we know what the problems are, we know what the solutions are, we even know where the money is. It's just a question of making it happen. And that's not to say it is not happening. I, work in all the provinces of Pakistan, and every single provincial government is in its ADPs now, putting aside 1%. You heard Mariam Nawaz this morning, putting aside 1% for some element of climate resilience and adaptation, whether it's forests, whether it's checking the PC1s as to seeing whether they've done the climate analysis, increasingly talking about the climate programs, the projects. It's happening. And hopefully there will come a sense of critical mass within the next decade, which will really show how much effort that was put in now and through conferences like this will show us results. There was a lot on our cities. on urban resilience. Again, if we continue to build in the floodplains of the Indus, if we do not manage our cities better, we have wonderful examples around the world. China has something called sponge cities. And every time I drive around Karachi, I think to myself, what a great example this would be. Lahore, sponge cities. There are canals going through it. There is a boat basin. There is a coastline. These are exactly the ingredients of water that you need to build a sponge city. It takes resources, it takes planning, and it takes some political will, but it can happen. Again, we have the landscape, we have the knowledge if we want it, and we have a very good partner in China that's willing to give green technology, which we heard about from some of our Chinese speakers here. Agriculture and food security, rural resilience. At the bottom of that is the question of land use. Who owns land? Who makes the decisions? What kind of crops you plant? And what kind of incentives continue to make us plant sugarcane? It's one of the worst crops in terms of water management in Pakistan. It's a quick win maybe, and it makes a few people very rich, but ultimately it is destroying our water tables and our aquifers. So, again, a sense of responsibility, a need to make sure that that perverse incentives are not built into our system, that we're investing in crops, and somebody spoke that, you export these crops, you're exporting water. And this, again, is not a very sensible approach. Finally, there was talk about data, knowledge, innovation, a lot about green technology, about solar, how it's changing the landscape in terms of the possibilities of renewables, and how important it is to make sure the private sector is driving this process. That we look to government for the policies, the incentives, the necessary direction in the economy, but private sector has to drive it. And private sector is doing so as much as it can, and you heard, that they need to have a lot of policy changes to really let them not be so constrained by our current environment. And finally, as to Dawn and its conference, I'd like to just make a couple of points before I end, and I hope our next speaker is going to join us. Jilani Saab is coming. Oh, good, okay. So, and I say this because before the first Dawn conference, when I was requested by some of them to come and talk about the way the conferences should be organized and how they should be focused, there was a question as to why would a media house take on the issue of climate change, except perhaps as, a news item. And what Dawn has shown is that, one, they can convene an enormous range of the best people in the country and regionally and internationally to speak to this issue. I've been extremely impressed by that. There are not many organizations that can do that. But then the partnership with the United Nations gives them the credibility and the access to the best global knowledge to actually back up the case that they're making, that Pakistan needs to take climate change seriously. In the first conference, I sensed that there were a lot of people who came along because, okay, maybe this is a one-off, it's interesting, let's see where it goes. There's been a fundamental shift in the kind of participation between that conference and this, which has brought in a whole tier of knowledgeable people and practitioners who are now talking about solutions. The first conference spoke mostly about the problems and how they were impacting Pakistan. This second conference has really focused on solutions and how it could be made to work. And the finance minister was at both. You had a lot of politicians speaking at both. And as these sorts of conferences become a regular occurrence, I've seen that in other parts of the world, there becomes a reliance from the development community, from the climate change practitioners, to having these events with a regularity, because not just for networking and knowledge sharing, but they also become extremely important as part of the shift that a country makes towards a different kind of model of planning and development. So from that point of view, there's the Bao Forum that happens every year in China. There's Davos. There used to be the Delhi Development Summit. And I know that people started putting those in their diaries as they held them in their diary for annually attending. Now, if you keep this up, this could be an annual event. And in the longer term, that puts Pakistan on the map globally. Not just in terms of the country or the region, it puts us on the map as a place to come, to talk, to think, to understand how people are addressing the biggest challenge we face, frankly, for our planet and for our futures. So I'll stop there. If, Shakil, you're saying I can? I've given you the full report. If there's anything else, then I think questions should be taken to all the very, very dedicated people who've been around, midnight. I've seen the emails, 1 a.m., 3 a.m., writing notes. So big applause to all of them. It's their work.
Thank you, ma'am, for firstly the kind words to the Dawn Media Group, and secondly for summarizing the 2 days so perfectly. You've clearly been listening to every single session with your 110% attention. So can I please request Ms. Pernil Ironside from UNICEF Pakistan to say a few words in the closing.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually not representing UNICEF at the moment. I was on the last panel. I'm representing the whole United Nations family. And let me just say, on behalf of the UN and United Nations in Pakistan, it's really my honor to give these closing reflections and to have participated in this second Breathe conference on climate change, which we have all credit goes to the Dawn Media for having had the foresight to convene. So with that, I'd like to first start by actually thanking and sincerely appreciating Dawn Media for their vision, their leadership in hosting this conference for the second time. This is, as we just heard, the most vital topic of our times. And one that is particularly pressing for the most vulnerable, whom the United Nations is here to help serve in partnership with all of you. The importance and the valuable dialogue that we had over these last 2 days allowed for a rich exchange of knowledge, perspectives between a whole range of stakeholders: government, private sector, civil society, media, United Nations, development partners, journalists, communities, young people, or one young 19-year-old. I hope you've also had the chance to visit some of these incredible stalls that have been outside. The passion and the efforts that have gone into the work that's behind that is just inspiring and so necessary. We've all benefited from the participation of experts from Pakistan, from within the region, and from much wider, further afield as well. So please join me in applauding and thanking Dawn Media for this event. We've been reminded that the real impact of climate change is on the people in Pakistan, including those who are most marginalized, young people, children. The sessions that we followed these last 2 days have enabled us to explore solutions, ways forward, and as we just heard, those solutions are clear. They need to be implemented, resourced, and prioritized. The UN in Pakistan values the partnership for holding these Breathe conferences, and we remain committed to the partnership and look forward to what comes and to the future events. So lastly, on behalf of the entire United Nations in Pakistan. Thank you also to all the speakers, the partners, and the participants for your engagement throughout these 2 days. And hopefully right on cue, let me conclude. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I'd like to introduce the chairman of the Senate of Pakistan, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani. Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Sir, we've had a very busy 2 days with international speakers, ambassadors, ministers from the federal and the provincial governments, people from different sections of civil society. But to close this conference, we thought it would be apt if you could, give remarks on where you see the vision of climate change going in this country and what the Federation is doing to make this move forward. Please, sir, if you could address for the closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ms. Nazafreen Saigal Lathani, CEO of Dawn Media. Mr. Muhammad Yahya, UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Pakistan. Distinguished parliamentarians, speakers, and guests. Assalam. It is a pleasure to be here again at the Breathe Pakistan Conference. I commend Dawn Media Group for sustaining this important national platform. Last year too, I had the honor of addressing the closing ceremony of this conference. This year, once again, we gather with greater urgency and responsibility. The challenge before us is not abstract. It is real. It is visible in rising heat, shrinking water reserves, stressed agriculture, and stronger floods. Pakistan is braving the challenge with resilience and proactive resolve. But today I want to place climate change and climate security in a wider frame. In the world we live in now, security is no longer a single idea. It is multidimensional. We need climate, food security, and economic security. But to achieve this, we need peace. We need internal stability, regional calm, and global cooperation. Without peace, no climate agenda can succeed. Pakistan is leading by example. We are strengthening resilience across energy, water, food, and agriculture sectors, mobilizing climate finance and expanding partnerships. At the same time, we continue to play a proactive role for peace, defending sovereignty with unity, while exercising restraint in the face of provocation. Marka-e-Haq and Operation Bunyanul Marsus proved pivotal to defending our sovereignty with dignity and discipline. Our diplomacy and mediation during the US-Iran confrontation has helped avert dangerous escalation. This is the Pakistan we want the world to see. Firm in defense, responsible in action, and committed to peace. Ladies and gentlemen, when I visit flood-affected areas and speak to families who have lost homes, crops, and livelihoods, I am reminded that the climate change is not a distant debate. It is a daily reality for millions of Pakistanis. Over 3 decades, Pakistan has received less than $1 billion from key climate funds. The COP29 commitment to mobilize $300 billion annually by 2035 is inadequate. Vulnerable nations cannot wait. Despite this, Pakistan has led with vision. We pioneered global climate governance, enacted the Climate Change Act, launched afforestation drives, and transformed our parliament into the world's first fully solar-powered legislature. Through measures such as Living Indus Initiative and Green Pakistan program, we restored ecosystems, built resilience, and committed to boosting clean energy by 2030. At COP27 and COP29, we pressed for climate justice and fair finance. These commitments we shall uphold. But let us be clear, the gap between promises and delivery remains too wide. The loss and damage fund is not charity, it is justice. Major emitters must accelerate reduction. South Asia must cooperate on glaciers, early warning systems, and shared water management from Himalayas recognize no borders. As the saying goes, the earth does not need us to save it. It needs us to change our ways. That is the lesson before us. Climate resilience must reach the last mile, protecting farmers, families, and communities, not just fulfilling policy documents. Stronger connectivity between parliament, government, media, academia, civil society, and the private sector is essential. We also need stronger data, better local planning, and more investment in adaptation at the district and provincial level. Better early warning systems, water conservation, urban resilience, investment in adaptation, and climate smart agriculture must remain our key focus. As we conclude, let us carry this conference beyond these walls, translating its ideas into legislation, budgets, policy, and governance. As Chairman Senate and founding Chairman of Inter-Parliamentary Speaker Conference, I reaffirm our commitment to advancing climate laws, ensuring rigorous oversight of climate finance, and keeping this issue central to our national and international agenda. The future will not be shaped by those who merely describe the crisis. It will be shaped by those who act with courage, unity, and foresight. Pakistan has both the responsibility and the ability to lead by example. We have faced hardships before. We have survived. We have stood together, and we will do so again. May this conference strengthen and resolve and joint action. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Sir, it's extremely heartening to see that the Chairman Senate has the climate crisis front and center of his agenda. And thank you to you for always turning up for the Dawn Media Group. It's your second year in a row that you're closing this conference. It's an honor for all of us that you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference 2026 to a close, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all our speakers, partners, distinguished guests, and members of the media. Over the past 2 days, one message has been clear: the climate change is no longer a future risk. It is present and it is a growing reality for our dear country. As this platform continues to grow, we at the Dawn Media Group remain committed to keeping climate change at the center of our national discourse. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you. Can I request the four people to please wait for a photograph before you leave? Ahmed, wide angle.